is the payoff. This is the payoff. The This is the payoff.
Well, hello, good morning and welcome. You're looking at live pictures of our facility here in San Gervasio Bresciano in the province of Lombardy in northern Italy. And this is the third and last day of competition here at the San Gervasio ProAm, the 11th edition of. My name is Tony Leifert. And the agenda for today's action will consist of the amateur round of skiing first. You look at the schedule right there. We're going to start the amateurs in a few minutes. As a matter of fact, at about 8 o'clock, we will start the first of our amateur skiers out onto the water with the under-12 girls, and then we move on down the list from there. And then at around about 1 o'clock, we will go into the women's head-to-head quarterfinal. Then we move on to the head-to-head quarterfinal for the men, and then we continue on from that. We've qualified our 8 women and 8 men in the pros through to those quarterfinals, which will take place at approximately 1 p.m. this afternoon, Central European summertime. Beautiful conditions here. A stark contrast to the conditions that we experienced for a good hour and a half yesterday, where a freak storm came in and wreaked havoc with our site. Fortunately, much of the equipment that we use here on TWBC remained intact, including the live internet connection that stayed consistent all the way through, and yeah, that occurred at about 3 or 4 skiers, or actually 5 skiers into the women's pro slalom competition in the first round, halfway during Manon's set. But she took the option to totally rerun her set, and she is a part of our mix of skiers that have qualified into the quarterfinal of the head-to-head competition. And Manon Costar for her efforts will be paired up against Anne-Marie Wroblewski in the quarterfinals. We'll slowly review the other pairings. As a matter of fact, I can give you those other pairings so far as the women's are concerned. Ali Garcia will be paired up against Jamie Metcalf. Ali Nicholson against Beatrice Iani, and Jamie Bull against one other skier, and yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at some of the performances, the highlights from yesterday. 10.75 meter attempt, our only skier to get through this line length in the women's pro slalom competition. And Jamie Bull was able to get through this on her way to snatching number 1 seed in the women's quarterfinal of the head-to-head competition. And she'll be paired up against Chiara Bonneman in the first pairing, in the quarterfinals, number 1 versus number 8 in that instance, and a good looking run there, securing that number 1 seed for the 2-time world champion Jamie Bull. Now, one of the other highlights is a season's best score from Ali Garcia, and her attempt at 10.75 meters in skiing with some inspiration coming into this event. Handle up a little high off number 2, but she still gave herself plenty of room to get round number 3. Knew that that a chance of making it outside 4 were minimal at best, but a free buoy count halfway down 10.75 meters, and she is just absolutely as happy as Gilligan on that one. So, a couple of highlights from yesterday's competition in the women's pro slalom second round. And we're just waiting for our first skier to be ready in the amateur competition in the under 12s. It will be Sofia Sole. And we'll take a look at some of the highlights from the men's competition. And this is Aaron Davis, who skied a season's best and personal best with 4 at 10.25 meters. Certainly a grand performance, and that actually kept him into a tied leader for a while with Freddie Winter, based upon the best score out of the 2 rounds. Now Aaron Davis is and just about managing to get that ski inside the next set of boat guides to secure the 4. And personal best, season's best for Aaron Davies, and he is through to the quarterfinal. We'll learn his fate in regards to his pairings a little bit later on. So, another one of our highlights, and the leader in this competition so far after 2 rounds of pro men's slalom skiing is Will Asher. Nicely silhouetted out there into buoy number 1. And just getting off the handle on into number 2. And things looked pretty good at this point. All of our competitors at this stage in the competition were required to come into the course at 12 meters at the least for their opening pass. And Will Asher just skiing 5 to the wake, securing the number 1 seed. And a superb effort there from him, but his was not the only highlight in this 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm in the opening 2 rounds of pro slalom skiing. And our boat behind me is getting ready for the amateurs, but we're having a look at the highlights once again. We've got Freddie Winter in round 1, and getting a nice slide there on buoy number 2 on his way to getting the score of 4, which led the competition for a while until Will Asher stepped out into the water in round 2. And here, I'm sure that there were 1 or 2 flashbacks getting themselves into view there so far as Freddie Winter was concerned, but there is plenty of runoff here outside of the buoy line, so in virtually no danger of doing anything similar to what he experienced last season at the Monaco Waterski Cup. So there we go. Freddie Winter was in the lead for a while after the first round of pro men's elimination round slalom. And another skier who achieved a season's best. He got a pair of 3s. This is Matteo Luzzeri, and not looking too bad out there. He got into a decent rhythm off the first couple of buoys, and he's been consistent so far this season in getting around about that point on 10.25 meters. Was working extremely hard with Claudio in achieving a level of consistency which saw him run 10.75 meters consistently. But having seen the highlight of the pros, we now go into the amateur round of the competition. And this, coming in at 49K, 18.25 meters, is Sofia Sole. A reminder that the pros will be out on the water in the quarterfinals, in the head-to-head, women's and men's. And let's not forget the junior challenge, which will take place sandwiched in amongst those rounds of head-to-head skiing. That will also take place for the third and last time in this competition. And Sofia Solle getting through 49K and looking okay. A little exposed into number one, but able to turn that ski round and trying to control the slack. Looking very, very smooth for the most part. On our way to getting around all 6 buoys on the opening pass at 49K. 52K should be coming up right up next, and the skiers have a 45-second drop time on each end. More than sufficient amount of time to let the water dissipate. Claudio Bonatti is our boat driver. Sophia Lotti is our boat judge at this stage of the competition. And on the water now with the boat speed at 52K is Sofia Solle. Not looking too bad, just trying to limit the amount of time she spends going down course after each turn in order to stay early, and gets through 52K. So in the under 12 girls competition, I believe that 52K is the max speed for her division, and if that is indeed the case, then she'll move to 16 meters, the next line length shortening. All right, so moving on from 18.25 meters to 16 meters. Coming up next is Sofia Solle from Belgium. Now the boat speed is going to be maxed out at 52K from here on out. I believe Sofia has actually run this in each of the last 2 rounds, so should be in good shape to run it this time. Halfway down the pass now, a little bit of a longish pull into number 4. Having to hustle here off 5 to make it round 6, and she does so. So with the time turning at 8 a.m., we have Sofia Solle and getting through 16 meters, and let's see what kind of start that she has on 14.25 meters, where her best performance yesterday, I believe, was a 3. So, coming back 14.25 meters, 52K. And gets the 1, and unfortunately unable to get outside 2 or even 3 in this round. So her best score in this competition, in the under 12 girls category, of which she is a solo competitor. She gets 1, taking a bit of a hit and unable to get a position back to make the attempt on number 2. But Sofia Solle gets 1 at 14.25 meters, but she leaves out of here with an earlier round better score of 3 at 14.25 meters. All right, next skier to take to the water is going to be Filippo Bazzotta. So it's a 49K, 18.25 meters. In a similar situation to Sofia Sala, where the boat speed will max out at 52K, which is going to be after the pass number 2 if he gets to that point. 49K, 18.25 meters. This is Filippo Bazzotta. Not looking bad at all. Just trying to get some good leverage behind the boat, which can be a little bit challenging when the rope is that long. But managing to get around all 6 buoys on the first pass anyway. So he'll move the boat speed up from 49 to 52K. All right, moving on from 49 to 52K. Line length still the same at 18.25 meters, at least for the time being. Filippo Bazzotta. A Malibu being driven by Claudio Bonatti. Filippo Bazzotta, who skis at his father's facility not too far away from here at PKB. Not bad. So far, so good. Filippo Bazzotta, 52K, gets the job done on 18.25 meters, and now the line length gets shorter, while the boat speed stays the same at 52K. For the under 12s, it is Filippo Bazzotta. Now in round 1, he scored 2 at 13 meters, which he replicated for round 2. So 2 in round 1, 2 in round 2. Let's see if he can jack it up a little bit and get something a little bit more in terms of a buoy count. It's still a fair amount of passes away from getting to that point. He would have to run 16, which is coming up next, and 14 afterwards. So he's going to have to be out there a while before he gets anywhere close to those scores which he produced in the opening 2 rounds. So, and because the boat speed's a little bit slower, that means that our relative transition time is pretty slim when it comes to replaying the performances from each pass. This is 16 meters at 52K. Oh, and getting a little bit late on that one, but still managing to squeak that ski outside all 6 buoys. Leaving himself quite a bit of work to do for a good portion of this run. And almost seeming to ski straight at the buoy at times, especially in his gate shot and his approach off number 2 into 1, 3, and 5. which means that with the reduced width going into the turn, he's unable to fully get the ski rotated enough on time for a good amount of buoys on the pass. Needs to convince himself that he can ski, that he can backside these buoys at 16 meters, and even though he might lose a little bit of relative distance down course, he would have enough more residual angle to be able to affect a good, smooth-looking pass. 14.25 meters. Let's see if he can pump up the volume here. Number one. Round number two, he's really going to have to hustle here. Round number three, continuing to go. He's at scores of 2 on 30 meters, which is the next pass. Provided he can get there, he's going to have another shot. Ladies and gentlemen, Filippo Buzzotta. So for the third time in asking, he's gotten through 14.25 meters, and he's now going to have a shot at 13 meters. I do have to say it looked doubtful that he would have run 14.25 meters with a start of that kind, but he just gritted his teeth and just went for it after buoy number two, and just skied where the chips may lay down. Round 4 and 5, and at this time he recovered a lot of the deficit that he generated for himself at the early part of the run. And he's happy. Happy in the knowledge that he's gotten round all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters for the third consecutive round. Now, if he can get a play on number 3, it will represent his best score of the competition. There's number 1. There's number 2. Can he make it outside buoy number 3? I'm not too sure, but I think he at least gets 2. I think he tried to make a play on number 3. We'll take a look at the instant replay here for Filippo Buzzotta. Again, a little bit strung out into buoy number 1, but able to get some good angle from the ski. Already at this point, he wasn't too concerned about getting that angle across the back of the boat, more or less trying to get slowed down. And I think that he displaced number 3. So it's the difference between 2 and 2.5. So it looks like it is going to be a 2. 2 on 13 meters to conclude the skiing in the under 14 boys, in the under 12 boys. Now we're going to go into the over 35 men. Alex Bagatti, our sole skier in that division, and he'll be coming up next. All right, boat is next to the dock. Alex Bagatti. Again, ready to go in the over 35s. 49.18. The rope will stay at 18.25 meters until Alex Bagatti gets through a 6 buoy count at 55K, which is a little ways away from achieving at this early stage. 49K, 18.25 meters. Oh, a little bit late there for the gates. Looking good. A little on the back of the ski, however, not really trusting that ski, and it looks like he is going to get a 4 buoy count total. Not too sure what happened there for the pass. Barely making it through the entrance gates. And just all over the back of the ski, really not trusting the front of the ski too much. Almost looks like he's skiing on a totally foreign ski to what he's used to. Just unable to get much control. So it looks like it's going to be a 4 buoy count total there for Alex Bugatti to conclude the over 35 men. We're going to go into the over 45 women, and our first competitor to get out onto the water in this third and last round in this division is Belinda Bakke from the Netherlands. All right, 52K, 18.25 meters for Belinda Bakke. This now is the over 45 women third round. And running that opening pass at 52K without too many problems. Well controlled for Belinda Bakke. Getting into a little bit of difficulty off buoy number 1, has to be said, but managed to control the turn well because she was right foot forward. Things not exactly easy for her on a 135, but that was about her best offside turn on the entirety of that pass as she now moves the boat speed up from 52 to 55K. All right, here we go. Belinda Bakke. There's 1. There's number 2. Trying to establish some kind of rhythm. She manages to squeak the ski outside number 4 and indeed 5, and will get round number 6 on 18.25 meters, 55K. And 16 meters should be coming up for her next. That is Belinda Bakke. Okay, so we're getting an indication that the boat speed may be the same between the opening pass and the second one. So the only thing that would change if that is correct is the line length and 16 meters. Okay, so she just ran 52K16. We got confirmation of that. So now, having run 52.16, we now go to 52K14. The yellow loop, here she comes. Belinda Bakke is starting to struggle here a little bit with 14 and succumbs to that pass for a total of 4 buoys on 14.25 meters for 14.25 meters at 52K. That's Belinda Bakke, our first competitor out in over 45 women. Next up to ski is going to be MK Kuna. So as Belinda makes her way to the dock, she will ski into the shore for the last time in this competition in the third and last round of amateurs, and the rope will be handed off to our next competitor from Germany. It is MK Kuna. Okay, so she'll be heading into the course at 49K. All right, and riding a good slalom ski, it is MK Kuna. 49K opening pass. I would imagine that line length is 18.25 meters. Staying ahead of the course for the majority of that pass, that is MK Kuna. So, having successfully negotiated the 6 buoy count on pass number 1, she will make her way to the next pass, which is going to be 52K. And if 52K happens to be the max speed for women in this division. Then she would move on to the next line length shortening after completing this pass. Here she comes, 52K, MK Kuna. Trying to work out the wrinkles on this pass. There's 4, 5, and number 6, and getting that one to go. That is MK Kuna. Now she gets ready for pass number 3, which I believe is going to be 16 meters. 49 and 52 cleared successfully, back to back. Oh, and there is a little bit of suspicion there on the right-hand gate buoy. It's going to a gate review at this time. So no gate there at 52K, 18.25 meters, which means she gets a grand total of 0 at 52K, 18.25 meters. So a little unfortunate there for MK. But we thank her for her support at this event and many others during the course of the season. MK Kuna, who actually owns a bunch of pharmacies in her native land of Germany. And we certainly thank her for her support going forwards. Angeliki Papadimitriou from Greece. We'll see what she can do for her opening pass. All right, here we go, folks. Moving on, 52K, 18.25 meters for Angeliki Papadimitriou. I'm figuring that this boat speed is going to be at least 52 kilometers an hour. Certainly sounds to be a little bit higher clip than what we've seen from our previous two competitors. We'll get confirmation of that very, very soon. 52K 18, and getting ready for 16 meters coming up next. That's Angeliki Papadimitriou. Okay, so initially started on 60 meters at 52K. And she'll stay at 52K for the balance of her effort here. She's now going to attempt 14.25 meters. Okay, so in the rounds previous to this, 1.5 on 12 1.5 on 13 meters in round number 2, 3 on that same line length on the round before, and looking to try and make it three rounds in a row that she's run through 14.25 meters and posted up a score on 13. That is our skier from Greece, Angeliki Papadimitriou. Should be pretty happy with that, and I know Claudio Bonatti is also pretty pleased with that effort from where he's sitting. All right, so Angeliki Papadimitriou has made it to the 30-meter line length pass for the third consecutive round. We'll see what she can do to end off her effort during this competition. All right, here we go, folks. Angeliki Papadimitriou. Entrance number 1, broken over off number 1, round number 2. So that's at the very least her second best score, and she can get round number 3 and back to the weights. Then that ties her best score of this competition, with 3 at 30 meters in round number 3 to replicate the effort in round number 1. That is Angeliki Papadimitriou. Taking a big hit there off number 2. Just sneaking that ski outside number 3. And managing to achieve a score that matches her best out of the initial 2 rounds. 3 buoys on 13 meters, the best score from Angeliki Papadimitriou, who's actually one of our officials during the pro event. So this is not the last time we will see her. So Angeliki Papadimitriou will ski back to the dock to round off the over 45 women's category. We'll now go into the over 45 men. Our lead-off skier in this division is Jason Robleski. All right there. So instead of Jason Robleski leading off in this third and last round, instead we'll have Todd Ristoselli skiing here in San Gervasio for the first time. Wanted to travel over to check it out for himself to see what all the fuss was about, and he's been pleased with what he's seen and experienced so far. All right, here we go. This is Todd Ristoselli. Andrew Todd Ristoselli. Entrance, buoy number 1. Was a perennial challenger in towards the pro ranks in a good decade and a half ago, and was the last editor of Waterski magazine. All right, so there we go. That is Todd Ristoselli on the opening pass. I should believe that was at least a 14.25 meters at 55K. Can't imagine him starting anything longer than 14.25 meters, given the level of skier that he is. And exhibits a few traits very very similar to another skier who's quite tall, and that's Chris Parrish, who we saw yesterday in the 2 rounds of pro elimination round of skiing. And of course, if you want to re-watch any of that coverage from yesterday, all you have to do is just search for it in the playlist on the TWBC YouTube channel. And if you really want to go back into the archives, you can check out the San Gervasio ProAm from years past as well. It's all there, and it's all archived on TWBC's YouTube channel. Todd Ristaselli. This is 13 meters. Now we're up in the ante here and riding that Denali slalom ski. One of the very few competitors that does at this level. And guiding that C95 all the way through the 6 buoy count on the second pass of 13 meters. Settling down at 55K. So good extension round number 1. You know, just really just trying to keep good line tension, you know, just trying to extend out where he needs to be and not try and generate too much slack in the line. It's keeping everything on a good even keel. And Todd Ristaselli, who continues to compete in events such as the 55K WEST series. 55K West series, which they had a tournament last weekend over at Lake 38, just outside Tallahassee in the panhandle of Florida. But let's see what Todd Ristaselli can do here and now, here in Jolly Ski in San Gervasio. He gets round number 1. He's in good shape for number 2 and number 3. 12 meters shouldn't be a problem there for him. Allowing that ski to work efficiently. And gets the job done on 12. So 14, 13, 12 in successive runs. And the boat speed is still at 55K. That is Todd Ristaselli. Good switch of the edge change there off number 1 to number 2. And just trying to stay balanced over the tip of the ski. And that the forebody of that ski rather flat compared to a lot of other ski makes and ski brands. The rocker is a true tip-to-tail rocker without too many flat spots on the actual ski itself. Most of the curve in the ski is actually towards the tail. Totally counterintuitive to a lot of skiers and manufacturers. But let's have a look and see what Todd can do with all of that. 11.25 meters, gets a decent start on number 1. Good extension around number 2. He's continuing to roll here off number 3. He's in good shape on number 4. He's staying ahead of the course here. And it's a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters for Todd Ristaselli. The man with the Italian last name. But he hasn't been out this part of the world all that much. Probably his first ever appearance in an Italian tournament, and certainly in good shape here on 11.25 meters. We'll check and see what scores he has been able to produce out of the opening 2 rounds in the over 45 competition. But Todd Ristaselli for his role so far. 2.5 at 11.25 meters and 2 at 11.25 meters in each of the last 2 rounds. So now he's superseded those scores and is now going to attempt 10.75 meters right here, right now. So here we go, Todd Ristaselli. .75 meters, the first time we've seen this attempted by Todd, and didn't exactly get the start that he needed and bailed on his way into buoy number 2, but it is his best score out of the tournament. Todd Ristaselli. 1 at 10.75 meters, which is a more than respectable score, and getting a little bit shook up there into number 1, and unfortunately unable to recover well enough to get a piece of 2. We'll have a look at this via the instant replay. Looks like we get an indication that he got a 0 count on that run, suggesting that he missed the gates on 10.75 meters, so is effectively his best score out of this competition is a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters. But when you add it, so effectively for Todd Risticelli, because he turned that ski ahead of buoy number 1 and didn't actually make a turn around it, he scores 0, clouted the number 1 buoy, and there we go, 0 at 10.75 meters, the score for Todd Risticelli. But it is his best score out to the free round, so kudos to him for his effort there. All right, so next skier, if this list holds true, the penultimate skier in the over 45 men's, it is going to be Prizegiving, otherwise known as PKB. And I would imagine that the Prizegiving, or Kiko Bizzotta as he's known to his friends, will probably be going in on 14.25 meters at 55K. But he does have the skills and the fortitude to go in on an later pass of 13 meters, and that's exactly what he's doing. 13-meter start. Nicely done. 30 meters, looking in good shape. And getting the job done for the most part. So PKB opening up well with 13 meters, making this pass look really easy and straightforward. All right, moving right along. Prizegiving Bizzotta on 12 meters now. Off to a flyer here. Getting round 4 is well early for 5 and runs this pass even easier than the initial opening pass of 13 meters. So in good shape and good rhythm. And the passes just keep on coming there for PKB. Just keeping everything moving forwards. So PKB, Patrizio Kiko Bazzotta, getting ready for 11.25 meters. The current lead in this competition is the 6-buoy count at 11.25 meters or 0 at 10.75 meters. That should be expressed as. And getting after it here is Patrizio, who runs a ski apparel brand and also a facility not too far away from here. So Kiko Bazzotta just couldn't really get hooked up effectively there off number 3 towards 4, but is still able to get at least halfway down the course. There's 1 and number 2, and everything looked fairly peachy from here. But it's when he tried to make too many adjustments there on number 3, and knew that the pass from there on out just wasn't on the cards. So I believe that is going to be either 2.5 or 3, 3 for my money, on 11.25 meters for Patrizio Kiko Bazzotta. Next skier, and our last one in the over 45 men's slalom, it's Gennady Gorelia. All right, so we'll continue on with our amateurs. Gennady Gorelia, I believe, will be coming into the course on a 30-meter start. I see enough green on the tow pylon to suggest that. 55K, 30-meter start. And riding on an SP ski, this is Gennady Gorelia, who comes to us from the Republic of Georgia, and in a few days he will fulfill a long-held ambition of becoming an Italian citizen, and that should be by about this time next week. He'll take on the oath of naturalization in San Gervasio itself. Doesn't have to go to an office of immigration or anywhere like that, which is typical. But when he does take the oath of naturalization, it will be at the center of San Gervasio, and it will be presided by our good friend here in San Gervasio, the mayor of that commune, James Scaburi. So happy times ahead for Gennady Gorelia, and for the moment he's able to get through the opening pass of 30 meters without too many hiccups. So let's continue on. Gennady Gorelia. Sets himself in for number 1. This is the 12-meter line, the blue loop now. Gennady Gorelia. And Gennady Gorelia, whilst achieving Italian naturalization or citizenship, will still be able to hang on to his to his citizenship of the Republic of Georgia. As a matter of fact, he will be competing for the Republic of Georgia in the upcoming Elite Open World Championships, which will take place in Rocheto. And live coverage of that event will be present here exclusively live on TWBC, and that is towards the end of August. So make sure you keep an eye out for that. And actually, if you want to be notified automatically when we go live with that event, all you have to do is to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. So working our way towards the end of our amateur round of competition. We're in the over 45 men's category. Our final competitor there, Gennady Gorelia. There's one. Looking good. Round number 2. So Gennady Gorelia, who many years ago, many decades ago, was actually skiing for the Soviet Union before the breakup of those nations that constituted that socialist state. Gennady Gorelia getting through 11.25 meters, and will now take aim at the score of Todd Ristoselli, who scored a 0 buoy count at 10.75 meters, and he is on that line length. So getting through the gates and getting a quarter will take the win in this third and last round of competition in the over 45s. Now Gennady Gorelia, as I mentioned, a skier who skied in the junior ranks and in the open ranks for the Soviet Union before the breakup of those states in around about the late 80s, early part of the 90s, and skied many years at a site next to Poti, and that city hosted the 95 European Waterski Championships, of which Gennady Gorelia was a participant of, and managing to get round number 1 and get himself into a good position to have a pop at number 2, but nothing doing beyond that point. So it is going to be a 1 1/2 buoy score at 10.75 meters, and that is the final score for Gennady Gorelia. So rounding off the over 45 men with a pretty decent performance there, although I would suspect that Gennady fostered higher ambition than just the 1 1/2. But he is your winner in the over 45 category, and there's no two ways about that. So we're now going to go into the over 55 women. Our lead-off skier there is going to be Claudia Fink, and she will be going in at 52, where the boat speed will stay at 52 for the remainder of our run beyond the first. And she'll be going in on 16 meters. So the Pilates studio owner from Italia, and has a Pilates studio in Canada as well, which she regularly flies to make sure everything's running up to her high standards. It's Claudia Fink. All right, here we go. Coming in, Claudia Fink, 16 meters, 55K. all getting into all kinds of trouble here on 16 meters. At 52K, I beg your pardon, not 55. In the over 55 slalom women's category, that is Claudia Fink. And at this age category level, the boat speed continues to stay constant at 52K between each pass. The difference between each pass is the line length shortening. Nicely done on buoy number 1. Good backsided effort there. And just not that aggressive into buoy number 2, but it is a neutral side turn. And then she had to work a little harder off her number 3 and number 5 to affect enough of a change and stay early enough to run the pass, the opening pass of 52K 16. Now the line length goes shorter from 16 to 14. Claudia Fink. All right. In good shape here. Let's have a look at Claudia. A little broken over into number 2, but is still in good shape for number 3. A little bit of a bounce into number 4 for 5. And running this one a skosh better than the opening pass of 16 meters. She's now gotten through all 6 on 14. Let's see what she does on the next run. It's going to be 30-meter attempt for Claudia Fink. Little bit of a straight angle in towards her number 1, but she still had enough momentum and enough width to carry on with this run. A little bit pulled up out of her stack off for number 2 into number 3, but she manages to use that onside turn to get back into some semblance of rhythm. But in decent shape. And that is Claudia Fink. There's number 1 and number 2. Claudia Fink. Oh, taking a bit of a big hit there on number 3 into 4. But she pulls a little bit longer into number 5 and number 6. And that is a 13-meter pass for Claudia Fink. Now, Claudia Fink in the rounds previous to this, I'm going to pull up that information here. Over 45 women's slalom, and let's have a look at the tail of the tape. Claudia Fink actually scored halfway down 14.25 meters in round number 1 and 2.5 in round number 2. So by that basis, Claudia Fink has produced her best score of the weekend thus far. And has a chance to win her division because Hilary Winter, who has come up next, her best score is 1 at 12 meters. So a bit of a battle going on between these two ladies skiing in the over 55s and skiing at 52 kilometers an hour. Here we go. Claudio Benatti at the helm of that towboat. Behind him, Claudia Fink. Tries to make an attempt there on number 2, but nothing doing. But that is her best score of the weekend. And might actually turn out to be a best score of the season thus far. Claudia Fink with 1 on the 12 meters. A good push towards number 1, but taking a little bit too much of a hit there. And tries to get the ski into its edge change, approaching number 2, but nothing doing there. So 1 on 12 meters for Claudia Fink. So, next skier taken to the water on 16 meters at 52K, it's going to be Hilary Winter. All right there, 16 meters opening pass at 52K for Hilary Winter. Looking strong, looking aggressive, and looking to get all 6 buoys on the opening pass of 16 meters. And looking to try and take aim at her best score of this competition, which is 1 on 12 meters. She's got a little ways to go before she gets to that level, but a 16-meter opening pass is a good start. She'll need to get to the 5th pass before she attempts the 12-meter run, because she's got 14 for a second pass, 13 for a third. So Hilary Winter opening up with 16. Still a few more passes to go before she gets towards the top score in this round from Claudia Fink, who just slalomed her best out of this weekend with 1 on 12 meters. This is 55K, 52K, 14.25 meters. And still looking in incredible shape out there, that is Hilary Winter. Hilary Winter getting to grips on that particular run. All right, so Hilary Winter is 2 passes to the good right now, 16 and 14, 13 meters coming up next. All right, here we go, folks. Coming in, 13 meters. Needs to get a good start, and not a particularly auspicious start there from Hilary Winter, but forced into pulling long. Round number 3, round number 4. It's not the prettiest pass that we've seen from Hilary Winter, but she manages to get the ski barely outside number 6 to run 13, and now she has a shot at the lead and the win in this competition in the over 45 women's slalom category for round number 3. She's already scored a half and won on 12 meters in the 2 rounds previous to this. Well, we've already seen a score into 12 meters from Claudia Fink in the over 55 women's slalom round 3. So there is that target that Hilary will want to take a straight aim at. I'm sure that Freddie Winter is along the shore side, watching and seeing what his mum can do out there. I'm sure that Martin Winter, I don't know where he is at this time, but he is probably watching too. Here comes Hilary taking an aggressive approach into a glide. There's number 1. Does she make a pass at number 2? And I think she does. She does enough to keep her ahead of Claudia Fink in the over 55 women's competition. Now, the score is pending at 1.5, I believe. We're going to take a look and see with the instant replay whether she kept onto the handle long enough into the turn in for number 2 to give her at least a half for that particular buoy attempt. There's 1. We know that at least. And I think she actually held onto the handle long enough to get the skier outside buoy number 2 and to score a half. So we'll get confirmation of that shortly. But that would at least be a tie for the best score in this over 55 women's competition. But if she gets that additional half, it will be the outright win. And the buoy account is 1, which means that gives her a tie with Claudia Fink. So then it comes down to the backup score, and in this instance, Hilary Winter takes the win in that regard. So 55K is going to be the boat speed for our next skier. It's going to be the over 55 women men's slalom round 3. $55K, 14.25 meters. John Tudzandis of Greece will be our lead-off skier. All right there, John Tudzandis of Greece. Hopefully I didn't butcher his name too much. This is at 55K, and this is a 14.25 meter opening run. Little on the back foot here now. He's got to try and force the tip of that ski into the water to at least get some angle to keep him going. And unfortunately for John Tudzandis, is getting round buoy number 4, but no more beyond that. So it is going to be 3.5 total. Little stiff with the edge change and not getting much out of number 1. And this is where things have started to go sideways on him. Just getting twisted out And that brings him into the edge change a little bit too early. And while he was struggling to get that ski, keep the ski on the outside the buoy line, the boat was forcing him to his inside. So there we go. That is John Tutsayandis. So moving on from John, we go on to our next competitor. It should be Marco Poccari from Italia, next competitor up. So just waiting on the particulars for Marco Poccari. 55K, 14.25 meters is the starting line length and boat speed. We're in the over 55 men's slalom category right now. Here we go, folks. Marco Poccari, 14.25 meters, a longish pull into number one, but still able to effect a turn. Skiing this pass extraordinarily narrow, which isn't always the best way to get things done. He's round all six buoys, however, on 14.25 meters, and while the boat speed stays the same, the line length gets changed from 14.25 meters to 30 meters. Marco Poccari. So as we look at the tail end of Marco's opening pass, we await the towboat to make its way back towards the course, which should be around about now. There's a 45-second drop time, which just gives us enough time to throw the instant replay in between the end of the first pass and the start of the second. Marco Poccari. Marco Poccari, or Marco Poccari, for those of you among our Italian audience. So there is Marco there. Unfortunately unable to get much of anything going, so it looks like it is going to be 1 on 30 meters at 55K. 1.5 there. And Marco Poccari will be taking the walk back towards the dock. Just not able to maintain a decent enough body position to affect much of an attempt on 13 meters. So there we go. That is Marco Poccari from Italia. Next competitor up is Andrea Rovetta. So moving on to our third skier of 5 in this division, the over 55 men's slalom round 3. We got Andrea Rovetta. Looking good for the most part. Had to struggle on the 1 or 2 instances there on the pass number 1. But that is, I believe, 14.25 meters to open up his account. That is Andrea Rovetta from Italia. All right, then, as we continue to work our way through the amateurs in round number 3, let me give you a heads up as to what the schedule is going to be after we get done with this. We've got our head-to-head quarterfinal for the women, and then followed on by the men. Then we have the junior challenge head-to-head final, and then we continue on with the semifinal. Then the women semifinal after the junior challenge. And then we'll continue the schedule from there. Now, for those of you wondering about the brackets, our first pairing in the women's head-to-head in the quarterfinal will pit Jamie Bull against Chiara Bonneman. Second pair will be Ali Nicholson versus Bertrizia Yanni. Third pair is Ali Garcia versus Jamie Metcalf. On the fourth pairing will be Manon Costard versus Anne-Marie Robleski. Andrea Rovetta, this is 13 meters. He's struggling a little bit from one side to the next, and unfortunately only gets as far as 4 on 30 meters, which is the lead score in this round for the over 55 men's competition. So we see Andrea Rovetta getting the 4 buoy count on 13 meters, and certainly not his best performance out there. So hopefully he'll do better next time. All right, so as we see the instant replay once again of Andrea Rovetta, let me tell you about the men's head-to-head brackets. The first pairing will consist of Will Asher versus Jonathan Travers. This pairing, certainly not the first time we've seen those two pitted up against each other. As a matter of fact, this was the final round pairing last season. So intriguing to see that again. Then the second pairing will consist of Freddie Winter versus Rob Hazelwood. Third pairing, Aaron Davis versus Sasha Deska. And the fourth pairing, Matteo Lazzeri versus Thomas de Gasperi. All that to come in the men's head-to-head slalom competition in the quarterfinal. All right, Nicola Maciando from Italia, getting through on the opening pass of 14.25 meters. And looking very much at ease here. Certainly one of our taller skiers in the over 55 men's competition. So Nicola Maciando. So Nicola Macchiando from Italy getting through with the opening pass. Let's see what he's got. Line length now on the yellow and green loop, 13 meters. Nicola Macchiando. Okay, so he actually went in on 16 meters, and he's making his return to the slalom course towards the starting dock on 14.25 meters. So Nicola Macchiando, and provided that he runs through this pass, he will get a chance to attack 13 meters next. So Nicola Macchiando, 13 meter, he'll have an attempt of next in the previous round, round number 2. He got 3 on 13 meters. His best score of the competition is 2 on 12 meters, which is the pass afterwards, of course. So our penultimate skier in this division, in the over 55 men's slalom, it's Nicola Macchiando. All right, here we are. Nicola Macchiando, this is 13 meters, and unfortunately not able to get the kind of start that he needs to execute the pass fully. It's going to be 1.5 at 13 meters, so not the best performance that he's produced in this competition, but he does leave out of here with a best score of 2 on 12 meters from round number 1, so he shouldn't be too disappointed with his effort this weekend. So Nicola Macchiando, best score 2 on 12 meters. Andrew Bowles from South Africa is coming up next.
Just as the hang on just a minute. Yeah. Just as the last thing you've ever done in this lake. Never be asked again. Imagine the bit afterwards. Yeah. He's asking me to come to the States to all of you to play. The leak is that.
So Andrew Bowles, 55K, 16 meters for his opener. All right, here we go, folks. Andrew Bowles, a representative from South Africa. He gets round number 1. A little bit of a spring in his step there on 16 meters, hitting the rooster hump there, which is an ever-present obstacle, no matter what tournament boat you ski behind. And gets the job done. Round all 6 buoys, 16 meters, opening pass at 55K. Andrew Bowles of South Africa. All right, Andrew Bowles coming back on pass number 2. 16 meters he ran on the opener. This is coming back in on 14.25 meters from South Africa. This is Andrew Bowles. Boat speed is still at 55k. Using that LaPointe slalom ski to great effect here. Getting a little bit down course off 5, but much of the work that he produced to make that pass happen was done at the first 2/3 of the run. It was just a case of just making sure that he got a good enough turnaround number 4, and indeed 5 and 6 to secure the pass. So nicely extending off the handle into his edge change. All right, moving on up. 16-14 now, 30 meters for Andrew Bowles. Now Andrew Bowles has run this pass once out of the previous 2 rounds and scored a 4 on the other round, which is looking to replicate. So his score in round number 2 was 4, and his score in round number 3 is exactly the same. So it's going to be a 4 buoy count on 30 meters at 55k for Andrew Bowles. But his score in round number 2, which was 2 on the 12-meter line, should be enough to see him through to the win in this division. So Andrew Bowles not getting off to a particularly auspicious start here on 30 meters, and he just ran out of time and ran out of space going in towards buoy number 5 on that attempt at 13 meters. So that concludes the over 55 men's round 3. All right, so we're now moving over to the over 65 men. Our leadoff skier is going to be Keith Summerall. All right, so looks like we're taking a break to refuel. And when we return, we'll have the concluding action in round number 3 for the over 65 men, open women, and then open men. Back right after this.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. 15 días acá y 16 asados.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs, home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, welcome back. We've got the 65 men's slalom round 3 about to take order. We're still a ways off from continuing into the pros, which, as you can see with the graphic on above me, the pros start at 1 p.m. Central European summertime, and we'll have the head-to-head quarterfinals in the women's and men's, and then sandwiched in between that and the semifinals, we'll have the two skiers involved in the junior challenge brought to you by Radar Skis. The Malatine Morel and Ina Sola will do battle one last time in the junior challenge, sometime between the quarterfinal rounds of the women's pro slalom and the quarterfinal round of the men's pro slalom. All right, so we've got 4 skiers to go in the over 65 men's slalom category in the amateurs. And then we'll have 10 more skiers in the open women and 13 more skiers in the open men before we take a bit of a break and then rejoin the action sometime around about 1 p.m. So, here we go. Manuel Domini has taken over the... Manuel Domini has taken up the driving duties now. And on 18.25 meters at 49K, this is Keith Summerall. $49K. Believe the graphic showed 16 meters. So it is 18.25 meters, 49K. So we'll look at the instant replay once again and see how things are played out for him. A little flat into number 1, but managing to execute a good enough of a turn to stay ahead of the turn into number 2. So not looking bad at all for the most part. Keith Summerall, who has travelled here all the way from New Zealand to be a part of the festivities here at the San Gervasio ProAm, and he's also one of our jury panel of officials as well. So kudos to him for lending us his skills in that vein. All right. That Malibu heading towards the course at 55K. 52K, I beg your pardon. Max speed for the over 65s is 52. Getting pushed over the skier quite a bit, and just running out of steam there, and should get at least 3 for his effort out there on the water. So 3 at 52K, or 3 at 18.25 meters. I beg your pardon. 3 at 18.25 meters. 52K. Getting broken over into 3. Had enough room to make it round number 3, but was just too late to make a play on number 4. So 3 buoys there at 18.25 meters for Keith Summerall. Ioannis Visladis from Greece is our next skier. We'll see him soon. So coming in on 14.25 meters, boat speed 52K for the over 65 men. It is Ioannis Visladis. Oh, and gets round number 1, but no more than that. So scoring a half a buoy, and I don't know quite what happened there. Probably made full contact with the buoy. Let's have a look and see. The gate shot into number 1 looked pretty good. Brought the handle in and brought it in way too early, and that just set him cartwheeling over the tip of that slalom ski. And Ioannis Visladis will receive half a buoy for that effort. I don't know what happened there, truthfully, but unfortunately there for Ioannis Visladis, unable to get much of anything going on. Scored 4 on 13 in round 1, half on 13 in round 2, and half a buoy total in round number 3. Okay, our penultimate skier in the over 65 men's slalom competition is Stefan Jarud from Sweden. So the boat making its way back to the dock. We'll swap out ropes. Our next skier is Stefan Jarud. So 52K, 16 meters for Stefan Jarud. right, Stefan Yarud. There's number one, getting a little bit buffeted there into number two. 52K, 16 meters. A little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump round number six. Manages to get through 16 meters smoothly enough. Okay, so he's going to be returning into the course on 14.25 meters. The only element staying the same is the boat speed, which is 52K for this division. Maximum boat speed for this division is 52K. And Stefan Yarud has been skiing relatively consistently with 4 on 30 meters in round number 1 and half on 12 in round number 2. Not much to separate those two scores. Stefan Yarud. There's number 1. This is 13 meters. Let's see if he can control the edge change long enough, strong enough to get round number 3. It's not looking bad there on number 4, although he is letting himself run down course a little bit. A little bit of a longish pull to get round number 5, and then a hard angular pull to off 5 to get round number 6. So he does get all 6 buoys on 13 meters. And he has the potential for scoring a little bit more. Matter of fact, if he can get more than halfway down this next pass, then that'll put a little bit of heat in our last competitor in the over 65, Fidele Luzzeri. All right, here we go. Stefan Yarud, 12 meters. There's one. A little bit on the back of the ski, but he's able to get round 2 and number 3. This is his best score of the competition right now, and he could actually end up getting very close to running that, and it's going to be a 5 on 12 meter run. 5 on 12 meters at 52K. So with a score of a 4 on 30 meters in round 1 and half a buoy on 12 meters in round 2 and 5 on 12 in round number 3, he has taken the lead in the over 65 men's slalom competition. 5 on 12 meters, and only one skier remains in this particular event, the over 65 men's slalom. It's going to be Fidele Luzzeri coming up next. So Stefan Yarud, our penultimate skier in the over 65 men's slalom, will now yield and get ready for our next competitor, who is Fedele Luzzeri. Our next event to take place out on the water is going to be the Open Women's division. That's opposed to the Pro Women, which will take place starting at around about 1 o'clock. But the Open Women will be our next event after the conclusion of the over 65 men. 30-meter start for Fedele Luzzeri, 52K. Certainly making a meal of this on 13 meters. Does he make it round buoy number 6? Yes, straight off the dock on 13 meters at 52K. And a great effort there from Fedele Luzzeri. So now he has potential here on 12 meters to kind of strike back at the newly posted lead of 5 buoys on 12 meters, courtesy of Stefan Yarud. So 12 meters is coming up for Fedele Luzzeri on the strength of his ability to run the opening pass of 13 meters. Fedele in the last 2 rounds, 4 on the opening pass, 3 on 12 meters in round number 2. So certainly seeing an improvement between round 1 and round 2. But now needing to go a little bit more than what he produced in round number 2. To keep his nose out in front so far as being the leader in the over 65 men's slalom. This is 12 meters for Fedele Luzzeri. There's number 1 getting hooked up. Round number 2. Round number 3. He's certainly getting his best score of the competition so far, and here he comes. This is Fedele Luzzeri. Does he make it outside number 6? No, and that ties Stefan Yarud with the best score of 5 on 12 meters. Wow. At 52K, 5 on 12 meters, which means that the win in this event goes back to a secondary score. Fedele Luzzeri scored 3 in round number 2. Stefan Yarud, his best backup score is half on 12 meters. So Fedele Luzzeri, by backup score, is your winner in the over 65 men's slalom category. He ties Stefan Yarud on 5 on 12 meters, but he has a superior backup of 3 on 12 meters compared to Stefan's half on that same run. So well done there, Fedele Luzzeri. All right, so working our way to the Open Women, Sofia Castelli, 46K, 18.25 meters to open up her account in the 3rd and last round. Sofia Castelli. I'm not too sure whether this is 40 or 46K. 40K. Just about 23 miles an hour.
USA
about 24 mile an hour. There we go. That is Sofia Castelli at 40K, 18.25 meters. Okay, coming back at 49. It was indeed 46K that she opened up with. 46 is 28 mile an hour. Now she's going up to 30 mile an hour or 49K. This is 49K now for Sofia Castelli. Line length still on 18.25 meters. Looking strong, looking good. Getting round all 6. That is Sofia Castelli. Now, so far as her previous scores go, she scored 1.5 total in round number 1. 1.5 buoys at 52K was her best score out of round number 1. She scored 4 at 52K in round number 2. And now she has run through 49K on round number 3 and is at 52, getting ready to try and get as many buoys as she can produce on the third and last round on the pass of 52K. Okay, so Sofia Castelli at 52, yet to run this pass in this competition. Unfortunately, won't do it here. So it looks like it is going to be 1.5, the same score that she produced in round number 1. So 1.5 at 18.25 meters, 52K for Sofia Castelli. Handle up high, tried to drive her hips forward, and unfortunately that wasn't going to do much for her, given where her weight distribution was on that ski prior to the turn. So it is going to be 1.5 for Sofia Castelli at 52K. Michaela Luzzeri is our next skier to take to the water. All right. Next skier up is Michaela Luzzeri, and it's a 46K opening pass. All right, here we go. Michaela Luzzeri. 46K she opens up with and seems to be in very, very good shape at the moment. And not looking bad for the most part. That is Michaela Luzzeri. All right, moving on up from 46K to 49, Michaela Luzzeri. As our next skier is on dockside waiting for her turn, that is Alice Good. Here we go. Michaela Luzzeri still on the 18.25 meter line, but the boat speed has been jacked up from 46 to 49K. There's all the 6 buoys there on 49K. Now she's going to attempt 52 kilometers an hour for her pass number 3. We're looking at the replay for pass number 2, however, with 49K. This is Michaela Luzzeri. Okay, as Alice Good from Switzerland gets prepared for her turn, we will see what Michaela Luzzeri can do. She's had 2 matching scores from the opening 2 rounds of 4 at 52K. Let's see if she's got something left in the tank to try and extend beyond those 2 matching scores of 4. There's number 1, letting herself go down course a little bit here, but still able to achieve some good angle. There's 1, 2, and 3. Here comes number 4. There's Michaela Luzzeri. So she has the best score of this event. Oh, and she gets round number 5, but unfortunately unable to clear the pass. But it's a 5 at 52K. 5 at 52K on a third and last round. So she had 4 in the first, 4 in the second, 5 in the third. So well done to her. Would have ideally liked to have had a pop at 55K. But making life difficult for herself off number 3 into 4. But just had just enough room to get round number 5, but unfortunately not around buoy number 6. So that is Michaela Luzzeri. Next gear up, Alice Good.
habe ich im Telefon gespeichert.
Sì,
Una volta mi sono buttata sulla 5, ma poi tra le onde ha fatto la papera. La papera.
Sembrava così liscio?
Grazie, Manuel.
Okay, from a skier who skied a 5 at 52, we're going to a skier who's starting at 52. It'll be Alice Gut from Switzerland, who scored 2 on 14.25 meters in round 1 and 3 at 14.25 meters in round number 2. We'll see what she ends up with in round number 3. Coming in, 18.25 meters. So 52K gets that pass to go, and she'll move on up to 55K, 18.25 meters for the next run. Alice Gut. So moving on up from 52 to 55K. This is Alice Gut. There's 4 and 5, and just trying to keep things on an even keel as she moves from 18.25 meters to 16 meters. That is Alice Gut, a 6 buoy count there at 55.18. We'll see what she can do with 16 meters coming back. Alice Gut from Switzerland. So, 2 passes to the good. Pass number 3 coming up right now for Alice Gut. 16 meters. Getting blown down course a little bit here on 16 meters, but she still has just barely enough room to get that ski around the 6th and final turn inside the slalom course on 16 meters, and we'll welcome her back on 14.25 meters in a few seconds. But looking at an instant replay, got a good backsided turn on number 1, and that was probably her best turn out of the lot. Letting the boat drag her down course a little bit into number 3. Certainly not advisable if you're right foot forward. But for the most part, Alice Good had this pass under control, and even had enough room to be dragged late into number 6 and still make the turn. All right, Alice Good, 14.25 meters. Her best score is 3. Her secondary score is 2. We'll see if she can do something around about that range.
Ich habe keinen Trailer, ich habe einen Platz im See. Nein, aber
All right, let's see what she's got. Alice Good. There's 14. A little bit to down course off number 1 into 2 and just drop the handle there on her attempted turn on number 3. So at the very least, it's going to be 2. So Alice Good will get the final result from her in just a moment. She got round 2 into the wakes. That wasn't in doubt. It's whether she held onto the handle long enough to get enough of a fraction off buoy number 3 to count in addition to the 2 buoys. So it looks like the officials have scored her 2. So 2 on 14.25 meters for Alice Good. As we now work our way towards our next competitor, Mara Berger. Coming to us out of Switzerland. We'll get the particulars for her in just a moment.
Alessia, quello è tuo? Quello qua?
Questa.
Quella?
Grazie.
Grazie a te.
All right, moving on. 16 meters, 55K for Mara Berger from Switzerland. So Mara Berger successfully running through the opening pass of 16 meters. Let's see what kind of score she's been able to produce. 2 on 14.25 meters in the previous round, and the round before that, which was number 1, was 1.5 on 13 meters. So she can still affect a pretty good score in round 3 if she maintains the kind of form that allowed her to get round all 6 on 16. A lot of confidence there exuded by Mara Berger. We are on skier number 4 out of 10 in the open women's slalom. Don't forget, our pros will be taken to the water around about 1 p.m., so make sure you stick around for that. Mara Berger struggling a little bit here on 14.25 meters and really having to get down and dirty there with that pass. But it seems to have borne some fruit with 14.25 meters under her belt, certainly superseding one of her previous scores. So Mara Berger's backup score is now a 6-buoy count at 14.25 meters and continuing to ski. Ultimately, Mara wants to try and get a little more than 1.5 on 30 meters to produce her best score out of this competition. So as Mara Berger gets ready to go, we're looking at Alexa Anastopoulou. Right, let's see what we got here. There's one and number two, but not much beyond that, I'm afraid. So Mara Berger produces her best score out of this competition by getting past number two. Again, a good turn off buoy number one, and this looked pretty promising for the limited amount of time that she had out there on the course. Tried to get the ski round number three, so it looks like it is going to be two on 30 meters for Mara Berger, 2 on 30 meters. Her best score of the weekend for Mara Berger. Alexa Anastopoulou is coming up next. All right, next competitor, Alexa Anastopoulou, 60 meters, 55K, opening pass. All right. Alexa Anastopoulou. On 60 meters. Letting herself get buffeted around a good bit, but is still able to generate enough room prior to each turn to impact the full run. A 6-buoy count for Alexa Anastopoulou. And we'll see her back in just a few seconds with the line length being shortened from 16 to 14.25 meters. Alexa Anastopoulou of Greece. Alexa Anastopoulou of Greece getting pushed in towards buoy number 1, but still able to rock this pass off number 2 into number 3. Certainly giving herself plenty of room there into a 2-4 side, and she certainly needs it, being left foot forward. But there you go. That is Alexa Anastopoulou getting through her opening 2 passes of 16 and 14. And so far as her best scores are concerned for Alexa, scored 4 on 14, 4.5 on 14 in round number 1, so she's exceeded that already. And has put in place a 6 buoy at 14.25 meters and continuing to ski as a secondary score, because her primary score at this time is the 2 on 13 meters that she produced in round number 2. All right, here we go. And Alexa Anastopoulou trying to get as far as she can on 13 meters. But that score of 3 at the very least has given her a best score out of this competition. It certainly outstrips the 2 that she produced in round number 2. So Alexa Anastopoulou taking a huge hit off buoy number 1, and then tried to grab onto the handle tightly off buoy number 2. Then things are started to get a little bit harried there, so it looks like it's going to be 2.5, 2.5 on 30 meters. So for Alexa Anastopoulou, her best score is 2.5. Her secondary score is 2 on the same line length of 13 meters. Nelly Scholz from Germany is coming up next. All right, getting ready to take to the course on the 16-meter line. Nelly Scholes from Germany. So Nelly, 5 on 30 meters in round 2, half on 12 in round 1. Let's see if she can round off in style. Decent start off number 1. But able to work her way through and counter any deficit that she would have generated out on the slalom course. So good skiing there. That was a 16-meter opener. Nelly Scholes. So moving on forwards from pass number 1 into pass number 2. That first pass, I believe, was 16 meters. 14.25 meters is next. Vittoria Soracco from Italia is standing dockside right now, waiting for her turn. So here we come, Nelly Scholes. All right, so 16 and 14 in rapid succession there. Nelly Scholes of Germany. 30 meters comes up next. Good solid gate shot there and well in control. Right foot forward going into a neutral side turn. And then she turned that number 2 extremely hard and still had enough strength in reserve to make this pass effective. So she's run 16 and 14. 13 meters comes up next. Trying to better her best score out of round 2, which is a half a buoy on 12 meters. Nelly Scholes of Germany. Here we go, Nelly Scholes. Of Germany on 30 meters, getting into all kinds of trouble here and just threw herself at number 3. Okay, so we need the boat to make its way back towards her. She's looking in pain out there. So Nelly Scholes in need of some medical assistance right away. I don't know what's being communicated from the boat as to the extent of her injuries, but she definitely appears to have tweaked something at the very least. All right, so we're looking at Nelly Scholes here with the instant replay. We'll see if we can find out what part of her body she injured herself on 13 meters. Was struggling right from the get-go. Okay, so. Well, the one thing we can determine is she came off the handle fairly soon coming into number 5. So it certainly wasn't an injury that would have been produced by getting trapped in the handle by any way, shape, or form. Now, this is probably going to provide us with the best view of Nelly Scholes coming into buoy number 5. This is our view from the boat, of course. She got round 3 and 4, and then she took a big old hit. I think it's hard to say what she injured with that effort there. But obviously a little bit upset. Nelly Scholes with a 4 buoy count on 30 meters. We'll try and find out the extent of her suffering. And when we come back, we'll go on with Vittoria Sirocco coming up next.
I told you there's a place where the sounds of nature are only broken roar of a boat, where that summer feeling lasts long, place where the sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first skiers can ski alongside champions, and the world classes work with all levels of skiers. What if I knew there was a place where life slows down and your job is to make lifelong memories? That place, this Waterski Resort. Book your trip at waterskiresort.com.
In Vienna.
All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the San Gervasio ProAm, the 11th edition of. We are in our penultimate event of the amateurs, the Open Women's Slalom Round 3. Next skier to go is Vittoria Sirocco. Not too sure what the extent of the injuries are for Neely Schultz, but we'll try and get that information to you as quickly as we can. Vittoria Sirocco, on the other hand, we'll get to see her on the pass number 1 in just a moment. In the meantime, let me tell you about our head-to-head brackets, which will start at around about 1 o'clock with the pro women. Our first pairing sees Jamie Bull go up against Chiara Bonneman. Second pairing involves Ali Nicholson against Beatricia Yanni. Our third pairing, Ali Garcia against Jamie Metcalf. And our fourth pairing in the women's is Manon Costard versus Anne-Marie Wroblewski. So, and in the men's competition, so far as the head-to-heads are concerned in the quarterfinal, Will Asher will do battle against Jonathan Travers. The second pairing features Freddie Winter versus Rob Hazelwood. The third pairing has Aaron Davis do battle against Sasha Desker. And our fourth pairing is Matteo Lazzeri against Thomas de Gasperi. So plenty to look forward to when the pros hit the water at around about 1 p.m. Central European summertime. 14.25 meter start for Vittoria Sirocco. And looking quietly confident out there with a 6 buoy count, that is Vittoria Sirocco. Hold the handle pretty close and maintaining some good wake control. Her entrance gates in towards number 1. Good extension into buoy number 2. And everything looking as smooth as you like for Sirocco. Next pass for her is going to be an attempt on 18 meters. From Vittoria Sirocco. Here we go, Vittoria Sirocco. 13 meters. Seems to have a pretty good eye on this. Vittoria Sirocco, who scored 1.5 on round number 2. The 3 buoys on 12 in round number 1, looking to try and put another 12 meters into her results for this weekend. Vittoria Sirocco. Still yet to any kind of status report on Lee Scholes, our previous skier from Germany. Currently, her third and last round score is 4.5 on 13 meters. Okay, so Vittoria Sirocco, 2 passes to right now, 14 and 13. Now we see how far she can get down the 12-meter line. Skier about to take to the water after Vittoria is Ken Nathan. Looking good. Oh, Vittoria Sirocco getting to a little bit of difficulty off the first third of the course and unfortunately unable to maintain a momentum beyond buoy number 3. We'll get the final score of Vittoria Sirocco, but it looks like it's going to be 2.5 and 12 meters confirmed. 2.5 on 12 meters confirmed, which is a secondary. He scored 3 on 12 in round 1, and a worst score of 1.5 on 12 in round number 2. So 2.5 on 12 is the backup score. Vittoria Sirocco. Next competitor up from the United States is going to be Kendra Nathan. So 60 meters at 55K for our next competitor from the United States, specifically from the Golden State that is California. It is Kendra Nathan. Good aggressive start here for Kendra. And seems to have a pretty good handle on 60 meters being the opening pass. So good skiing there for Kendra Nathan. All right, so 16 meters was successfully run. 14 coming back for Kendra Nathan. We see Kim Helen Niederbaumer getting ready to go in just a few minutes.
Live after the 4th beer. Okay.
Here is Kendra Nathan through on 16, and the same can be said for 14. 14.25 meters. So Kendra Nathan, who scored 3.5 on 12 in round number 1, 2.5 on 13 in round number 2, so she's already done better than a score in round number 2. So she's already supplanted her worst score in this competition. Kendra Nathan getting ready to hit the 12-meter line, and anything more than 3.5 will be an improvement as we get ready to bring on our final 2 skiers in this competition in the open women. We'll see Katerina Vrabkova last off the dock, but before her is going to be Kim Helen Niederbaumer. All right, here we go, folks. Kendra Nathan, 16 to 14 under a belt. This is now 13 meters. There's 1. There's number 2. There's number 4 and 5. And number 6. So she's going to have a crack at the 12-meter line. Fantastic skiing there for Kendra Nathan. All right, so once again, Kendra Nathan getting through a 13, which he did in round number 1. And has already skied past her secondary score, which is 2.5 on 13. Called that distinction 1 pass a little bit earlier, my bad, but we now are past that point. 6 buoys on 13 meters and counting. We're now on to 12 for Kendra Nathan. Entrance, number 1. Oh, takes a hard snap off number 1. Good to go round number 2. Continuing on. And looks like she's going to get a 2.5 buoy score for that effort, but it is a backup score. 2.5 on 12 meters. An improvement there upon her worst score of a 2.5 on 13 meters out of round number 2. So a good fight back there from her. A little bit of a slide down course on buoy number 2 and tried to make up for that deficit there on buoy number 3, but nothing was doing there. It is going to be 2.5 for Kendra Nathan on 12 meters. Next skier up, our penultimate skier in the open women's slalom. It's going to be Kim Helen Niederbaumer. So, 14.25 meter start for Kim Helen Niederbaumer. All right, so good effort there for Kim Helen Niederbaumer on the opening pass of 14.25 meters, looking settled in and dialed into the conditions here. Kim Helen Niederbaumer.
good? I saw you running like an hour ago. Yeah, the seniors are extremely fast.
So, having successfully gone through the 14.25 meter run, Kim Helen Niederbaumer coming in on 13. All right, and I wouldn't say she made light work on 13 meters, but whatever she did was effective nonetheless. A 6 buoy count on 13 meters, and Kim Helen Niederbaumer, she scored 2 on 12 meters in the second round, but she has a primary score of 1 at 11.25 meters from round number 1, which is keeping her in second spot right now behind Katerina Vrabkova, who scored 1.5 on that same line length. So not much to say between those two competitors. Let's see how far Kim Helen can get into 12 meters, or maybe even run the pass to finish off in style. Here we go, folks. Kim Helen Niederbaumer. This is 12, and making a bit of a meal out of that pass, and unable to get past the number 5 and make an attempt on buoy number 6. That's Kim Helen Niederbaumer. It's going to be 4.5 on 12 meters. 4.5 on 12 meters. Seeing how that stacks up against her other scores. She scored a 2 on 12 meters on the in the second round, so it exceeds that. But you kind of get the feeling that that Kim had higher designs and ambitions, just rather than just going beyond 2 on the same pass in the previous round. She really wanted to get a decent approach into number 6 and to at least have a shot at running the pass. But Kim Helen Niederbaumer will have to make do with 4.5. That is a secondary score. Her primary score is 1 at 11.25 meters. So, moving on up to our final skier in the Open Women's Slalom Division. It is going to be Katerina Vrabkova from the nation of Czechia. Katerina Vrabkova, and she'll start in on 14.25 meters. And because her score of 1.5 on 11.25 meters in round number 1 has not been superseded, She is therefore your presumptive winner of the Open Women's Slalom competition here at the San Gervasio ProAm for the 11th edition.
Misha, don't ever touch a hand. No.
All right, here we go. Katerina Vrabkova from Czechia. .25 meters, has a good grasp on this one and gets round all 6 buoys. We'll look forward to seeing her back on 13 meters for pass number 2, but so far so good for Katerina Vrabkova from Czechia. We'll check out 13 meters coming up next. All right, here we go. Katerina Vrabkova coming back in on 13 meters. In good shape here. Staying well in control. Katerina Vrabkova from Czechia has gone through 14 and now through 13 meters and has made it look remarkably straightforward. So great effort there for Katerina Vrabkova. So Katerina Vrabkova, 1.5 on 11.25 meters, making her the winner of this particular category of competition, the Open Women's event here at the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Her backup score is 3.5 on 12 meters, and 12 meters is the pass that she is looking to try and have a stab at.
I can guarantee they're good. The last time I went, Aaron was 12. So when you're 12.
Here we go, coming on in. Katerina Vrabkova. There we go, 12 meters and getting through that pass. No worries there at all. So establishing herself with at least a secondary score of 6 buoys on 12 meters and continuing to ski. We'll see if she can supersede her best score, which is 1.5 on 11.25 meters. That'll be coming up. An attempt on that will be coming up next. But for Katerina Vrabkova, for her part, certainly slicing and dicing away in the most effective way possible. So hailing out of the nation of Czechia, this is Katerina Vrabkova, An 11.25 meter attempt is coming up next.
You could have done the raw base of wood move.
All right, they're up and at 'em, folks. Our final female competitor in the amateur competition. This is Katerina Vrabkova. There's an attempt on number one, and unfortunately, that's all it is. It is going to be one. It's going to be half at 11.25 meters. Half on 11.25 meters for Katerina Vrabkova. But it is a secondary score. Her primary score is 1.5 on 11.25 meters from round number one. And that brings to a conclusion the Open Women's competition. We'll go into the Open Men's shortly. But one last time, looking at Katerina Vrabkova, just managed to get the ski round number one. And kind of lost her angle and her aggressiveness in towards that turn. So it looks like we're docking up one boat. I believe we're going to maybe dump some fuel in there or at least change out the driver. All right, so we're going to take a pause for a few minutes while we dump some fuel. And after we get done with that, then we'll go into the Open Men's competition for round 3 here at the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. We'll be back.
Ciao, ciao.
Ah, la telecamera dice che... Cos'è quell'affare sopra la telecamera? E la telecamera quella che guarda davanti qual è?
Sempre per fare il pausa.
Ma dov'è?
Ah, perché devi la portata via perché devi prendere il videocontrollore per
Ah, ok.
yeah. 13, 58, 18.
Come sta quella ragazzina? Bene.
We're slightly out of order because the camera crew.
Oh, right, okay.
So it goes me, Vincent, and then you. So Connor Pesek first on the water. Number 5. Connor Pesek followed by Vincent. And then Leo was right below them. And then it goes.
And in order. Got it.
40. Va subito? sorry, at the runoffs though, up and down is definitely crucial because you go 39 crawl if the guy has it perfect.
Yeah.
Simulation pass / phantom pass to create the conditions.
We're just going to make it a bit easier for you.
Alright, perfect. Just take that out. Tutto pronti? Perfetto. Rock and roll.
What are you going for? Sorry. 14. 58, A1.
All right, so now we move on to the open men's slalom competition. Our lead-off skier in this category is going to be Connor Pesic. All right, coming to us out of the Austin area of Texas in the United States, this is Connor Pesic. 14.25 meter start, or 28 off for those of you watching us from the United States. Boat speed at max, 36 miles an hour or 58K. A little on the tail of the ski off number one, but it's nothing he can't resolve. He's able to get round 4 and 5 at the least, and 14.25 meters successfully rounded. That is Connor Pesic. All right, hearing the roar of the engine and coming into the course is Connor Pesic on pass number 2. Pass number 2 is 13 meters, which you should have a pretty good handle with. Round number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Nicely done. That is a Connor Pesic. Now Connor Pesic for the previous rounds that he's skied in. Connor Pesic scored 3, actually half a buoy on 12 meters in round 1. Superseded that score by another couple of buoys to make 2.5 on 12 meters in round number 2. And looking to see if he can try and boost it up a little bit more and maybe have a shot at something at 11.25 meters.
What's the name of the boat judge? The name of the boat judge. Do you know?
All right, so our crew.
Every time he talks on the radio,
Let's have a look and see who we have coming into the course. It's Connor Pesic. It's 12 meters. Let's see what he's got. Entrance number 1. Oh, way back on the ski. Now he's going to have to hustle here to make any kind of impact on 12 meters. And unfortunately, the handle came up a little bit high on him on number 3. And Connor Pesic He's going to have to make do with 2.5 on the 12-meter run. Connor Pesek from the United States. So not getting the best of starts on number 1, and he looked really out of sorts coming into number 2, and number 3 just exacerbated that. So it is going to be 2.5, 2 1/2 there for Connor Pesek on 12 meters. So, next skier to take to the water is going to be Vincent Stadelbauer from Switzerland.
A 2 per favore. E 14, 14.
Okay, so with a boat crew consisting of Keith Summerall and Giovanni Andronico from Italia. Here comes Vincent Stadelbauer on 14.25 meters to open up his account in the third and last round. Not looking too bad to open up with. 14.25 meters should be a pass well within his capabilities. Indeed it is. Scored a 2.5 at 11.25 meters in the second round, which is his primary score. His secondary score is 1.5 on the same line length. But both of those scores are ones that Vincent Stadelbauer will be eager to try and supersede with this third and last round. Hasn't had an awful lot of time to train, but we'll see what he can do with this effort in the third and last round of competition in the amateurs in open men. A reminder to you once again that the pros will be starting at 1 p.m. with the quarterfinal of the women's competition, followed by the quarterfinal of the men's competition. And then after that, then we have the junior challenge, and then we've got the semi-finals of women and men, and then afterwards the finals of women and men. So here we go. There's number 1, and this is on 13 meters. A little bit of a slide on number 2. He's a lefty, which means that that's going to be his neutral side turn, 2, 4, and 6. Certainly a good effort so far. Trying to stay with good line tension prior to his entry into buoy number 1. Just driving that ski off buoy number 2. And Certainly not making this pass look easy by any stretch of the imagination, but he gets the job done, and that was 13 meters. 12 meters comes up next for Vincent Stadelbauer. Okay, the boat roaring towards the slalom course. That Malibu Response TXI. Looking good. So far, so good. 12 meters there for Vincent Stadelbauer. Struggling a little bit towards the second half of the course. But now he's got a chance to have a poke at 11.25 meters on the strength of his run on 12. Vincent Stadelbauer from Switzerland. 6 buoys on 12 meters, now getting ready for 11.25. So Giovanni Andronico at the helm of that towboat. Keith Summerall for New Zealand in the judge's seat. And getting ready to go. Vincent Stadelbauer approaching the course with the boat speed at 36 miles an hour or 58K. The line length 38 off or 11.25 meters. Here he comes. There's one, and I'm not exactly getting the best of starts, and it's going to be a 1 buoy count for Vincent Stadelbauer. That represents the worst out of his 3 scores, but he has been able to get into 11.25 meters in every single round. Just didn't quite have the start that he really truly needed, and has to settle for 1 buoy at 11.25 meters. That is Vincent Stadelbauer. Next skier to come is going to be Leo Cederquist. So here we go, coming in on 13 meters, Leo Cederquist out of Sweden. And nicely produced there, seems to be in really, really good shape there with that opener. That's Leo Cederquist on 13 meters. It all was started with an excellent gate shot and just making sure that he has a good, easy to load position off buoy number 1. Number 2 looked pretty good too on his offside. And then from here is just a case of maintaining that same rhythm. Next pass coming up for Leo Cederquist. It's going to be 12 meters, and that's next. Here is Leo on 12 meters. Almost getting rolled over off buoy number 1 into number 2, but managing to still maintain some good upper body posture and just absolutely destroys the 12-meter line on pass number 2. So Leo Cederqvist from Sweden trying to maintain his good form off on 13 meters. This is 12. Looking in very, very good form. Was able to replicate this for the second half of the course, and as such, he's now getting ready for 11.25 meters. From Sweden, Leo Cederqvist. 11.25 meters here for Leo Cederqvist. Oh, getting in a little bit deep there off number 2 into 3 and just unable to dig himself out of that hole, unfortunately. So on 11.25 meters, Leo Cederqvist takes the fall, and it looks like it is going to be 2 1/2 at 11.25 meters. From Sweden, Leo Cederqvist. All right, so moving on from Leo Cederqvist, our next skier to take to water from Italy is Matteo Mazzoli.
Dai Gianni, bel sorriso, quello là deve sciare bene. Sempre con sorriso.
So, Matteo Mazzoli, a 49K opening pass, 18.25 meters. All right. Coming on in at 49K, 18.25 meters, Matteo Mazzoli. A little bit narrow on the gate. He's still able to get something going on here. Scored 1.5 total on pass number on round number 1. Well, that's certainly been superseded as his secondary score right now. His best score was in round 2, and that was 4.25 at 55K, 18.25 meters. So he's got a little ways to go before he gets towards that distinction. But he's certainly working in the right direction right now, having cleared 49K with his opening pass. We'll see what he can do at 52. Coming up next, it is Matteo Mazzoli. Okay, so 18.25 meters. He's gone through 49K, and this is 52. All right, not bad, and that further cements that score as being his secondary total right now. He's still looking to try and get as deep into 55K as he can, and that is going to be an opportunity that presents himself on pass number 3 for Matteo Mazzoli. Certainly has a good knack of skiing nice and wide and using the residual angle to give him angle across the back of the boat. That is Matteo Mazzoli. Next pass coming up, 55K, 18.25 meters. All right, here we go. Once again, Matteo Mazzoli. That's one, and this is at 55K. A little flat-footed, however. And unfortunately, that contributed to his fall going into buoy number 3. So it looks like it is going to be 2.5. 2 1/2 there for Matteo Mazzoli. So at 55K, 18.25 meters, Matteo Mazzoli has given himself a secondary score. It's about 2. It's a little less than 2 buoys shy of his primary score, which is 4 1/4. But Matteo Mazzoli skiing pretty well. Need to work on his gates a little bit, though, but it would have to be said. But for the most part, not looking too bad. Christoforos Gratsias from Greece will be our next competitor. Okay, so for Christoforos Gratsias, 55K 60 meters will be his opening effort. Got 1.5 at 36 miles north, 36 miles an hour, 58K in round number 1, and 4 on the same pass in round number 2. So 55K 16 meters. So obviously a change in tactic here to go slightly slower with a shorter line. Here we go. Deciding to go with 16 meters in this round of 55K. And it looks like it's paid off so far with a 6 buoy count on 16 meters. Now the boat speed is going to go up to 58K. And already posting up a buoy count total that would outstrip that of each of his last 2 rounds at this time. Christoforos Gratsias of Greece, 6 buoys at 55K 16. His next pass is going to be 58K on the same line length. All right, here we go, folks. This is Christoforos Gratsias. 58K at 16 meters. He's trying to work his edges, keeping it going off number 3 into number 4. He's running late here. Now let's see if he can get round number 6. Yes, he can. He's going to try. 14.25 meters coming up next. And that is going to vault him up significantly in the... There's a gate review here on this pass on 60 meters at 58. I don't know what's going to be the adjudication here in regards to that. But Christoforos Gratsias of Greece certainly worked hard and intelligently here on 16 meters at 58K. And gave himself a shot at going for 14.25 meters on pass number 3. What is going to be the decision, we wonder? Christoforos Gratsias. We see another Greek athlete, Ektorios Kyprios. All right, then, from the sounds of it, the boat's making its way back towards the course. Sounds like the gates have been approved. Okay, so here we go. This is Christoforos Gratsias. This is 14.25 meters. And getting about as far as buoy number 3 and no more than that. We will see if that is the extent of his scoring, because the boat did make its way back towards the course before the officials fully adjudicated upon the gates on 60 meters at 58K. So no gate is actually the decision made, so it's going to be a 0 count. 0 at 16 meters, 58K. 0 at 58 at 16 meters for Christoforos Gratsias. And we now move on to another Greek skier, Ektorios Kyprios. also from Greece. We'll see him ski next.
Όχι στο 14, στο 16. Όχι, τα gates. Τα πρώτα. Ναι, μωρέ, μια χαρά. Και ευτυχώς που αν όντως δεν τα πέρασε, βασικά και αυτό είδα, δεν τα πέρασα. Ευτυχώς που δεν το είδαν και με αφήσαν και έκαναν το 14. Αλλά στο 16 κάνουμε μαλακία, μπορούσα να έχω κλείσει την τέσσερα. Ναι ρε, με κακή ένα μετά το διόρθωσα.
Okay, 55k, 14.25 meters for Ektorios Kyprios from Greece. Okay, Ektorios Kyprios coming in at 55k, 18.25 meters. 55.14, I would say, which means that he has to run this pass again in order to shorten, provided that he runs the opener. 55k, 14.25 meters for Ektorios Kyprios. Barely getting around buoy number 6, which means that he goes up to 58k, 14.25 meters for pass number 2. Again, a little twisted into buoy number 1, mind you. And a little bit of a delay off number 1, and meant that he got down course a little bit soon off the bat. Right here, just trying to maintain some good body posture and allow for the ski to actually do more of what it's designed to do. Ektorios Kyprios from Greece, now getting ready for 58k at 14.25 meters. Okay, this is Ektorios Kyprios. $14.25 meters at 58k. Is left himself with a lot to do in before the sixth buoy, but unfortunately there he skis on the inside of it, so it's going to be 5 on 14. 5 on 14.25 meters. That represents the extent of his scoring in this round, and he got 5 at 58k, 18.25 meters in the first round, and he got 2.5 on that same speed and line length in the second. So he's already out-skied both of those performances, so this is his primary score out of 3 rounds of skiing. So there we go, Ektorios Kyprios from Greece. Next competitor up from Germany, Lars Kuhner. Coming in at 55 kilometers an hour, 16 meters. Lars Kuhne taking the same approach as Ektorius Kyprios did, going in sub-max on the opening pass so far as the boat speed is concerned. And now the boat speed is going to be raised up from 55 to 58k on 16 meters. Now, so far as Lars Kuhne is concerned, he scored 4 on 14.25 meters in round 1 and 1.5 in round number 2. So looking in a pretty good shape, I would have to say. So far, so good. 58k, 16 meters coming up next. Getting ready to go for his turn is going to be Nikolaos Vesladis from Greece. And then we'll continue on the list from there. We have Alberto Gysi on the starting dock as well. He's getting ready. And he'll be followed on by Eduardo Lamalfa, Noah Pollard, and Lashola Voltorp. Here we go. Here comes Lars Kuhne at 16 meters, 58k. Rocking his way through this pass and not doing badly at all. That's Lars Kuhne. He's gone through 58k, 16 now. He's going to attempt 14.25 meters, where he has a couple of performances, a 4 on 14 in round 1, 1.5 on 14 in round number 2. Let's see if he can make it through this time. All right, so Nikolaos Vesladis casting a focused picture on the dock. Let's see what Lars Kuhne can do after pass number 2. 14.25 meters, the boat speed now at max at 58k. There's number 1, good start. Round number 2, he's still there ahead of the game. He's round number 3, can he continue on? Yes, he can. He's good to go for 4, for 5. Can he make it round 6 for the first time in this competition? Indeed he does. Yes, and he is happy about that. That is Lars Kuhne with his first pass at 14.25 meters, at least in this tournament. I don't know whether he's run it before and previously. So Lars Kuhne, matter of fact, taking a look at his results so far this year. He skied in the international tournament here a couple of weeks ago. He scored 1 on 30 meters, which I believe is a personal best for him in the under 17 category. He's aged 15. Lars Kuhne, we'll see what he can do on 30 meters coming back. From Germany, Lars Kuhne getting ready to go. Being towed into the course by Giovanni Andronico. We've got Kiefer Summerall from New Zealand in the passenger seat, judging from the boat. And here he comes. 30 meters for Lars Kuhne. Entrance, number 1. Longish pull into number 2, always still upright, but unfortunately unable to get her outside buoy number 3. So that is his best score, however, in this competition. 2 on 30 meters for Lars Kuhne. And a great little performance from him, ending off with a score into 30 meters and probably his season's best. I don't see any other tournament results to his name so far this season. So a 2 buoy count on 13 represents the highest extent of his slalom scoring for the 2025 season. All right, Nikolaus Visladis will be coming into the course on 14.25 meters at 58K. Nikolaus Visladis from Greece, 58K, 14.25 meters. Let's see how he gets along. Scored 4.5 on 12 in the first round. Didn't do much of anything in round number 2. He got 1.5 buoys total, as a matter of fact. So he's looking to try and at least put in a better than average secondary score, which he's already done, and continues to produce as he continues on with the next pass of 13 meters. His best score is 4.5 on 12 for Nikolaus Visladis, and 13 meters is coming up next for him. Okay, moving in to the course on 30 meters, Nikolaus Visladis. First couple of buoys not looking too bad. First half of the course behind him, all getting a little bit open there off number 4 into 5, but still has enough room to get round all 6 buoys on 13. Nikolaus Visladis of Greece. He's now going to attempt the 12-meter line and looking to try and supersede his first round score of 4.5 on 12 meters. But he certainly needs to tidy up 1 or 2 things from the 13-meter run that could well play havoc with an attempt on 12, such as that, for example. Getting a little bit buffeted around buoy number 5 into number 6, but that's okay. He deals with it. All right, so Nikolaus Visladis getting ready for this pass of 12 meters, round number 1. His best is 4 in this competition, and it looks likely that that is going to remain the case because he gets round number 3 and no more than that. So Nikolaus Visladis, 3 on 12 meters, but that 3 on 12 meters is a far better backup score than what he had from the previous round, where he scored 1.5 buoys total. So yay for little victories going forward for Vesladis, Nikolaus Vesladis, as we work away towards the last half of our list. Alessandro Schonauer from Italy will be our next competitor. We'll find out his particulars in a little bit, but you're watching the instant replay for Nikolaus Vesladis. And we'll see what our next skier requests. Okay, so the skier about to take to the water isn't Alessandro Schonauer, it is indeed Alberto Gysi. So going in on 14.25 meters at 58K. Our next skier coming to us from Italy is Alberto Gysi. All right, moving in towards the course on 14.25 meters at 58K. This is Alberto Gysi. Not looking bad on the opening pass and giving himself plenty of room to maneuver to get round all 6 buoys on the opening pass. That is Alberto Gysi. So, working his way towards the slalom course. He's run through 14 at 58. Now this is 13 at 58K. Alberto Gysi not getting the best of starts, however. Now let's see if he can battle his way out of the mess that he created for himself around buoy number 1. Not bad, not a bad effort. That is Alberto Gysi on 13 meters, and we'll look forward to seeing him back into the course on 12 meters on pass number 3. Alberto Gysi, so far as his performances are concerned, 1 on 11.25 meters, 2.5 on 12 meters in round number 2. So, we've got Alberto Gysi getting ready for 12 meters. So, looking to try and at least better his secondary score, which is a 2.5 buoy count on 12 meters. This pass coming right up is 12 meters. He has a score into 11.25 meters as his primary total, and unfortunately will not get anywhere close to either the secondary total or indeed the primary total. Alberto Gysi with 1 1/2 buoys on 12 meters. So Alberto Gysi finishing up his effort in the Open Men's Amateur event here at San Gervasio, the home of Jolly Ski. All right, so that was Alberto Gysi as the boat makes its way back to the dock. Giovanni Antronico, our driver from Italia, at the helm. Keith Summerall, our boat judge from New Zealand, along for the ride. Next skier to take to the water will be Eduardo Lamalfa. So, 14.25 meter start for Eduardo Lamalfa. Boat speed 58k. And Eduardo, for his part in this competition, we'll see what he scored. He scored 1.5 on 12 and 2 at 11 in the second round. So let's see how he fares at the very least against his secondary score of 1.5 on 12. Didn't open up particularly auspiciously in round number 1, but he fought back to put over a pass total on top of that score with a 2 buoy count at 11.25 meters. Let's have a look on 14. Not too bad so far. Eduardo Lamalfa taking it all the way downtown. 14.25 meters. He clears it successfully. And now going to get ready for 13 meters. Almost dropping that left shoulder down a little too far off buoy number 1, but he manages to get settled in nicely and in rhythm for the remainder of the pass. All right, beautiful weather here in San Gervasio, in the high 30 degree temperatures in Celsius. That is along the region of the high 80s Fahrenheit for those of you that measure temperature using that method. Here we go, Eduardo Lamalfa on 13 meters. Good attacking posture. Now he's really starting to battle his way right here. He's gone through 14 and 13, and now 12 meters comes up next for Eduardo Lamalfa. All right, here we go, folks. Eduardo Lamalfa, pass number 3. This is going to be an attempt on 12 meters, the blue loop. Entrance number 1. Oh, and not getting the hook up that he really needed in order to continue on with that pass. And that results in his worst score out of the 3 rounds. It is going to be 1/2 of a buoy on 12 meters for Eduardo Lamalfa. Now we come down to our final 2 skiers, and we'll see Lars Schola from Norway to round off the event. But before him, it will be Noah Pollard from Great Britain coming up next. All right, moving on to our next competitor, our penultimate skier. This is going to be Noah Pollard. Noah Pollard, it looks like he's coming into the course on 14.25 meters. Yes, indeed. 36 miles an hour or 58k. A little bit of a bounce there into buoy number 3, but managing to recover well to get round 4, 5, and 6. That is Noah Pollard. Good solid skiing to start off with, and in this third and last round, let's have a look at the tail of the tape. 4.5 on 11.25 meters in round 1, 2.5 on 11.25 meters in round number 2. So he's been consistently into the 11.25 meter run, and really looking for something of a a breakthrough performance for round 3 to try and maybe give himself a chance of having a crack at 10.75 meters. We'll see how things pale out. As a matter of fact, he's tied with Lars Ola, our last skier to go, with the top score in this competition. But the secondary score, the backup score, is the thing that breaks that tie. Lars Ola on 4 at 11.25 meters and 2.5 on 11.25 meters, the secondary score for Noah Pollard. And speaking of Noah, let's see what we've got right here. Coming into the course on 13 meters at 58K from Great Britain, originally from, I believe, King's Lynn in the United Kingdom. This is Noah Pollard. Looking good, looking strong, and looking very much at ease on 13 meters. That is Noah Pollard, and skiing towards the starting dock and getting ready for the next run, which is going to be 12 meters. Very aggressive and allowing that ski to cast out nice and wide, and backside itself, especially into number 2. A remarkable turn, really, considering where his foot placement is. He is left foot forward. He should have better turns on 135, which he typically does, but he seems to be equal-sided, and a lot of that is due to practice and a good ski setup, and he seems to have plenty of each. So Noah Pollard getting ready for pass number 3. He's gone through 14, 13, and now getting ready for 12. Rolling in towards buoy number 1 on 12 meters, Noah Pollard. Keeping his ski ahead of him. Round number 4, and that's probably one of the better passes on 12 meters that I've seen skied so far in this amateur open men's round of competition. Round number 3. So Noah Pollard is still not quite at the point where he can start superseding any of his previous scores. His backup score is 2.5 on 11.25 meters. Noah Pollard from Great Britain. And not looking bad at all with the 12-meter run. Just looking at the tail end of that with Noah Pollard as we see our final skier in the Open Men's Amateur competition, Lars Voltop, skiing out of Skarnes in Norway. Here is Noah Pollard. This now is 11.25 meters. The purple loop. There's 1. His best score so far in this competition is 4.5, and that is where it's going to stay, unfortunately. So Noah Pollard, valiant effort there to get as far as 2 on 11.25 meters. But that represents the worst of his scoring in this competition. He's gotten 2.5 as a secondary score and 4.5 as his primary score. That is Noah Pollard from Great Britain. And now we're down to our last skier in the Open Men's competition. From Norway, it's going to be Lars Voltorp, and we'll get the particulars from him in just a few moments. So, Lars Ola Voltorp deciding to go in on 13 meters to open up his account. Third and last round of skiing for Lars Ola Voltorp from Norway. So I'm sure that the good folks over at SEAP in Skarnes are looking at the tournament transpire on the big screen in their judges' hut right now, and the Slorstad Vanski Club, and watching Lars Ola Voltorp looking in good shape for the first third of the course. 30-meter start. Seems to be very much at ease with that opening pass. As we look at the tail end of this instant replay, 12 meters comes up next for Lars Ola. So Giovanni still at the wheel. All right, here we go. Lars Ola Voltorp from Skarnes in Norway. Boat accelerating up to 58 kilometers an hour. Or 36 miles an hour, 12 meters. Looking okay so far, but he needs to try and hustle a little bit here to give himself enough room to breathe here on 12 meters, and that's exactly what he's done from about the halfway mark. He started to drop the hammer a little harder and get the job done. So now it's 11.25 meters coming up next, and his primary score is 4.5 on 11.25 meters. His backup score, not too far behind, mind you, 4 and 11.25 meters. Now, there is a two-way tie for the lead in this competition so far as the primary scores are concerned with 4.5 and 11. But when you go to the backup scores, you will see that Lars Ola has the upper hand with his score of 4 as a backup compared to Noah Pollard's backup of 2.5 on 11.25 meters. So you're looking at the winner of the Open Men's Slalom competition in the amateurs, Lars Ola Voltorp, but he wants to try and use this opportunity now to see if he can't boost his score up a little bit higher than 4.5 and maybe have a crack at 10.75 meters. We'll see what transpires. But it all comes down to the start, which is the gate pull out, the glide, the turn, successful execution of buoy number 1. He's there on buoy number 2, carrying the handle, and unfortunately carrying it a little bit too long into number 2. Gave himself too much of a dose of speed for him to effectively control, and it's going to be a 2 buoy count for Lars Ola Voltorp. So, with the time at a little after a 12:10, Lars Ola Voltorp rounds off the skiing in the amateur open men's slalom competition, and indeed the entirety of the amateur competition. 3 rounds of skiing, 2 on Friday, 1 on Sunday, and our amateur competitors all appear to have had fun here at Jolly Ski, here in San Gervasio ProAm. So that concludes the amateur round competition. Thanks a lot for those competitors for being a participant of their respective divisions. So we got about 15 minutes to go before we go into the skier parade for the pro events of the women's quarterfinal, the men's quarterfinal, and the junior challenge as well. So use this time to fluff up your pillows on your sofa, grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, and if you want to throw in a snack or two, I'm not going to complain about that either. So, 15 minutes to go. The slalom in the pros will start with the skier parade and all that to come right after this.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
When I was the doctor, there's no doubt in my mind I was going to win. Needs a ball when he gets inside. Losing the lead. Winnock gets a monstrous turn 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Made it exciting once again.
Shotting himself around 1, and
that's large.
He's here to push up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come. Which one of the men is going to end up in the exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Puppy. Yeah, Will, I don't know who's calling. All right. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. Hit it. Holding. This is Will. Hey, how you doing? Good.
We are Radar, and this crew is the Radar Nation. They live on the way in and day out, devoting their lives skiing to the masses. We have business innovators, free spirits, and badasses, all charging at 100% support. There's no better group of individuals driving the ship that leads water skiing.
See you, Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedicated excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
What if I told a place where the sins of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where summer feeling lasts all year long. A place Florida's sun is only outed by the smiles of the skier. A place first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the last coaches work with all level skiers. I told you there was a place life slows down, and your job is to make lifelong memories. That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at Swiss Waterski Resort.
See you in Vienna.
My name is Thibaut Dalen, the broker of Dalen Real Estate. Today, I want to show you some special listings located in Florida world famous Waterski house.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete. You can't take on giants. New logic says me. Watch me become the decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women for women. When old logic is back, it's up to us to buy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore a selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac, again, your journey towards luxury.
Old logic, success is determined by wins. It says you can't mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women for women. When old logic comes back, it's up to us to do it.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. 15 días acá y 16 asados.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
When I left the dock, there's no doubt in my mind I'm going to win.
Needs a ball when he gets side next around. Team losing the lead. Wade Cox for his third and 4, and he's on around 6. First time today.
Wade exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1.
That's large.
Puts up in front. Wow, it's like my dream come true. Which of the men is going to end up in this 6th spot?
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, the time's now, and we're going to go into our skier parade very, very soon in the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, and we've got 8 skiers in each of our pro divisions. We've got 8 women and 8 men, and also interspersed between those two categories, we've also got the 2 competitors that will be rounding off the junior challenge. All that to come in just a few minutes, but it's certainly been a great competition up to this point, and we've still got plenty of skiing to come. So for those of you that have been waiting for a while and waiting for the hour to come by where we have the pro skiers take to the water, your prayers will be answered soon. But in the meantime, let's check in for the first time with Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome on the dock. We're about to get started with the flag ceremony. I'm here with the 2 contenders in the junior challenge. So ladies, how are you feeling this morning?
Good. Yeah, good too.
Ready to rip the slalom course? Condition looks pretty good. There is a slight tailwind past 1. What do you think about it?
I think it will be good, a bit like yesterday. So let's see. We do our best.
Same. I'm super excited to ski.
All right, we're also excited to watch you ski, girl. So I'll let you go on the boat for the flag ceremony. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Well, one thing that can be said, short and to the point. There we go, between our two ladies in the junior challenge, brought to you by Radar Skis and Luzzeri International. We thank those 2 entities for providing us with the resources necessary to have the junior challenge. As we see a couple of our pro ladies getting set up for the flag parade, we see Jamie Paul and Ali Nicholson, along with Chiara Bonneman from Germany, and they've gotten their flags situated. We're going to have our boat parade coming up very, very soon. There's Bea from Italy, and making sure that we give the right flag to the right person. Right here in the San Gervasio ProAm, the 11th edition of this great tournament, and certainly kudos for the likes of Matteo Luzzeri, Fidele, Claudio Bonatti, and all the other good folks that have contributed to the success of this event. As we see the current Pro Tour standings right now, with Jamie Bull out in the lead with a pretty commanding lead, taking into account the amount of wins that she's had so far this season. Hardly surprising. But we'll see how the remaining part of the season pans out. Of course, this being a World's year, a lot of our competitors trying to double dip a little bit into their training regimen, not only training for this event, but also making sure that everything's dialed in so far as the World Championships are concerned. And that event, which will take place at the National Italian Training Site towards the end of August, will also be brought to you exclusively live on TWBC. So it looks like our first boat is making its way towards the boat parade area. So we got our two athletes in the junior challenge, and away they go towards the judging position. So, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your junior challenge competitors from France. It's Melitine Morel, and from Belgium, it's going to be Ina Sola. They'll be part of the Junior Challenge presented by Radar Skis and Luzzeri International. Work their way past the judging position. Beautiful lake and beautiful facilities here in San Gervasio. I think a lot of people that have come here for the first time are pleasantly surprised with how things are run and organized, and how well the lake skis. It's a bit of a heat wave going on in most parts of Europe at this time, but which is meant the water has been a little bit sluggish at times, but so let's have a. We see Melitine Morel once again, and Ina Sola, the two participants in the Junior Challenge. So we'll continue right along, and we'll present to you our female competitors in the head-to-head quarterfinals, and then we'll also present the men as well. All right, looks like we've got a boatload here. All right, in our white Malibu towboat, we're about to present the women. The first half of our women competitors in this women's slalom head-to-head quarterfinal. So, representing the United States of America, it is Ali Nicholson. Representing Canada and the two-time world champion, Jamie Bull. Representing Germany, it's Chiara Bonneman. And from Italia, it's Beatrice Ianni. Our first four competitors, Bull, Nicholson, Bonneman, and Ianni, as they work their way past the judging tower. to get things set up so far as the women's slalom is concerned. We've got half of our women's slalomers in that towboat right now. The other half will present in just a moment. But so there we go. Jamie Ball, the number 1 seed, she will be doing battle against Chiara Bonneman. And the second pairing consisting of Ali Nicholson versus Beatricia Yanni. So those are our first 2 pairings. Ball versus Bonneman and Nicholson versus Yanni. Yep, isn't that a great picture? Especially on 4th of July weekend with Ali Nicholson holding on to Old Glory for dear life. And there we also see Jamie Ball there holding on to the maple leaf flag that is Canada.
Look at that sleepy puppy.
So our first 2 pairings, Ball versus Bonneman, Nicholson versus Yanni, as they make their way back towards the dock, and we'll present our remaining pairings in just a moment. There's Claudio Benatti there at the helm of that towboat. And we also have in the passenger seat our good friend Mr. Leo Cederquist with the floating camera, as we call it here on TWBC. All right, so moving on from the white boat to the black boat, and we're going to get some things situated between those 2 boats, and providing us with the second half of our 4 pairings that we have on offer. And we'll present those skiers coming to you very, very soon. So, looks like we have our second batch of women athletes. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present to you right here, right now, the second half of our pairing. So, in the third pairing, it'll consist of Ali Garcia from the United States versus New Zealand's Jamie Metcalf. And our 4th and final pairing will consist of Manon Costard of France versus the United States of America's Anne-Marie Robleski. So, take your pick between those flags. It's red, white, and blue for each one. Jamie Metcalf holding on to the New Zealand flag. Manon Costard with the French tricolour, and with the stars and stripes. That the duties are falling as a shared enterprise between Anne-Marie Robleski and Ali Garcia. So, we've introduced the women, and no doubt we'll have an opportunity to see the men as well in our boat parade. Time right now is 12:43 Central European Daylight Time. And our first pairings will be out on the water very, very soon in about 16 or so minutes. But here is our boat parade. So, the pairings once again, Ali Garcia versus Jamie Metcalf in pairing number 3. And France's Manon Costard versus Anne-Marie Wroblewski in the fourth and final pairing. All right, so the women, the second half of our pairings for the women have made their way back to the dock, and looks like our fellas are getting ready to work their way into the towboat for the first couple of pairings. Fantastic skiing yesterday, and some of the performances. The best of the season for many of our competitors, or at least very close to.
U.S. flag. I kind of got it. I wasn't quite sure what we're talking about. Got it? Thank you. Watch out, Andrew.
All right, then. So it looks like we got a boatload of competitors. So we'll send that white Malibu into the course, and so let's with that introduce the pairings. Our first pairing will consist of the pairing that actually rounded off last season's event. It is Will Asher versus Jonathan Travers. Great Britain versus the United States of America on pairing number 1. And the second pairing will consist of Freddie Winter versus Rob Hazelwood. So 3 Brits in that boat and 1 from the United States of America. So, Freddie Winter, Rob Hazelwood, Will Asher from Great Britain, and Jonathan Travers from the United States. The defending champion, Jonathan Travers. We'll see how far his defense can take him in the San Gervasio ProAm for the 11th edition. So as the pairings shape up, it's interesting to see that when you factor in the second pairing of Freddie Winter and Rob Hazelwood, it's easy to conclude that in the semifinals there's going to be at least one skier from Great Britain in the semifinals by way of that pairing on the second one, Freddie Winter and Rob Hazelwood. The question is which one will prevail, and there could be another pairing in the semifinals as well, right off the bat between Will Asher and Jonathan Travers. It will all rest upon Will Asher prevailing in that pairing. So there we go, folks. Our boat parade continues on, and we're going to have our second pairings coming by in just a moment. Also, by the same token, we have another nation that is guaranteed at least one skier in the semi-final. And we'll have more details of that to come in just a moment as our first towboat makes its way back to the dock. And we'll swap out some of our skiers, and we'll swap out our flags. And it's certainly going to be happy times for one nation, of course, with the second half of our pairings, because That one nation is the home nation of Italy, and they have a pairing that has 2 Italian skiers, which would be easy to surmise that Italy will have at least one skier represented in the semi-final. But we'll push out the black boat and introduce the skiers. All right then, folks, let's set out that black boat, the black Malibu. There's a white one, and then there's a black one, and could either one be chosen more over the other when it comes down to skier athlete choice in this competition? All right, we've got the black boat in the water, and the second half of our pairings 3 and 4. So our third pairing consists of, from Great Britain, Aaron Davis, and he'll be going up against Sacha Desquin of France. And the fourth and final pairing, this is the all-Italian affair between 4th-seeded Matteo Luzzeri versus the 5th seed Thomas de Gasperi. So some great pairings on offer here, and this is going to be a real clash of the Titans. Thomas de Gasperi, multiple-time World Slalom champion. He's the 5th seed. He's going up against his countryman, Matteo Luzzeri, who's on a good run of form. Aaron Davis, who slalomed his lifetime personal best in the previous round to make it here. And Sacha Desquin looking to try and cause a bit of a surprise or two, taking into consideration that about a week or two ago, or actually a week or 3 ago, he has sustained a pretty nasty injury, ankle injury at the Royal Nautique Pro in Rabat in Morocco. And there are our officials right there, along with our tower cam of Jeremy Scholl. And here's our schedule. The women's head-to-head quarterfinal, men's head-to-head quarterfinal, then the junior head-to-head challenge. And then we continue on with the remaining portion of our competition from that point onwards. So we've introduced our skiers. Let's get on with the competition. And Candido Mose is, I'm sure, chomping at the bit and raring to go, as are the remaining officials on the jury panel for this, the 11th edition of the San Gervasio Pro. All that to come in about 10 minutes. You are watching continuing coverage of the San Gervasio ProAm for the 11th edition. And when we return, we'll send out the first of our quarter-finalists in the women's competition. The first pairing, which will consist of Jamie Ball versus Chiara Bonneman. And then we'll go on to the second pairing, which will consist of Ali Nicholson versus Beatricia Yanni. All right, about 7 minutes we'll have that going on, but we're going to take a little bit of a break. And once we come back, we'll have some skiing for you. Back right after this.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining luxury experience and invest in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac. Begin your journey towards luxury.
if I told you their place? Place winds of nature are only broken roar of a boat. Play that summer feeling lasts all year long. Place where the sun is only outshined by miles of the skiers. Place where first-time skiers ski alongside world champions and the world-class coach work with all levels of skiers. What if I told there was a place where life slows down and your only is to make lifelong memories? That place is Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissSkiResort.com.
See in Vienna.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our listings located in Florida, world famous Waterski houses.
Okay, welcome back and to coverage of the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. My name is Lightfoot, and glad to have you on board as we get ready for the quarterfinal in the women's slalom competition. It's head-to-head format now, so the winner will be determined after some head-to-head battles that have been predetermined so far as their scoring with number 1 seed taking on number 8, number 2 taking on number 7, so on and so forth. So our first pairing in this competition in the women's slalom head-to-head quarterfinal. First pairing to take to water will be Jamie Bull and Jamie Ball versus Chiara Bonneman. And with that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, welcome back here to the dock. We have Jamie here getting warmed up and Chiara right behind my cameraman getting ready to come here. And we're going to ask them what they want to do because today is head-to-head finals. So it's going to be Jamie top seed against Chiara, who was last one into the final. And Jamie is going to have the pick if she wants to go first, second, or behind which boat she wants to ski. So, Jamie, what you're choosing?
I'm going to go first.
Okay, Jamie goes first. Then we move to Chiara, and we're going to ask her, which boat do you choose then?
I'm going to go with a white boat.
All right, so Jamie's going to be in the water first, which means that Chiara cannot tie her score, has to beat her score to advance to semifinals. So good luck to both of you, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, and yes, absolutely. We've got to make sure that that is firmly in the minds of everyone that is watching this event. We're using Pro Tour rules in regards to determining who advances through to the next round. The second skier has got to outright beat the first skier in order to advance. If that second skier ties, then the first skier advances. And obviously, if the second skier does not outski the first one, then the first skier advances. So the only scenario in which the second skier advances is by outright beating the first skier. We just saw Jamie Ball put her gloves on, and obviously if you're looking for a better grip on your competition, look no further than Pro Gear. Go to skiprogear.com, that is skiprogear.com, to find out more. And there's a happy bunch of officials. All right, so Jamie Ball versus Chiara Bonneman. Waiting for the boat to make its way here, so by extension and by the fact that Chiara had the choice of the boat, Jamie Ball will be skiing behind the black boat.
Okay, the first skier will be Jamie Ball.
The Chiara Bonneman casting a rather nervous figure around the starting knock, and looking on and seeing Jamie Ball getting ready to take to the water first. So it's going to be a 13-meter start for each of our women in this competition in the quarterfinal pairings. And I believe that will stay consistent all the way throughout the head-to-head competition among our women. So, skiing behind the black boat, we have Jamie Ball, the current and two-time World Women's Slalom Champion. We're looking to try and mount a successful defense of that title outside of the United States, because the two titles in which she has won in the World Championships were both, the event took place at in Groveland in Lake County in Florida. So it's going to be a strange set of circumstances for Jamie Ball to mount her defense outside of the United States. But that's a few weeks away. Right here and now, 13 meters for Jamie Ball. Shouldn't have too many problems in running the opening pass of 13 meters, and in this instance gets the job done effectively. So there we go. Our first skier, first pairing, first complete pass, 6 buoys, and that is Jamie Ball. So Chiara Bonneman will be skiing behind the white boat. All right, so with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
We wait after pass one of Chiara.
All right, and we'll turn our attention back to Lorenzo in just a moment. But in the meantime, here comes Chiara Bonneman. Our second skier out in pairing number 1. Pairing number 2 is already eager and chomping at the bit to get out there on the water and do battle, but one pairing at a time, ladies. So we've extended the drop time from 45 seconds to 55, so plenty of time for the water to settle down on each end, as Claudia Benatti brings in Chiara Bonneman from Germany. That's one. And that's number two, keeping everything in check. I like what she's doing out there and keeping everything on a good even keel, good rhythm, good looking opening pass on 13 meters, like she knows what she's doing. And let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, everybody, welcome back here dockside. I'm here with the second pair of the day getting in the water, Ali and Bea. So Ali's up seat. She's going to choose first. What are you choosing?
I'm going to choose to go first.
And Bea, you get to choose which boat you want to ski behind. Which boat you want?
I'll ski with a white boat with Claudio.
All right, perfect. So, girls, good luck. Battle hard. And back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Lorenzo Diaberto with our second pairing, Bertrucciani versus Ali Nicholson. And, yep, the better seeding choosing to go out first, once again replicating that decision made by Jamie Ball on the first pairing, and Bertrucciani skiing behind Claudio Benatti in the white boat. And there he is. He's right there. And getting ready to bring Chiara Bonneman back into the course for her second run. But we still got the black boat coming into the course with Nathan McGarry at the helm. Let's see what transpires. This is Jamie Bull, and this is 12 meters. .12 meters appears to be run very, very efficiently, and now that's set the target up for Chiara Bonneman, who has to run that same pass in order to keep the pairing going. So looking very, very strong and very, very efficient out there. Jamie Bull, the defending champion here in San Gervasio, and also the current Pro Tour leader on the Waterski Pro Tour. You can find out more about the Waterski Pro Tour by going to waterskiprotour.com. She's certainly won more than a fair share of battles this season, and right there behind her in a lot of those instances is Ali Nicholson.
I was like, hopefully there's still some left after the first round. I was like, well, there's one guaranteed.
All right, so we're just waiting on the signal from our officials before they give the green light to head into the course. Coming on in on pass number 2, this is Chiara Bonneman from Germany, rolling in on 12 meters. Jamie Ball has set the target for a 6-buoy count on the same line length, and in order to keep her challenge going, Chiara Bonneman must make all 6 buoys on 12 meters, and she has done. So there you go, 6 buoys there as well. So now the challenge continues on to 11.25 meters. The line length getting ever shorter with each pass. And Jamie Ball, the first competitor out in this first pairing, she will set up the target for Chiara Bonneman to match, if not exceed, given the circumstances. So Chiara Bonneman in the water right there, having successfully run her opening 2 passes of 13 and 12. Nice extension, getting a good angle and allowing that ski to fully rotate before getting on the gas, so to speak, directly behind the boat. Looking in very good shape, as a matter of fact. Sucking up the slack there off number 4 into number 5, and just eased away across the back of the boat and let that ski do what it's designed to do. So, Chiara Bonneman riding the good. Jamie Ball riding the syndicate. Let's see which prevails. Jamie Ball, two-time world champion and the current world champion from Canada. And the current Pro Tour leader as well. She's been on a roll for the season. And not looking bad at all. That is Jamie Ball getting through that pass. Pass number 3. 13.12 and now 11.25 meters. And now the gauntlet has been thrown down at the feet of Chiara Bonneman. So Jamie Ball skiing behind the black Malibu, driven by Nathan McGarry, and Chiara Bonneman skiing behind the white Malibu that's driven by Claudio Benatti. Each performing admirably in their position as drivers for this 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Let's see what transpires here with Chiara Bonneman. 11.25 meters. It's a 55-second drop time at each end in nearly a minute. But that minute can seem like an eternity when you're in this situation for Chiara Bonneman as she gets up on top of the water. Now, to keep this pairing alive, she has got to get all round all 6 buoys at 11.25 meters. Let's see how well she does here. Oh, getting into all kinds of trouble off buoy number 1. She's round number 2 and unfortunately cannot advance from there. So it looks like Jamie Ball has advanced through to the next round of the competition. Jamie Ball with a full 6 buoy count, 11.25 meters. And at this stage with 1.5 at 11.25 meters, Chiara Bonneman has been eliminated. Now, the big question is, as Jamie Ball advances through to the final, does she take the rest and head on back to the dock? Well, it certainly looks like she does. Or the other choice was continuing to ski and build up a higher seeding going into the semi-final. So Jamie Ball, number 1 seed, advancing through to the semi-final. But give it up, please, for our young ladies, Chiara Bonneman and advancing through to the next round, Jamie Ball. So Jamie Ball will be awaiting the result of the 4th pairing, which will consist of Manon Costard versus Anne-Marie Wroblewski. But we'll go on to pairing number 2, and that will consist of Ali Nicholson versus Patrizia Yanni.
Yesterday I told Jamie in the second round, I was like, I think you should just go down and back. I don't think you need to ski more than that.
So Ali Nicholson getting prepared for her turn because Patrizia Yanni selected the white boat for herself, the white boat driven by Claudio Benatti. That means that Ali Nicholson, as well as skiing first off the dock, will ski behind the black boat, which is piloted by Nathan McGarry.
Thank you. So my cootie water is on this side if you want it.
All right, so first pairing is complete with Jamie Ball snatching the victory and going towards the semi-final. We'll no doubt be talking to her in just a few seconds. But Jamie Ball getting through to the semi-final. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the dock. We're joined by Jamie Ball, who just got done skiing and won a round. So how did it feel out there?
Yeah, it felt good out there, and yeah, happy to make it to the next round. Get to go and do it again, and not that long. So gonna go rest up, and yeah, looking forward to the next one.
All right, we can wait to see you in the next round as well. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, working our way to our second pairing, and this will consist of Ali Nicholson versus Beatricia Yanni. United States versus Italia. So whilst Beatricia Yanni gets ready to ski behind the white boat of her choice, here comes Ali Nicholson coming into the slalom course right here and now for pass number 1, 30 meters, gets a good start. Round number 1 and number 2. So Ali Nicholson, who's had mixed fortunes here at the San Gervasio ProAm over the years. Let's see if she can put all of that behind her and can continue to ski on to 12 meters, which is going to be the next pass for her. But we'll see how things transpire with our next athlete coming to us from Sperlonga. She skis there, but she is a resident of the nation's capital of Roma. It is Beatricia Yanni. Just waiting on the signal to go. 55 seconds a drop is in effect from the time the boat exits the gates to the time that the skier, the next skier in the pairing, is released to go. They'll get a signal from the tower to alert the skier that it's time to go. And as Ali Nicholson chats it up with whomever's in the boat. The boat for Bea should be making its way into the course right now for her first pass. It should be 30 meters. And as I mentioned, here she comes. Beatricia Yanni. There's number 1 and number 2. 30-meter opener. Shouldn't have any problems with this. It's well used to slaloming at this level. This is her first tournament of the season, however, so she hasn't had an awful lot of prep time or tournament time going forwards. But with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
Hey everybody, welcome back here, Doc. I'm joined by Ali Garcia and Jamie, who are our next couple going into the water. So Ali is our top seed. She's going to choose first. What are you choosing, Ali?
I'm going to go first.
And Jamie, which boat would you like to ski behind?
I'm going with the black boat.
All right, perfect. So we got Ali going first and Jamie behind the black boat. Hope to see great scores from both of you. Battling out hard. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, a bit of a change up there from Jamie Metcalf, deciding to go with the black boat. Both of our competitors who had the choice of boat have gone with the white one, but Jamie Metcalf decided to go with the black one. That's an interesting choice going forward. But our higher seed in that pairing, that's kept consistent with Ali Garcia electing to go first out on the water. So that element alone has stayed consistent. So let's see what we've got here. We've got Ali Nicholson approaching the course at 55 kilometers an hour or 34 miles an hour. There's number 1 and number 2 keeping everything going. There you go. That's a 12-meter run, the way it should be. 6 buoys there on pass number 2 for Ali Nicholson. That's going to throw the gauntlet down a little bit at the feet of Beatricia Yanni, who is now faced with needing to get through 12 meters on pass number 2 in order to keep her challenge going. Ali Nicholson looking in very, very good shape there. Keeping everything moving forward, a good carve with the edges. A skier who originally comes to us from Gallatin in Tennessee, but resides in Central Florida right now, where she works as a nurse in the off season, and looking quite sensational out there with the second pass of 12 meters. Now we've got Claudia Bonatti at the helm of the white boat. And it will have Beatricia Yanni coming into the course on 12 meters. Now Beatricia Yanni skiing out of the Spalonga Waterski Club, which is a huge natural lake which is located just a few kilometers south of the eternal city of Rome. There we go. She gets the job done on 12 meters. So every one of our competitors up to this time has at least a run through the 12-meter line. And as such, they've all recorded scores at least into 11.25 meters thus far. So Bayer, all smiles, but I'm sure that it'll be all business when that line tightens up the next time she heads towards the course. This forces Ali Nicholson to go back into the course at 11.25 meters to set up a higher score for Bayer to exceed. So Bayer getting through this pass of 12 meters and setting up the next run at 11.25 meters. Okay, folks, up and at 'em. We have Ali Nicholson approaching the course 11.25 meters, trying to set up the target for Bayer to either exceed or beat. Either tie or beat, I should say. Looking strong here. There's 4, there's number 5 and number 6 coming up right away. There we go. That is Ali Nicholson. And once again, throwing down the gauntlet at the feet of Beatricia Yanni, our second skier off the dock. Skiing behind the white towboat, which has our Italian driver, Claudio Bonatti, at the helm. In the black boat, that's being piloted by Nathan McGarry from Great Britain. But such a strong athlete. Very light athlete as well, using some great strength to weight ratio on her on that turn especially, and in towards buoy number 6, so she can whip across there very, very quickly indeed. Now this pairing of Ali Nicholson and Beatricia Yanni, that will determine the semi-finalist in the other side of the bracket, and that will mean that whoever wins this bracket, Nicholson or Yanni, will go up against either Garcia or Metcalf. So, which is why you see Ali Garcia taking particular interest in what is going on here between Ali Nicholson and Beatricia Yanni. So, for our Italian fans, here we go. Beatricia Yanni coming in 11.25 meters. There's 1. There's number 2. She's not getting much out of this pass. Unfortunately, it's going to be 3. So, Ali Nicholson advances by that extension. Ali Nicholson will advance. Beatricia Yanni, unfortunately, eliminated at this stage. And much like Jamie Bull, she climbs out the water, decides to rest on up, and gets ready for the semi-final, which will consist of her versus Eva Ali Garcia or Jamie Metcalf. And that third pairing will be coming up very, very soon. Patrizia Yanni tried her best, got a good number one, but just couldn't get the ski whipped around hard enough off number two into number three, and left herself with a lessening cascade of options going forward. So, Ali Nicholson is through to the next round on the strength of what we've seen right here from Bayer. So Bayer is eliminated. That means that we have already a Canadian and a skier from the United States already through to the semi-final. We'll get to see if another skier from the United States is through to the semi-final as well, because in the third and fourth pairing, each contain a skier from the United States. And first skier in pairing number 3 is going to be Ali Garcia, and she'll be going up against New Zealand's Jamie Metcalf. There we go, Ali Nicholson, your winner out of her quarterfinal pairing. She's going to rest up a little bit, and before she gets to ski again. So Ali Nicholson, the victor at this stage in her quarterfinal. All right, then. So with that, let's send it on over to Lorenzo.
All right, everybody. Welcome back here to Doc. We're joined by Beatrice, who unfortunately didn't make it through the next round. But Bea, tell us a little bit about your set. What were your sensations out there in the water?
I mean, I was skiing actually pretty good, but with the tailwind, I was just, I don't know, I wasn't patient. And I think on 2, I pulled a little bit too long to 2 ball, and then I went on the back of the ski instead of keeping moving forward. So, I mean, it's final, so it's okay.
Okay, we're happy that you have a big smile. Great to see you here for your first, not only pro event of the season, but first event in general of the season. Good ski on your part. Thank you very much for being here. Back to you, Tony.
All right, and that concludes pairing number 2. We'll go on to pairing number 3. And electing to go first in this pairing with the highest seeding value, it's Ali Garcia. 13-meter start. She's been on a bit of a roll at this competition. She's got a season's best from this event so far out of the second round with a 3-buoy count at 10.75 meters. Will she be forced to have to ski that deep into a line length shortenings to prevail? Only time will tell. Ali Garcia, round 4, round 5, and round number 6. So, 55 seconds will start, and at the end of that time, we'll send the next boat in. But with that in mind, we'll check in with Lorenzo.
Welcome back here on the dock. We're joined now by Jamie, who made it through to the next round. So was Jamie, Ali. Sorry. We're joined by Ali, who made it through to the next round. Ali, how was it out there?
Yeah, it felt pretty good. I mean, 38 felt a little dicey at the start, but, happy always to advance. So, ready for the next round. I know it'll come up fast. The hands are going to be burning. The water's warm. But, yeah, always happy to make it to the next round. So, we'll see who it's against in the next pair up.
All right. We can't wait to see it. Good job on round 1. And back to you, Tony.
Why, thank you very much. And speaking of hands burning up, you can see quite clearly there that Ali Garcia is trying everything she can to not to immerse the hands in the water and try and preserve their grip for as long as possible. Certainly no easy task by any stretch of the imagination, and it's a bit of a concern going forward when she has to has to go out of her way to make sure that she still has grip by the time that she gets towards the latter stages of a pairing. But in the meantime, a highly experienced athlete on the water on 13 meters. This is Jamie Metcalf. Originally from New Zealand, but makes her home in Switzerland these days. And we'll see what she has on the opening pass. 4, 5, and on the green loop of 30 meters, Jamie Metcalf continues on the pairing against Ali Garcia, who also skied a 6 on 13 meters. And as the boat exits the gates, the 55-second timer starts. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, the dock here is very busy with a head-to-head. We have the next couple already here, ready to battle out. Manon is top seed, so she's going to choose first again. So, Manon, what would you like?
I'd like to go first.
All right, perfect. Anne-Marie, which boat would you like to ski behind?
I'll ski behind the black boat.
All right, perfect. Well, good luck to you two girls. Battle it out hard, and back to you, Tony.
Okay, so let's have a look at the statistics for the selections from each of our skiers. 100% of the highest seed selected to go in first, and 50% decided whenever they chose the boat. 50% chose the white, and 50% chose the black. It's very, very curious to see that. So let's have a look and see what Ali Garcia can do on the return pass towards the dock. It's going to be 12 meters. There's number one, a little bit tail heavy there on that turn, but managing to keep everything working in the right direction. There's 4, there's 5, and number 6. So good effort there on pass number 2 for Ali Garcia as she works her way back towards the starting dock. So good skiing there from Ali Garcia from the United States of America. Now, next skier to come into the course will be Jamie Metcalf on that same pass. So Ali Garcia, just looking at her effort out there, just very well composed and gaining an experience every single time that she skis on the Waterski Pro Tour so far this season. The season didn't really start auspiciously well for her, but she's starting to come into her own now. And we will see if she continues that trend going forwards as we get ready for Jamie Metcalf of New Zealand to come back and try to extend this pairing into the 11.25 meter line. Here we go. Round 1 and number 2. This is 12 meters. She can't afford to put too much of a foot wrong here, but there you go. That is Jamie Metcalf through all 6 buoys on 12 meters. So some great skiing there from Jamie Metcalf as she sinks into the water and gets ready for the next pass. It is going to be 11.25 meters now. How far into 11.25 meters she needs to ski is going to be determined by Ali Garcia, who is next up on top of the water. So looking at Jamie Metcalf once again a good hook up off number 4, and then just driving a wedge between herself and number 5, and then just easing on up and getting round all 6 buoys. So good skiing there from Jamie Metcalf of New Zealand. Our final pairing is getting ready to go. Got Manon Costard, who is elected to go first. Anne-Marie Wroblewski deciding to go with the black boat. Here we go. This now is Ali Garcia, 11.25 meters. Now she's struggling a little bit here, but I'll tell you what, she's back into it and whips a huge turn off buoy number 5 to keep her in contention to run the pass. So great skiing there from Ali Garcia. Absolutely on fire there, and she needed to be in order to run that pass from start through to the finish. Our previous two competitors, our previous two skiers that have advanced have both cleared 11.25 meters, that being Ali Garcia and that being Ali Nicholson, I beg your pardon, and Jamie Bull. Both of them cleaned their way through 11.25 meters as the top seed in their pairing. And each of them deciding to go first off the dock as well. So Ali Garcia, number 3 seed in this competition, and she got that seed by scoring 2 at 10.75 in round 1 of this elimination round series, and a season's best of 3 in the second round. So she's a pretty happy camper right now, but the task is by no means complete. So far as she is concerned, it's all rests on the shoulders of Jamie Metcalf. Let's see what she can do. 11.25 meters. There's number 1. There's number 2, a little bit on the back of the ski. She's round number 3. She's all over the place into number 4. She's continuing to go into number 5. And as she brings the handle in, and our first pairing to extend into 10.75 meters, it is Jamie Metcalf. Now that is going to force Ali Garcia to take on 10.75 meters for a next pass. So it's not going to be easy going for either competitor in order to make it through to the semi-final. Huge turn off buoy number 1 and round number 2 as well. And apparently there is a gate review. The gate is under review for Jamie Metcalf, so the result of this is going to be intriguing to say the least. Now, I'm not too sure what gate it is. Is it going to be the entrance gate or the exit gate? We'll find out and see. Does she go? Oh. Okay, so the exit gates look fine from me, from my perspective. A little close. Okay, so so Jamie Metcalf appears to be okay so far as the gates are concerned on both ends. That means that this pairing extends into 10.75 meters, the first time that we have seen this in this quarterfinal in the women's competition. So now it's going to be a virtual toss-up because while 11.25 meters is a hard enough pass, 10.75 meters you really have to be on your best behavior and your complete game in order to run it or at least get a good decent amount of the way down the pass to really have an impact going forwards. Here we go. This is Ali Garcia. Her season's best is 3. There's 1. And does she make it round number 2? Does she make it for the boat guides? Yes, she does, but it opens the door. So Ali Garcia will ski towards the dock. So this is going to be an uphill task for Jamie Metcalf. She has to outright exceed the score of 2. In other words, get a piece of 3 in order to advance. Ali Garcia. If there is a tie between those two, then Ali Garcia would advance. So 2 1/4 needed from Jamie Metcalf in order to advance. And already as she swam in towards the dock, she expressed her pessimism in regards to being able to get ahead and to make it through to the semifinals. Entrance gates and buoy number 1. A little bit down course off there, a big ways down course, and she struggled a little bit with the S-turn, but she got the 2 buoy count. So now it comes down to this. This is our third pairing of 4. Ali Garcia currently stands on the dock with 2. Jamie Metcalf has to score 2 and then some in order to advance. There's number 1. And there's the tie, and I don't think it even got to that point. It's 1.5, which means that Ali Garcia advances through to the semi-final, where she will take on Ali Nicholson. But give a big cheer, please, for Jamie Metcalf as she swims into the shore. 1.5 on 10.75 meters. She kept this pairing interesting, and we certainly appreciate her performance out there and appreciate the excitement that she brought to this quarterfinal of the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm Women's Slalom head-to-head round. She got round number 2 and just couldn't get enough of a turn to make a jump on number 3, but she's happy. She's happy that she's made it this far, and maybe look forward to seeing her in Rocchetto in Italy for the World Waterski Championships at the latter part of August. So there we go. That means that with that score, Ali Garcia advances. We'll probably get a word or two with her in just a moment, but in the meantime, our 4th and last pairing to determine the skier who will take on the world champion Jamie Ball. It is Manon Costard versus Anne-Marie Wroblewski, and Manon Costard, former world champion for 2019. Let's see what she's got. Looking good, looking strong, and opens up with 13 meters, effectively running that pass. 6 buoys there, 13 meters from Manon Costard. All right, then. With that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here on the dock. We're joined by Ali Garcia, who just went past, advanced to next round. How do you feel about that?
I feel good. I was a bit nervous with the 2 just because, Jamie was coming in with kind of nothing to lose at 2 ball, and that's kind of when people tend to get to 3. So I didn't feel super confident with a 2, but that's the beauty of head-to-head rules, I guess. You just got to sit and wait. But I'm really happy to make it through. It was a goal of mine, and now I'm going to go get some food and happy to ski again.
All right, we are happy to see you again in the next round. Congratulations on your score again. And as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right. Thank you very much, Lorenzo. And Ali Garcia will match up against Ali Nicholson in the second semi-final round to determine the second skier in the first semi-final round. We have this pairing. We have Manon Costard, who's just skied her way through 13 meters, and now attempting to do the same behind the black boat is Anne-Marie Wroblewski. And Anne-Marie takes it all the way and gets round all 6 buoys on the opening pass. Coming to us originally from Ohio, and with stops at North Carolina and Louisiana in between there and here. That is Anne-Marie Wroblewski. So there we go. We've got our the first skier in pairing number 1. That is Will Asher. Be going head-to-head against Jonathan Travers, I believe. Whilst the men get prepared, just a reminder to you once again. Whilst they get prepared, we're still on with the 4th pairing of 4 in this quarterfinal. We see Will Asher getting ready to go and do battle against Jonathan Travers. Should find something familiar about that situation, because that was the final pairing in last season's championship round here at the San Gervasio ProAm in the head-to-head final. Manon Costar, second pass, 12 meters. Nicely done. Don't see too much of a fault on that one for her. Skiing towards the dock and getting ready for possibly coming back into the course on 11.25 meters. The necessity of which will be determined by our next pass from the second skier in this pairing, Anne-Marie Wroblewski, the former U21 World Women's Slalom Champion. Anne-Marie Wroblewski, also a former NCWSA National Collegiate Women's Slalom Champion. On top of the other accolades in which she has been fortunate enough to receive. But so far as Manon Costar is concerned, she has won the one that matters the most, and that is the World Championship way back in 2019. So our second boat has been instructed to make its way towards the course, and Anne-Marie Wroblewski, let's see how she gets along. This is going to be 12 meters. Good glide, good gate shot in towards buoy number 1. A little bit of a slack line off buoy number 1 into number 2, and number 2 into number 3. Anne-Marie Wroblewski. There's 5. And that forces this pairing to go into 11.25 meters at the very least. And with that, that means that every single one of our female competitors has gone to attempt 11.25 meters at the very least. Two out of our 3 previous pairings were resolved with a buoy count attempt at 11.25 meters. The skiers that prevailed for the most part all skied through 11.25 meters to take the victory in their pairing. The one outstanding one is the one that was resolved into 10.75 meters between Ali Garcia and Jamie Metcalf. So let's have a look and see how we resolve this. They're currently tied with the 6 buoy count on 12 meters and continuing to ski. All right, so Claudio Bonatti signaling to the skier that he's ready to go. He's been instructed by the officials to make a headlong dash towards the slalom course. With Manon Costar. Manon Costar. She's round buoy number 1. She's good for number 2. A little bit tail heavy there on number 3. Even Even better there on number 4. She manages to wrestle it back. And that could have gone sideways in a hurry, especially that turnaround buoy number 2. But experience coming into play there for Manon Costard from France, who's a multiple-time European women's slalom champion as well. Handel going up really high off her number 2. Seeing this on the instant replay. And Handel going down and on the inside as well, which didn't exactly rectify what she'd produced around buoy number 2. But as long as she stayed upright, there was always going to be a chance that she would get through 11.25 meters. So far in these pairings, the top seed the skiers in the top seed have advanced through to the next round. We're talking Jamie Ball, number 1 seed. We're talking Ali Nicholson, number 2 seed. We're talking Ali Garcia, number 3 seed. And if that convention continues to hold, then Manon Costard could well advance through to the next round. But Anne-Marie Wroblewski, she's not going to give up on this one. She's going to get round 1 and number 2. She's still there, round number 3 and 4, keeping it going. And she's really rocking this one. She's round number 6, Anne-Marie Wroblewski. That extends this pairing on to 10.75 meters. She is not done yet. And a skier who brings a lot of pedigree into this event, up against one of the top competitors in this sport for so many seasons, Manon Costard. Anne-Marie Wroblewski, for her part, just did not give up. She just continued to hustle. There may have been a couple of mistakes on the pass, but she just put that immediately behind her and just drove that ski round each buoy and behind the back of the boat. And she'd have made herself early into number 6 despite all of that. So now it is 11.25 meters. 11.25 meters has been cleared from both of our skiers. It also means that the higher seeded skier has at least completed a pass at 11.25 meters. Let's have a look and see how things shape up. Manon Costard, 10.75 meters. Setting up the target that Anne-Marie Wroblewski must exceed in order to advance. There's number 1 and number 2. Oh, and she has opened up the door a little bit here. Manon Costard waving to the crowd as she skis towards the dock. Her turn is done, but is that opened too much of a target for Anne-Marie Wroblewski to cruise on through? Cruise is probably the wrong choice of words. It's certainly not going to be anything as easy as that. But Anne-Marie Wroblewski, who is now faced with needing to get a piece of number 3 in order to advance. Let's have a look once again at Manon Costard. Getting a good gate shot into buoy number 1, driving hard, but needing to slow the ski down, but unfortunately not bleeding enough speed. And she knew at that point that she couldn't get it outside number 3, so she accepted the highest score that she could get under that scenario. Not risking the fall there around buoy number 2 in that split-second decision. Yeah, she eased up just before the wakes and made sure that she got a solid 2. And the expression on that face says everything for Manon Costard. But could it be a slightly happier face if things go her way? So, Anne-Marie Wroblewski, a former world champion herself, albeit in the U21s. Here she comes. She needs a piece of 3. Take down the former elite World Open champion. There's 1, there's 2. Can she make it outside? No, and she ties. She ties with 2 at 10.75 meters. So she does not advance. That means that Manon Costar advances through to the next round of the competition. So all of our top seeds in this competition so far in the quarterfinal. So all the top seeds advance. Anne-Marie Wroblewski comes away with a score of 2 at 10.75 meters, 2 at 10.75 meters, producing the highest score that is unfortunately unable to advance with. So I don't know whether she forgot about the tour rules or anything like that, but the rules on the Pro Tour mean that the second skier has to outright ski the first in order to advance. It's a 2-buoy counter to 10.75 meters, and with that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here dockside. I'm joined by Manon, who just advanced to semifinals. So, Manon, how you feel about your set?
Good. No, I'm happy. We've been super tight the whole weekend with Anne-Marie, so of course it's not super nice to equal like this. It feels a bit wrong to advance and when she just did the same score, but it was fun. I'm super happy to move forward and excited for the next set.
All right, we are excited for next set. Yes, sometimes head-to-head rules are not the most fair of them, but hey, that's what the rules we got, so we got to deal with them. Congratulations on advancing. Can't wait to see you ski in semifinals, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So let's have a look at the updated bracket now. Now, with Jamie Ball will do battle against Manon Costar in the first semifinal, and Ali Nicholson will take on Ali Garcia in the second semifinal. Commiserations go out to Chiara Bonneman and Anne-Marie Wroblewski, Beatricia Yanni, and Jamie Metcalf, who have all been eliminated at this stage of the game. Let's send it back over to Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back here. Ladies just got done. We're starting with men's. First heat is going to be Will against JT. So Will, top seed, is going to choose first. Will, what are you choosing?
Yeah, I chose to go first against JT.
And JT, which boat would you like to ski behind, black or white?
I think it's the white one.
You're choosing the driver?
Nathan, yeah.
All right, Nathan, I think, is behind the white boat. I can confirm that, I think. So Nathan and first skiing. Good luck out there, guys, and back to you, Tony. Thank you, guys.
All right, continuing on, and let's take a look at a highlight or two from the previous round. Let me think. Who should I put on out there? Okay, Ali Garcia's 11.25 meter run. Certainly not the stylish of 11.25 meter runs, but it was extremely effective and gone a little broken over off number one. But the major difference I see here with Ali Garcia compared to a few weeks ago is the fact that she just gritted determination written all over her face from 3 into number 4. She gets on the gas and then just really works the edge change and allows herself the luxury of getting around buoy number 6 with plenty of width. So there we go. That is Pick Your Pass, and my personal highlight of the competition, the 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters from Ali Garcia. All right, then. So we've got a little bit of time before we go into our next first pairing in the men. So let's have a look at Jamie Ball, who advanced out of the first pairing against Chiara Bonneman. Beautiful conditions, beautiful sunshine, and absolutely just ripping it from one side to the next. Our current champion from last season and the current leader on the Waterski Pro Tour, showing us exactly why she is at the top of her game at this moment. Jamie Ball on 222 points and is probably looking to gain a lot more than that by the time this competition is done. All right, then. So let's have a look at pairing number 2, Ali Nicholson. Have a look at her run at 11.25 meters before she climbed onto the back of the boat and had a nice little ride back to the dock. Good extension round buoy number 1, bringing the handle sharply in, and is able to link that effectively with a ski's turn. Just gets into it right about there and just leans up against the handle and just sends it round all 6 buoys. That is Ali Nicholson, taking a big old hit there off number 5, but she's got the strength and she's got the skill to fend off any kind of detrimental effects that could have. All right then, so
no pens in boats.
Okay, so we go. Let's go on to another skier who advanced, and that is Manon Costar on pairing number 4, 10.75 meters. We'll have a look at this once again through the entrance gates. Gets a decent start off number 1, and even though she got 2 buoys at 10.75 meters, she wasn't overly optimistic about her chances to make it through based upon that score. But as it turned out, Anne-Marie Wroblewski, the best that she could do was to tie it. And according to the Pro Tour rules, with head-to-head matchups all the way, but not including the final, it means that Anne-Marie Wroblewski, by the fact that she tied, was eliminated at that stage. She had to outright ski ahead of that first performance there from Manon Costar. So we're going to go for a simulation pass. So we got Nathan McGarry at the helm of that Malibu towboat. I think he's driving the white boat this time. And Claudia Benatti, I believe, is driving the black boat. Manuel, actually, will be driving the black boat.
Crazy tan, and then I went in the shower and it all left. It was just mud and sweat. Yeah, I was like, but yeah, the water can stay like
there we go. We've got our 2 Brits on the starting dock. We got Rob Hazelwood and Freddie Winter.
Or 13 degrees, and you're like, I can't do this anymore.
Certainly, if tournament water skiing doesn't work out for Rob Hazelwood or Freddie Winter, they can at least audition as male models. All right, so Will Asher, our first part of our first pairing against Jonathan Travers. Now Jonathan Travers deciding to go with the white boat. Will Asher electing to go first off the dock. And interesting that we see in this pairing again, because this was exactly the pairing that presented itself in the final round of last year's competition that saw Jonathan Travers take the victory. Both skiers who train over in Groveland at Sunset Lakes, and both skiers who use the Syndicate brand for their ski. right then, folks, here we go. First pairing in the men's quarterfinal. That first pairing will consist of Jonathan Travers versus Will Asher, and we're going in with 12 meters as the opening pass. Minimum starting line length. Both of our competitors will go in with 12 meters to get things up and running. And there you go. That is Will Asher out on the water first via his personal selection, and he scored 5 buoys at 10.25 meters in the previous round to set himself up as the #1 seed in this quarterfinal. Jonathan Travers in the water and getting ready for a 12-meter start himself. All right, just waiting for the signal from our official before he sets himself into the slalom course, pushing himself away from the dock, giving himself a little bit of room before he takes the deep water start and then up on top of the water. All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in. Opening pass, 12 meters. Skier on the water, Jonathan Travers. Getting everything rolling in the right direction. I don't see too much wrong there. That's 6 buoys, 12 meters for Jonathan Travers. So with that, let's send it on over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here, dockside. Round 1 of the men's head-to-head is underway, and for round 2, we have an almighty British match. We got here Rob Hazelwood, and Freddie Winter is about to join us. He's just getting ready. So Freddie is our top seed. Freddie, what are you choosing?
I will surprisingly go first.
Exactly, surprisingly. And you, Rob, which boat would you like to ski behind?
I'll go for the white boat.
All right, perfect. So white boat and second spot for Rob, and black boat and first spot for Freddie. Good luck to both of you. Battle it out hard. And back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Lorenzo. Freddie Winter, as he clearly stated and mentioned that he choose the choice of going out first as the higher seed. Here we go. We've got our first skier out in the first pairing coming into the course. It's going to be an 11.25 meter second pass, and it is going to be on the shoulders of Will Asher to clear. There's #1. He's good for #2. He's continuing to roll here. 11.25 meters. Rarely has any problems in running this pass, and he gets the job done. Nicely skied there from Will Asher, and Jonathan Travers will be coming back very, very soon. So with that, he throws down the target that Jonathan Travers has to obtain to keep the pairing going. He's got to get through the pass and score all 6 buoys from gate to gate as well. So Will Asher doing a fine job putting on a clinic here of great slaloming technique. 11.25 meters skiing into the a very, very slight wind, hardly any real true wind to speak of, but it is still out there. So here we go with Nathan McGarry at the helm. He's pulling Jonathan Travers into the course right here and now. 11.25 meters. There's number one. Round number two. Wearing the blue bib as he is the defending champion for 2024. This is Jonathan Travers. And he just absolutely pulverizes that pass. A 6-buoy count at 11.25 meters for Jonathan Travers. So looking at this once again, he is just absolutely on his game and just confidently just made that turnaround buoy number two as if it was his strong side, which it isn't. He is left foot forward, which means his stronger side turns are 1, 3, and 5. Just gets on the gas as and when and gets the job done. All right, so Will Asher is forced to go back into the course to set up a higher target for Jonathan Travers to chase. Will Asher, multiple-time world slalom champion, multiple-time record holder, multiple-time Pro Tour title winner. He's also the first ever competitor to score into 9.75 meters on the continent of Africa, which he did so last year at the Marrakesh Pro. And not looking bad at all right here on 10.75 meters, getting everything situated for a 6-buoy count. So looking in grand form out there, Will Asher. The first couple of buoys really sets the pace and the tempo for everything else that occurs afterwards. And managing to get on the gas as and when he needs to. He just has that smooth and efficient style that allows for him to make these passes with the utmost of seemingly ease. All right, moving on in towards 10.75 meters for the next pass. This is Jonathan Travers. This is pairing number one. There is number one. There's number two, a little bit back on the ski. Round number three. It's good to go round number four. Trying to keep it simple, trying to keep it efficient, and trying to keep himself in contention, which he continues to do so with a 6-buoy count at 10.75 meters. That is Jonathan Travers. Now it starts to get interesting. Good extension round buoy number one. Just brings the handle into a certain spot and then skis all the way through it. Keeping the handle in nice and tight. Trying to maintain good line control, which is more and more difficult to do the deeper and deeper and deeper and shorter that you go. And when I talk about line control, there's something there that certainly sets him apart, a little bit of a rodeo whip through the exit gates in order to tighten up that line sooner, which he does, and he gets the job done. So warming up on dockside, our second pairing. Freddie Winter versus Rob Hazelwood. Here we go, Will Asher coming in on 10.25 meters. He's round number 2. He's good to go for now. Oh, and he blows the tail on buoy number 3, and that could well be a determining factor as to who advances out of this pairing. 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Then that seriously opens the door, because so far as Jonathan Travers is concerned, he needs to get round number 3 and to the wakes in order to advance. So it's a 2.5 score confirmed from our officials, and that sets up a tantalizing target for Jonathan Travers to aim for. He got the turn that he needed off buoy number 1, Will Asher. And then round number 2 brought the handle in, and this was a classic Will Asher off number 2. Brought the handle in, and sometimes there is a split-second difference between bringing it in effectively or bringing it in too quickly. So the second boat has been instructed to make its way back towards the course as preparations are made for our next competitor. The black boat just happens to be there, ready for Freddie Winter to take to the water with. Here we go. 10.25 meters. Deep breath. There's number 1. There's number 1. There's number 2. Oh, no! And he collapses round buoy number 2, and that means that Will Asher advances. Wow! Wow, so Will Asher, so far as he's concerned, he wished for a 4-leaf clover, and he certainly got it there by way of Jonathan Travers' performance and with 1 1/2. So we are going to have a new champion of the San Gervasio ProAm for this season of 2025. And Jonathan Travers just losing his composure into buoy number 2. And the ski just washes out from underneath him. So Will Asher advances through to the semi-final. But certainly skied well to make it through to this section of the competition. So the defending champion will no longer be in a position to defend his title anymore from this point. And that therefore means that Will Asher advances through to the semi-final, and he is going to have a chance of maybe making it through to the final, depending upon what happens with our fourth pairing between Matteo Lazzeri and Thomas de Gasperi. That to come in the future. Freddie Winter, first competitor out. Scored 4 at 10.25 meters in the first round of this competition. That score was not challenged by several skiers until Will Asher stepped out onto the water in the second round of qualifying. But Freddie Winter doing an admirable job out there and running the opening pass at 12 meters. A 6 buoy count there. His opponent in this second pairing is Rob Hazelwood. So, and with Will Asher making its way through the first semi-final pairing, that therefore means that each semi-final will feature skiers from Great Britain So good representation there for the so heading in towards the course, we have got Rob Hazelwood, who didn't have the easiest of times making it through to this section of the competition. As a matter of fact, on round number 1, he ran over buoy number 2 on 11.25 meters, scoring just 1. But did that worry Rob Hazelwood? Nope. He just went back out there as the first skier off the dock in round 2 and just absolutely just got on it, got to business, and scored a 3 buoy count at 10.25 meters to see his way through to this section of the competition. So let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here on the dock. Next pairing is going to be Aaron versus Sasha. Sasha is not yet here. We're waiting on him. He's taking his time to focus and get situated. But Aaron is top seat, so he's going to decide if he wants to go first, second, or behind which boat is he going to ski. So what's your choice?
Surprise, surprise, I'm going to decide to go first.
All right, perfect. So he's going to go first, and we just have to wait for Sasha. He's coming right now. We're just going to wait for him to see which behind which boat he would like to ski. We'll know it in a second, but for now, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. So Aaron Davis, we know, is going to go in first on pairing number 3, and behind which boat we don't know, because that decision is going to be made by Sasha Deskin. Different. The second person in the lowest seeding has the choice of boat, whether it be the black or the white boat. Here we go, coming on in. Freddie Winter, 11.25 meters, and seems to be able to get through that without too many problems whatsoever. So no worries there from Freddie Winter, getting everything out of that pass, and now we wait for Rob Hazelwood to make his entrance towards the slalom course on the same line length. All right there, so we've just seen the instant replay of Freddie Winter right there, cleaning through 11.25 meters. As we see Aaron Davies on the dockside. Hopefully we'll get some information shortly as to what boat choice Sasha Deskin made. But in the meantime, let's get ready for Rob Hazelwood to make his way into the course. Won his first Pro Tour title last season by taking the win at the Botas event, I believe. Or his first professional win, I should correct. Here we go. This is Rob Hazelwood. Entrance round buoy number 1. Getting dialed in off number 2, 11.25 meters. And I don't see too much wrong there from Rob Hazelwood. He gets the job done there on the second pass. 11.25 meters. And now that forces Freddie Winter back into the slalom course to set up a target that Rob Hazelwood can attack. Remember, under Pro Tour rules, the second skier must outrightly beat the first in order to advance. A tie is not enough. So both skiers looking pretty good so far. And there we see our skier with the white boat. That is Rob Hazelwood. Now skiing behind the black Malibu is Freddie Winter. 10.75 meters. Boat accelerating up to 58k. Or 36 miles an hour for those of you over in the States wanting to know what the speed is in actuality. There's number one. Round number two, keeping a good hard pressure across the back of the boat from one side to the next, keeping it going. Round number 5 and number 6, he is as tidy as you like there. That is Freddie Winter. Doesn't get much better than that. 3 passes back to back, 12, 11, and 10.75 meters, all in his back pocket. And let's see what Rob Hazelwood has by way of a riposte. So continuing to work through where we see Freddie Winter with the instant replay. He's gotten through 10.75 meters. Never in doubt there on pass number 3. Pass number 3 coming up for Rob Hazelwood. Same line length, same speed. Just a different boat. All right, let's see what we've got. With Nathan McGarry at the wheel. We've got Rob Hazelwood, 10.75 meters. He's got to get through this pass if he's to stand any chance at all of advancing. He's round number 1 and unfortunately unable to get on the gas. But Rob Hazelwood, who had to ski hard to even get to this section of the competition, should be applauded. Let's give it up, please, for Rob Hazelwood. So there we go. That should either be 1 1/4 or 1 1/2. So Freddie Winter, he's through to the next round and just brought the handle in way too hard and way too low. Okay, so the judges are satisfied that the Rob Hazelwood scored a solitary 1 buoy count on 10.75 meters. So there we go. That is Rob Hazelwood and Freddie Winter skiing his way back to the dock. Task is accomplished. He's through to the semi-final. That is Freddie Winter. So, and to find out who Freddie will be faced against in the second semi-final, we're going to take on our next pairing, and that next pairing is going to feature Aaron Davis versus Sasha Descan. Great Britain versus France will be coming up next. All right, then. So as we await for Aaron Davis and Sasha Descan to make their way in the water and on towards the course, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here dockside. I'm joined by Freddie Winter, who just advanced to semifinals. So, Freddie, how you feel about it?
Yeah, head-to-heads are weird. Like it's hard to get excited especially for the first round. Like you know, I don't know. It's a strange. You know that if you do well, your energy is going to be spent over sort of a number of hours. So I mean, it's unfortunate for Rob there. I'm sad for him and confused because that was, you know, he skied really well yesterday afternoon, and I mean, I guess happy to be through. Well, definitely happy to be through. Yeah, I don't know. It's a funny old feeling today. I don't know.
All right, good. Well, we're glad to see you smiling. Can't wait to see you ski in the next round. Thank you very much, and back to you, Tony.
All right, here we go, folks. Our next pairing, first competitor out, is going to be Aaron Davies. And as soon as he gets up on top of the water, we'll find out what choice Sasha Deska made so far as the boat is concerned. We'll get a pretty darn good idea of what he selected. And here comes Aaron Davies approaching the slalom course. And Sasha selected the white boat, while Aaron Davies goes in with the black boat. Don't see too much wrong with that. Aaron Davies, 12-meter start. And as he pulls out and gets ready to shorten, there should be less than 45 seconds remaining before Sasha Deska takes to the water. And Sasha Deska, by selecting the white boat, by extension, selects the driver. And in this instance, it's going to be Nathan McGarry. So as Aaron Davies chats it up a little bit, and not an opportunity for you to vote for skier of the day, could it well actually be Aaron Davies based upon his personal best score of yesterday of 4, the first time that he's gotten that far on 10.25 meters? Or do you believe someone else is worthy of the distinction of being skier of the day, sponsored by 2U nutritional snacks? You can vote by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Here we go. This is Sasha Deska on 12 meters. All right, here we go, Aaron, with his first pass of 12 meters. Sasha Deska on good form at the moment. So Sasha gets through 12 meters and continuing to rehab from a ankle injury, which he re-aggravated at the Royal Nautique Pro in Rabat in Morocco. And with that in mind, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, everybody. Welcome back here, Dockside. We just got done watching an almighty British matchup, and now we have an almighty Italian matchup. It's going to be Matteo Lazzeri against Thomas De Gasperi. So we'll go up to Matteo to see is the top seed, so we'll see what he wants to do. Matteo, what would you like to do, first or second?
I'll let you guess.
Okay, you're going first. Perfect. Matteo is going first, and let's see, Thomas, which boat would you like to ski behind, Thomas?
The white one.
All right, perfect. Matteo is going to be first behind the black boat, and Thomas is going to be second behind the white boat. Can't wait to see this matchup. Good luck on both of the guys, and back to you, Tony.
All right, so the final stats in terms of choice, and this is going to be a little bit of a shocker. Every single one of our top-seeded skiers in each pairing has elected to go first. And every one of those lower seeds that has a choice of the boat have all decided to go with the white boat, which is a bit of a... So here we go. We've got Aaron Davies, second pass, carving up dollar signs out there on the course. Nicely done, Aaron Davies. He gets the 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters on pass number 2. So we're on pairing number 3. We've already made the choices for pairing number 4, as the San Gervasio Pro is a 2-star event. On the Waterski Pro Tour, you see the point breakdown for each event. And just looking at this once again, there's some great slalom technique there exhibited by Aaron Davis, who comes to us from the northern English city of Bolton. Famous for its 2Ks and Warburtons. And they should add Aaron Davis to that list of distinctions that Bolton can lay claim to. Here we go. There's number 1, and this is Sasha Deska on 11.25 meters. Driving it hard across the back of the boat and keeping everything in lockstep with the course. There you go. Now the pairing continues into 10.75 meters. We'll see whatever target Aaron Davis can produce will be viable enough for Sasha Deska to try and supersede. This is where it starts to get dicey, where it really starts to where every single fraction of a movement matters out there on the slalom course, because as Rob Hazelwood can quite gleefully, or rather the opposite, can tell you, that even the smallest movement can make a massive implication out there on the slalom course. And so here we go. We've got in the water and about to get back on top of the water, Aaron Davis. Instructing Manuel to mash the throttle and sending him into the slalom course. This here and now is Aaron Davis. Getting a good drop on buoy number 1 and number 2 as well, 10.75 meters. Looking good around buoy number 5 and dropping it hard for number 6. Good skiing there for Aaron Davis. One of the true up-and-coming British slalom skiers in recent seasons. Hasn't had an altogether smooth path towards excellence. A few seasons ago, he actually trapped his arm in the V portion of the handle, and he was out of the game for several months. Had to have a skin graft to repair a lot of the damage that was caused. But as you can see now, that he's not taking safety for granted out there, using a handle guard. Probably one of the very few at this level of competition to use that device, but so far as Aaron Davis is concerned, not leaving that to chance after sustaining such an injury several seasons ago. But he's battled back. He's battled back into top tournament contention. Aaron Davis has gone through 10.75 meters, and here's a skier who hasn't exactly had things all his own way either in terms of injuries. As a matter of fact, he comes into this competition having recently recovered from a swollen ankle sustained at the Royal Nautique Pro in Rabat in Morocco. But not using that as an excuse by any way stretch of the imagination. He gets through 10.75 meters, and in this pairing now comes down to whoever scores the most on 10.25 meters. Or could it even go on to 9.75 meters? Who knows at this point? Good extension around buoy number 2 for Sasha Deska, and just driving hard behind the boat. Certainly one of the more dynamic slalom skiers out there, especially where it comes to his aggression behind the boat. Not one of our taller skiers coming into this kind of slalom event, but he more than makes up for it with good drive behind the boat. So that is Sasha Deska. We're on to our third of 3 quarterfinals. A third of 4 quarterfinals. Aaron Davis about to work his way in towards the slalom course, skiing behind the black boat. Manuel Domini at the helm. Let's see what that translates to. There's one. Driving in hard. Round number 2. He's still there, 10.25 meters. He gets round number 3 to the wake, and there you go. Sets up a viable target for Sasha Deska to chase. And that is probably his second best score of the season. Aaron Davis coming on strong when it matters. So now Sasha Deska, in order for him to advance, has to get a piece of 4. And that is no easy task. So far in this competition, that is the highest leading score that we've seen in the head-to-head competition. Safely back to the wakes before the next set of boat guides. That's Aaron Davis, and we'll look at the instant replay once again. Dropping in incredibly hard off buoy number 1, and round number 2, some of the thought processes really kick into overdrive, whether to go for more buoys on the slalom course, or basically settle with what you can easily achieve. So Aaron Davis, he's looking out towards the slalom course right now, and he'll be eager to see, as we are as well, if Sasha Deska can get the piece of number 4 that will allow him to advance. This is Sasha Deska. Entrance, round buoy number 1, drops in hard on number 1. He gets round number 2. Does he get a piece of number 3? Yes. Does he get a piece of number 4? Oh no! And he's inside buoy number 4. That means it's a tie, and in a tied situation, the first skier prevails. So Aaron Davis means that Aaron Davis has secured at least one British skier into the final round, because so we have two skiers. So we have 2 skiers that advance out of the semi-final with their brackets being close together. Freddie Winter and Aaron Davis both advance, and they will be skiing up against each other to determine who is going to be the finalist. And Sasha Deska, just seeing number 4 whiz by him, he certainly had a good chance there, but unfortunately for him, he has been eliminated. Certainly tried to stop the ski on a dime right there to get it going across the course. He was on the back foot. He tried his hardest to make a play on number 4, and unfortunately for Sasha, unable to do so. Right, we're now going to go into our 4th pairing of 4. We have got Matteo Luzzeri. He'll be our lead-off skier against Thomas de Gasperi. So great skiing there from Matteo Lizzeri, and let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here dockside. Matteo just got done with his first pass. Thomas is about to hit the water, about to start here. Right now, it's our friend Aaron that just went through the round. So how did you feel about that?
Oh, I'm stoked, man. Like this is I've not done too many head-to-heads. You know, and I've only got a handful of Pro Tour finals under my belt, but they felt good, and I'm super stoked to get through to the next round. I'm not sure who my next matchup is, but it's going to be tough no matter what. All the skiers here are incredible. So yeah, we'll see. I believe it's one of these two, either Matteo or Tigas. So I don't really want to be up against either. But no, it feels really good out there. There's a little bit of a breeze, but it's not too bad right now. You just got to keep it in your mind for the gate, but in the course it feels great. Both drivers, you know, they're just amazing. They both feel the same. So whichever boat you're behind, all the sight, it feels great. So yeah, that's you know, it's just we'll see what happens in the next round.
Well, just to let you know, you're going to be against Freddie. Oh. Okay.
Battle of the Brits, okay.
Battle of the Brits again. Well, thank you very much. Go get rested for round 2. And let's go back to Thomas. Back to you, Tommy.
Here we go. 11-time European men's slalom champion and 2-time world champion. This is Thomas de Gasperi on par, on fire there with the opening pass of 12 meters. And that forces Matteo Lizzeri back into the slalom course to set up a higher target for him to exceed. So some great individual performances there, and we've had some great driving as well, courtesy of Manuel Domini and Nathan McGarry. And also Claudio Bonatti doing a fantastic job alongside Giovanni and Dronico as well. So all 4 of those individuals driving on Malibu boats should be given a lot of credit for their consistency out there. All right, then, here we go, folks. Skier on the water, Matteo Lizzeri. 12-meter start, and coming back on 11.25 meters. So looking good and getting round all 6 buoys on 11.25 meters. And that force is Thomas de Gasperi back into the course to try and match that in order to keep the pair alive. So looking at some of the messages that have come through on our live chat, Aaron Davis getting a whole lot of love from Free Sisters. And some of our female competitors getting a lot of encouragement as well. So thanks a lot for those of you that are joining in on the live chat with the TWBC YouTube channel player. You can register to be a part of the conversation by going to the TWBC YouTube channel and hitting the bell icon at the top, the subscribe icon, and then the bell icon. And that will also inform you as to the next time we go live. Here we go, folks. Coming on in, we've got Thomas de Gasperi. Nice, smooth off number 1 and number 2. 11.25 meters. It's absolutely criminal to see that pass be performed that smoothly from one side to the next. That is Thomas de Gasperi. Was certainly one of our taller skiers. That certainly helps too. But being tall isn't the end-all and be-all of being a slalom skier at this stage. So just looking at this from Thomas de Gasperi with the instant replay once again, just accentuating the smoothness and the precision from one side of the course to the next. So that brings us to Matteo Luzzeri. He's gone through 12 and 11.25 meters. Here he comes on 10.75 meters. Gets a good start on buoy number 1 and round number 2. Handle up a little bit high though, but still managing to drive it hard across the back of the boat. Oh wow, getting into a little bit of trouble there and managing to salvage it all the way through. Not exactly the 5 that he wanted, but he at least gave himself just enough room to get round 6 and to S-bend and to S-turn his way out of a particular precarious situation. So looking in good shape for much of this pass. And then almost lost everything there with his angle into buoy number 6, and just had to hit the brakes hard off for number 6 and to get through the exit gates. So there we go. That is Matteo Luzzeri. Now getting ready for 10.25 meters next if it becomes necessary, because with that task on his shoulders, Thomas de Gasperi has to run through 10.75 meters to continue the pairing onwards. We know at the very least that there will be 3 British skiers in the semi-finals. .75 meters for Thomas de Gasperi, who skis out of Trento. It's a fair distance away from here, over in the foothills of the Italian Alps, and such a nice facility for anyone lucky enough to visit it. We certainly had the opportunity to do so last season. So a gate is under review for Thomas de Gasperi. Now, this is the last thing he needs on his mind right now. Now, I don't think it has anything to do with the entrance gates. It may have everything to do with the end gate. Let's have a look at this. Or maybe it does have something to do with the entrance gates, because, I mean, with Thomas de Gasperi, I mean, that was as clear as a whistle. Just waiting on the officials to make their determination. Okay, so whilst the gate review continues, we go on with our next competitor. The gate has been approved, which means that this pairing continues on to 10.25 meters. Now, I'm not too sure what the Italian national record is. It's somewhere on this pass. But let's have a look and see how close that either of our competitors can get to it. There's number 1. There's number 2 from Matteo Lazzeri. And is inside number 3. And Matteo Lazzeri knows the score quite literally and figuratively in that respect. He gets 2 at 10.25 meters. Matteo Lazzeri has now opened the door a little bit here for Thomas de Gasperi to punch his ticket through to the semi-final. Matteo got the number 1 in all fairness. He got the good start, but he just wheelied up, and he knew at that point that things were just not going to go his way, at least so far as that performance was concerned. However, any score of this magnitude on 10.25 meters is not going to be an automatic. It's going to require some hard work on the part of Thomas de Gasperi, and we'll see if he's up for it in just a couple of moments. All right, boat making its way into the course. That white Malibu Response TXI. There's number 1. There's number 2. Can he get a piece of number 3? Does he get the number 3? Yes, he believes so. And if that is the case, then Thomas de Gasperi has moved himself through to the final, and he is the only lowest seeded skier out of the entirety of this quarterfinal, whether it be women or men, to have made it through to the next round of pairings. So as Matteo Lazzeri walks back towards the base camp, Thomas de Gasperi will get a confirmation on his score in just a moment. It is 2.5, so just the additional half that he needed in order to make it through to the finals. He was up for the task. Yeah, there you go. Good, determined effort. So that therefore means that the semi-final pairings will consist of Will Asher versus Thomas de Gasperi. So, and while we confirm the pairings, we're going to be talking a little bit with Thomas de Gasperi, and we'll send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here dockside. We're here with Thomas that just got done with his set and he went through. Thomas, how did you get to 3 on that 10-2?
Yeah, my 1 ball wasn't that great. Kind of had a lot of slack line. Maybe I got there a little too fast, trying to think about 3 ball, crank 2 ball, and pull as hard as I can. Props to Matteo. He's skiing amazing this year, so it's very good to see somebody from Italy coming up that strong, that consistent, especially after working for weeks and today and yesterday for this event. I'm sure he didn't get to sleep in this morning and yesterday and the day before. So congrats to Matteo. He made me work hard. And yeah, on to the next.
Until the next, go get rested, Thomas. You deserve it. Thank you very much. And back to you, Tony.
All right, so let's have a look and confirm the pairings for the semi-final round. Will Asher will be going head-to-head against Thomas de Gasperi. Thomas de Gasperi, the only lower-seeded skier in the quarterfinal to advance. And Freddie Winter will go up against Aaron Davis. And by that token, that means that the final will have representation at least by one competitor from Great Britain in this instance. So that concludes the quarterfinals. We'll go into the semifinals very, very soon. There are 4 total semifinal pairings, 2 in the women's, 2 in the men's. But we're going to go into the junior challenge right now in the third and last round. Okay, and as we get ready for that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
You're right. So I don't care if I go second. I know the score. Right. If I go first, I can like put a bit of pressure. So I don't care.
Yeah. What's going on? Commercial? I don't know. Tony's not.
All right, get a little bit of confusion there, but as we get ready for the, we've got Melitine Morel and Ines Sola getting ready to go for the junior challenge, and then the semifinals to take place, and then the finals directly afterwards to conclude the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm right here at Jolly Ski. All right, let's check in once again with Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here dockside. I'm joined with our 2 competitors in the junior challenge. Ines is the top seed, and she's gonna choose. So what are you gonna choose today?
I choose the white boat, and I let the decision for the start to Melitine.
All right, I'm gonna ask you why in a second. So Melitine, what's the choose? When you wanna go, first or second?
So I chose to go second.
All right, so you're going to go first, but tell us a little bit, why did you choose the boat?
Because in the final, the second doesn't have to be the first one, and I don't really care if I go first or second. For me, there is like advantages both, so I choose the boat.
Yeah. All right, perfect. Yes, exactly, guys. In finals, the second rider doesn't have to beat the score of the rider. If they tie score, they keep on skiing until we have one clear winner. So it's going to be an interesting battle. We hope to see these girls score a lot of buoys. Stay tuned with us, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
Yes. Mais dans quel bateau? Parce que moi j'ai dit, je crois que j'ai dit.
Okay, so looking around the site right now and getting ready to bring on our junior challenge skiers. Because it is the final round, it's not subject to Pro Tour rules so far as the winner being determined in that instance. If there is a tie in the final round, then each skier in that pairing will actually run off until a winner is determined. The quarterfinals and semifinals are subject to the Pro Tour rules so far as the second skier needing to beat the first skier outright in order to advance. And as we see Freddie Winter just trying to chill for a little bit before he goes back out onto the water, and his pairing will be up against Aaron Davies. And for those of you that are wanting to vote for your skier of the day, why not go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. All right, so as we get ready for the as we get ready for the junior challenge, let's go with a few. Let's go for Will Asher, who advanced through to the next round of the competition, and at the time he felt that his score was not enough to see him advance, and the expression that you saw on his face afterwards, clearly suggested that. I mean, he just popped the fin round buoy number 3, and he thought that he might have opened the door just a little bit too much. But as it turned out, Will Asher's score of 2.5 on 10.25 meters was enough to supersede the score of Jonathan Travers, who scored 1.5 on the same pairing. So, with that, we go on to the winner of the second pairing, and that is Freddie Winter. Freddie Winter took down Rob Hazelwood in the second pairing, and he did that by running 10.75 meters. Was not required to run into 10.25 meters to prevail in this competition. So Freddie Winter, stylish, purposeful, determined, and gets the job done. 6 buoys on 10.75 meters. Now, that is the winner of the second pairing. Let's go to the third pairing, and that was Aaron Davis. He got through his pairing, but I think that our junior challenge is about to take place in just a moment or so. We're just waiting on the other boat to make its way back. So there we got Aaron Davis. He managed to get round number 2 and indeed get all the way round number 3. It's only been superseded by season's best in the previous round of competition here in San Gervasio. So Aaron Davis absolutely on fire there. And the last pairing saw Thomas de Gasperi get round 3 on 10.25 meters to keep his nose in front ahead of Matteo Lazzeri, and becomes the first lower seeded quarter-finalist in the entirety of this competition in this season to actually advance through to the next round. The only second skier off the dock to do that. So, and those are some highlights from the quarterfinal rounds. When we'll go on to the semifinals very, very soon. But in the meantime, we've got our junior challenge. Ines Sola is elected to go first, or has actually been forced to go first off the dock. Ines Sola decided to go with the boat choice and went with the white boat, and being as she chose the boat, that meant that the starting choice rested upon Melitine Morel, and Melitine decided that she wanted to go second off the dock, thus forcing Ines Sola to take to the water first off the dock. So just waiting from our officials to find out the starting line length. The speed is 14.25 meters, 55k. First skier out, Ines Sola. Ines Sola has prevailed in every elimination or seeding round up to this point. There were 2 rounds of skiing in the Junior Challenge yesterday. And that set up the The Junior Challenge head-to-head competition brought to you by Radar Skis and Luzzeri International. Great skiing there from Ina Sola, who selected the boat but didn't select her positioning. Melitine Morel, who elected to go second. All right, so moving on with our second skier in this Junior Challenge and getting ready to go is Melitine Morel. Here is Melitine. Looking pretty smooth right now, and nothing out of the ordinary here. And not looking too bad, getting through that 14.25 meter pass, and let's send it over to Lorenzo.
Welcome back dockside, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here joined with the first pair that is going to hit the water in the semifinal for the pro women. It's going to be Jamie Bull against Manon Costar. So Jamie's top seat. She's going to decide if she wants to go first or behind which boat she would like to ski. What are you choosing?
I'm going to go first.
Surprisingly. And Manon, which boat would you like to ski behind?
I'm going to ski behind the black boat.
All right, perfect. So you got the white boat then. Good luck, girls. Thank you for being here again. And back to you, Tony.
All right, back on, and some great competitive action right now going ahead, courtesy of the Junior Challenge, sponsored by Radar Skis and also supported by Luzzeri International. We've got a semi-final pairings about to come up in the women's and the men's, and then ultimately the final round will bring to a conclusion this San Gervasio ProAm for the 11th edition in 2025. So here we go, folks. Melitine Morel. Actually, this is Ina Sola. First skier on the water and getting through 13 meters without too many problems whatsoever. So 6 buoy count on 13 meters, and that forces Melitine back into the course to chase down that score and hopefully move this pairing on towards our next line length, which is going to be 12. So looking at Ina Sola once again from Belgium, getting settled in and looking in great shape here for the majority of the pass. Nice extension there, and that is on 13 meters, the way it should be run there for Ina Sola.
No, I work for myself, so there's no office, but there is...
Here we go. Melitine Morel, 13 meters. Let's see if she is up to the task. The green loop. There's number one. Keeping things dialed in. Not trying to do anything out of the ordinary so far as the turns are concerned. I like where she's going with this, and it is a 6 buoy count. So that is 6 on 13 meters for Melitine Morel. So great skiing there from both of our junior competitors. It's now going to go on to 12 meters to try and extend this this challenge out a little longer. Another reminder for you to go to the TWBC YouTube channel and click on subscribe. Not only will you be part of the live chat, but you will also be instantly informed as to the next event we broadcast. The next event that we will broadcast, incidentally, is the IWWF U21 World Waterski Championships coming to you from Predator Bay in Alberta, Canada. All right, so as we continue right along, just a reminder that if any of these competitors tie with each other, then we're going to go into a runoff situation. This is 12 meters. Now, Ina Soler, I believe, has run this pass already in this competition in one of the last two seeding rounds. So, and she's doing a fine job here too. So looking at some of the scores that have been posted up by our competitors. Melitine Morel, for her part in this competition, she managed to get 2 and 2.5 on 12 meters, whereas Ina Soler, who we're watching right now clean up on 12 meters, got 2 on 11.25 meters in round number 2. But those initial 2 rounds don't matter so much. Not so far as the context of how things are going to possibly shape up here in this head-to-head competition in the 3rd round. We've just seen Ina Soler get through 11.25 meters, and Melitine Morel has now got to match that in order to continue skiing and keep herself in contention for maybe taking a famous win here at San Gervasio. There's number 1 on 12 meters, taking a good attacking posture. There's number 2 and number 3. Look at her go. She's ahead on number 4. She's continuing to roll here on number 5. Can she make it round buoy number 6? Oh, no, an inside buoy number 6. That may be actually one of her better scores, but that means that with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters, the winner of the Radar Skis Junior Challenge is that young lady that you're seeing right there on your screen. Ina Soler of Belgium with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. So this competition brought to you by Radar Skis and Lutzeri International, resulting in a win for Ina Soler. Commiserations to Melitine Morel, who comes away with her best score of the weekend. She got as deep as number 4 and number 5 and just couldn't figure out a way to turn round number 5 that would enable her to get round number 6. But I think this is probably one of her better scores, and Melitine Morel, it's a 5 buoy count on 12, so she shouldn't be too unhappy about the end performance. It will go down as a score of 5 on 12 meters. But your winner from Belgium is Ina Soler. She wins the Junior Challenge. Ina Soler will continue to ski, however. She's gone through 12, and she's going to have a crack at 11.25 meters, so why not? There's number 1 to the wakes, And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of your Junior Challenge for 2025, Ina Sola. And that concludes the Junior Challenge. She'll ski into the dock. She'll probably have a word or two with Lorenzo. We might even get both of them giving us their reaction to their final positioning in this event.
Yeah.
All right then. So with the completion of the Radar Skis Junior Challenge, also presented by Luzzeri International, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the dock, and we're here with our first gold medalist, our first winner, Ines, winner of the Junior Challenge. So how do you feel?
I felt good. I expecting to do a little bit more at 11, but I'm still happy to. I earned 12, and so yeah, it was really good.
And you told me that last year you got third, and this year you won. Yeah. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's really cool to see the improving, and also, yeah, I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Congratulations on your victory, and as usual, back to you, Tony.
All right, so let's continue on, and just to confirm that Ina Sola is your champion in the Junior Challenge, brought to you by Radar Skis and Luzzeri International. All right, women's slalom semi-final will be taken to the water first, followed by the semi-final of the men, and then that will determine our finalists in each instance. So there, Jamie Bull will be in the same bracket in the semi-final against Manon Costar, and Ali Nicholson will be doing battle against Ali Garcia to determine the U.S. representation in the women's slalom final. So a few of our athletes are continuing to warm up and getting stretched and limbered. All right then, so a lot of discussion going on around about the starting dock, and it would appear that Jamie Bull has the highest seeding value. She is the #1 seed in this event. She carries that. She carries that #1 seed all the way through to towards the semi-final, and she'll be skiing up against Manon Costar, who maintains a 4th seed. So I'm probably thinking that Jamie Bull will continue to start first off the dock, and therefore forcing the boat choice upon Manon Costar's shoulders. And I think that being the case, Jamie Bull will take to the water first. She will ski with the white boat, therefore meaning that Manon Costar will ski second, and it'll be behind the black boat. Just waiting on the other boat to make its way back to the dock to set up our conditions here, the simulation pass, as it were. All right, as we continue to roll along here. Just to let you know that the results are available with a search of Google. If you go to Google and search IWSF results, then you should be able to navigate to a page that will allow you to view those results live. And after the quarterfinals, we have 4 eliminated skiers. And those 4 eliminated skiers are Anne-Marie Wroblewski, Chiara Bonneman, Patrizia Yanni, and Jamie Metcalf. I believe that Chiara Bonneman will stay in 8th spot. Patrizia Yanni will be in 7th. Anne-Marie Wroblewski would be in 6th, and Jamie Metcalf would be in 5th. We've yet to determine the confirmed results for positions 5th through to 8th, and it is important to take those positions in mind because they determine the amount of overall of Waterski Pro Tour points going forwards. So still skiing with a lot up for grabs here. Jamie Ball skis her way through 13 meters, gets a 6 buoy count. And Jamie Ball, the only skier to get through 10.75 meters in this competition. And that being the case, she would be given two more Waterski Pro points because she does have the highest score from this competition. But skiing for the win here and could well be awarded anywhere up to 52 points through winning this event and winning it with the best score. So there, Jamie Ball climbs onto the back of that Malibu towboat. The Malibu Response TXI just trying to get a little bit of respite for her hands. 55 seconds at each end feels like an eternity in this kind of competition environment as we see Manon Costard approach her way into the course. Manon Costard, former world women's slalom champion from 2019. Looking good on pass number 1 for Manon Costard from France. 6 buoys there. And she will continue on the pairing onto the 12-meter line. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back. I'm here with our second semifinal in the Pro Women division. We got Ali Nicholson versus Ali Garcia. Ali Nicholson has top seed, so she's going to choose. And then Ali's going to get the choice. So, Ali, which boat do you want to ski behind?
Shouldn't she go first?
Yeah, but we all know what she's going to choose. What are you going to choose?
Shocker, I'm going to go first.
All right, see? Perfect. Which boat would you like to go to ski behind?
I'm going to take the black boat.
All right, perfect. So, Ali Garcia behind the black boat as a second skier and Ali Nicholson behind the white boat as a first skier. Good luck, girls. Ski good. And back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. As we get ready for Manon Costard to get back into the course. But before she gets into the course, we'll bring Jamie Ball back in. She's run through 13 now. This is 12 meters. By no means an automatic. Some of these are passes at the beginning of the skier's run. Even 30 meters can be a little bit dramatic at times. But there you go. That is Jamie Ball getting through 12 meters. And setting up a good target for Manon Costard to attack. So, Jamie Ball, current and two-time world women's slalom champion. And looking to try and put out a decent score here. So, and Jamie, who has been on an absolute tear in recent weeks, winning all 4 professional events that she's competed in across Europe. And that includes I believe that includes the tournament also in Morocco. So yeah, so winning in Monaco, Morocco, Portugal and Botas in that order. Looking to win a 5th on the bounce if she can manage to get herself out to the semi-final and through to the final. Here we go. This is Manon Costard on 12 meters. Pro Tour rules are still in effect here so far as the determining of the skier who will make it through to the next round of the head-to-head matchups, meaning that the second skier must outrightly beat the first. So settling in, Manon Costard. I don't know whether she will swim onto the back of the boat to try and give her hands a little bit of a break. But looking so rhythmical out there, that is Manon Costard. So Manon Costard correct in running all 6 buoys on that pass of 12 meters. Now it comes down to 11.25 meters. Really up in the ante now. The handle doesn't reach outside buoy's width here from this point and beyond. So here we go. This now is Jamie Ball. Keeping everything working forwards. Not delaying one iota in running this pass. That is a 6 buoy count on 11. That is Jamie Ball. Just looking at this once again, just admiring the absolute precision and brilliantness from Jamie Ball from one side of the course to the next, and using some great power and technique as well to just keep herself, keep her nose ahead of the game. And such a great sight to see Jamie Ball taking to the course on any given time. But what that does now with the 6 buoys on 11.25 meters is that it forces Manon Costard to replicate that feat to keep the pairing going. Jamie Ball on the back of that towboat, waiting to see whether her performance there on 11.25 meters is good enough to make it through to the final, or just enough to allow this pairing to continue. There's number 1. There's number 2. Oh no, she's broken over off buoy number 2 on 11.25 meters, which means that Jamie Bull has advanced through to the women's slalom final. So commiserations there for Manon Costard. And it looks like Jamie Ball has gotten herself out of her bindings, and she's taken the gloves off. And she'll try and rest her hands as much as she can. But so far as Jamie Ball is concerned, the prospect of winning the 3rd straight women's slalom competition on the bounce, the 5th straight event on the bounce, is still very, very much alive. So looking at this from Manon Costard, you would normally bank on being able to get the start necessary to run the pass. But I think she actually clouted number 2. I don't know whether she clouted it enough to totally displace it, but just didn't quite get the width necessary to make the kind of turn necessary to keep skiing. But for Manon Costard, she is eliminated at the semi-final stage. And yes, so 1 1/2 buoys confirmed there for Manon Costard. So our number 4 seed has been eliminated. And here is the updated bracket. Jamie Bull, our first of our finalists that has made it through to that section of the competition. Ali Nicholson and Ali Garcia are about to do battle.
Welcome back here outside. I just got joined by Jamie Bull, who got through to the final round. So how does it feel?
Always good. Feels good to be in the final. So yeah, definitely happy.
Are you happy with your skiing so far?
Yeah, it's feeling good out there. So looking forward to the final round.
All right, we're also looking forward to see you ski in the final round. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And back to you, Tony.
All right, and so far as finalists go, could she be joined by another syndicate skier into the final? We'll find out in the next few minutes, because our next pairing involves Ali Nicholson versus Ali Garcia. A U.S. pairing which guarantees that there will be representation from the United States of America in the women's slalom final. And here we go, folks. This now is Ali Nicholson. 30-meter start. Looking strong on pass number 1, 13 meters. And now we'll see what Ali Garcia can do. And Ali Garcia made it through to this section of competition, beating out her opponent in the third quarterfinal pairing against Jamie Metcalf. All right, continuing right along, folks. We got Ali Garcia getting ready to take to the water. Trying to chase down that opening score of 6 buoys on 13 meters. We'll see how she gets it done. Just waiting on the final seconds to expire from the zero off transition timer, from the drop timer, as it were. Let's see what she has for us here and now. This is Ali Garcia. This is going to be a 30-meter start or 32 off. With Ali Garcia running the opening pass of 30 meters, let's send it on over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back dockside. We have here Will on my right and Thomas on my left, getting ready, getting focused. This is a matchup of the ages. We've seen these two guys go head-to-head for the past at least 20 years, and it's always amazing to watch them ski against each other. Will is the top seed, so we're going to ask him what he would like to do. Will?
I'm going to go first, yeah.
All right, perfect. So we'll go up to Thomas and see which boat he would like to ski behind. Thomas?
The white one.
All right, perfect. So we're going to have Will first behind the black boat and Thomas second behind the white boat. It's going to be an amazing matchup. Can't wait to see it. Back to you, Tony.
All right, so the choice is made by our competitors. Will Asher electing to go out first, and Thomas de Gasperi going with the white boat. So some great skiing on offering there in the men's slalom semi-final. The first pairing. Ali Nicholson, for her part, electing to go first, and she's attempting to go through 12 meters for pass number 2. Keeping the flow, keeping everything running. And in a good place right now, Ali Nicholson, as she gets around all 6. She'll get ready for 11.25 meters if it becomes necessary. She sinks into the water, and we'll see what Ali Garcia can do by way of a response. Just looking at this once again, just seeing some poetry in motion here, courtesy of Ali Nicholson. Certainly not one of the conventional slalom skiers, that slalom styles that one can point to. But if it gets the job done, so we've got Ali Nicholson doing battle against Ali Garcia. And it sounds like the boat is on its way to the course, and it'll bring in Ali Garcia. Let's see what becomes of this. There's number 1. This is 12 meters. Can't afford to make too many mistakes on this run. Look at this, and building confidence all the time, getting around all 6 buoys. That is Ali Garcia. Ali Garcia, no stranger to high performances here in the women's slalom event at the San Gervasio ProAm. Has been a podium finisher on at least one occasion for all the times that she's been here before, which included an appearance in the Junior Challenge several seasons ago. And certainly has enjoyed her moments here in the San Gervasio. But probably one of the more dramatic moments that Ali Garcia was involved with was train travel to actually make it here one season. And got confused a little bit by the rail system and ended up somewhere between here and Bologna before being picked up.
Man, Vince has been in that little dark room for like 4 days now. Does he sleep there? Is it live? Oh, sorry, Vince. Poor guy.
All right, so moving on up from 13 and 12, we now go to 11.25 meters. There's number 1 and number 2. A little bit of a delay here on 11.25 meters, but she can't afford to do too much of that and still run the pass. However, she's got a response here with a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. That is Ali Nicholson. Now, can Ali Garcia do something along the same lines? So looking in great shape here, Ali Nicholson, and driving away through from one side of the course to the next. Almost hyperextended a little bit too much there into number 5, but managing to let the ski roll round enough to where she can just hook up and go for number 6. So Ali Garcia getting ready and casting a little bit of a focused demeanor there. Here we go now. Ali Garcia approaching the course here and now. There's number 1 on 11.25 meters. She's got to keep this going. There's 1, there's 2, there's number 3. She's still ahead of the course here. Almost dropped it on 4, but managing to get round number 5. And this will go to an attempt on 10.75 meters. There you go. That is Ali Garcia. She's hanging tough here in this competition against a rival from the United States of America, Ali Nicholson. And Ali Nicholson, for her part, now knows that she's got to get a fair ways down at 10.75 meters to really put her nose in front and to try and keep Garcia So with the scores that we're seeing right now, we're also trying to determine some of the spots for skiers that have not made it through to the finals necessarily, and at the very least between Ali Garcia and Ali Nicholson and Jamie Bull, they can't finish any worse than 3rd between them. And because of that, then that has major implications so far as the Waterski Pro Tour points are concerned. Not to mention prize money, of course. Here we go. This now is Ali Nicholson. Sending her way in towards the slalom course. Here she comes. 10.75 meters. There's 1. There's number 2. Driven off on number 2. Does she make it outside buoy number 3? She goes for the S-turn. And she should be satisfied with that. I believe it's going to be a 3 buoy count. It might even be 2. We'll find out in a moment. It's a 3 buoy count from what I'm hearing. So now that puts the onus upon Ali Garcia to conjure up a score, a piece of 4 to supersede Ali Nicholson. Such a good drive, such good determination here from Ali Nicholson, and just absolutely just pummeled this turn. Gets the ski round number 3 back to the wakes just in time. So So how does Ali Garcia respond to this on 10.75 meters? A best of this season for Ali Garcia is a 3 from one of the previous rounds. And now Ali Garcia is being asked to see if she can make a play on number 4 that could effectively mean a personal best. So now here comes Ali Garcia. She needs a good gate pull out and a great start here. Not just a good start, a great start. There's number 1. There's number 1. There's number 2. Number 3. Can she make a play on number 4? Oh, so it's under review right now, but I tell you what, some great skiing there from Ali Garcia. I tell you what, she's convinced that she's done it, and a judge is going to come down to a judge's call to determine that. We're going to look here for Ali Garcia with the instant replay. This is the same visuals that the officials are looking at right now to determine whether Ali Garcia has actually made it around number 4, or at least a bit of number 4. Let's have a look and see. Oh yeah, that looks like the ski made it on the outside of number 4. No, she only needed a piece of 4. We'll get the final review results coming through in just a moment. We're taking another look at this from the towboat. So the agonizing wait continues for Ali Garcia, needing to make sure that she skis out ahead of Ali Nicholson in order to advance. It's that close, folks. The judges are deliberating to determine whether it's 3 and a bit. It's 3 1/2. So that sends her through to the final round, where she will do battle against Jamie Bull. So Ali Garcia. And let's send it on over to Lorenzo.
When you pull to 3. It wasn't you that said it in the interview before. We're up? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here dockside. We're joined by Ali Nichols. Unfortunately, was a little short and didn't make it through. Give us a little bit of your feelings right now.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely incredible skiing by Ali. She did it when the pressure was on. She really went for it. I mean, that's a huge score from her. So, always very happy for her to see her ski well. Unfortunately for me, just not quite enough. Coming into 3 there, I wanted to make sure I pulled long to 3, make sure I got outside 3. Yesterday I came up just inside of it. I knew giving myself a full 3 would give me a better chance, but Ali looked really good. That was an incredible start. She threw it out for 4 ball, so she definitely deserves it. Happy for her to be in the final, but unfortunately for me, missing out this time.
Yeah, this time missing out, still the great 3rd place, right?
3rd place.
3rd place still in the tournament. Congratulations. Thank you very much for being here at the 11th San Gervasio ProAm. And we wait just a few seconds for the start for the boy. And in the meantime, back to you, Tony.
All right, some great skiing there and some good clutch skiing towards the end there from Ali Garcia. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be a final for the ages. Jamie Bull, the number 1 women's slalomer in all of the world and the current leader on the Waterski Pro Tour, against a young charger in the form of Ali Garcia. So well done for both of them for making it through to the final. There is your final, Jamie Bull versus Ali Garcia. So some great skiing on offering there in the women's head-to-head final coming up very, very soon. But let's have a look at this once again for Ali Garcia. We'll have a look at. We'll also re-rack our other skier who advanced beyond the semi-final round, and that is Jamie Bull. Looking absolutely sweet there on the slalom ski at 11.25 meters, I think. Yeah, 11.25 meters, and she was just absolutely on fire all the way through. So just looking at this once again, Jamie Bull just clutch skiing once again from her and ended up. And with that, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here joined by Ali Garcia, who just got taken back to the dock so she can have a good rest in getting ready for final. So, Ali, how are you feeling about this round?
I can't believe it. I think it speaks to what water skiing is like. A week ago, I was calling my parents crying, saying I thought I should come home. And now I just PB'd, so I thank my brother for teaching me how to throw a ski, because I wouldn't know how if he didn't push me to crash more often. So, thanks.
Well, you really are excited. You have an amazing smile on your face. Congratulations on your PB, and congratulations for being in the final. Thanks a lot. Go get rested. Can't wait to see you ski in the final. And for now, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And yeah, looks like we're going to have a look at Ali Garcia once again with the instant replay, and this was the effort that saw her through to the two skier final, which she'll take on Jamie Bull in a few minutes' time, and just gotten rocked on the back of the ski off number 2, managed to just squeeze that ski outside number 3, and just absolutely just threw that ski on the outside of buoy number 4. And got enough of number 4 to get a half. So 3 1/2 there for Ali Garcia. For a new personal best, as a matter of fact. So let's go to our guys' bracket. This is the semi-final. It'll be Will Asher versus Thomas de Gasperi, our first pairing out, followed by Freddie Winter and Aaron Davis. So it could be an all-British final or a one skier from Britain final. But the one skier from Great Britain final is a definite guarantee, because one of our semi-final pairings is an all-British affair. So fantastic skiing right up to this point, and we're looking to see how things pale out with our remaining action to take place on the water. All right, looks like Will Asher is about to go first. And Thomas de Gasperi will be taking the white boat as our second skier off the dock. Okay, so continuing right along, we're into our semi-final round right now. For those of you that are spending their time watching this on our webcast and just trying to stay focused on what's going on, thank you very much for doing so. Those of you are some of you have probably got 2 TVs running, one of them being the British Grand Prix, which is under a heavy rain delay right now. So it's all us right now on the San Gervasio ProAm for the 11th edition. So minimum starting line length is 12. Yeah, you can't pull the wool over our eyes, Will. Yeah, you see that. He tried to sneak in a 13-meter pass. So there we go. There's our flags on top of La Velle Water Park. We've got the British flag, the Union Jack, the Union flag rather, and the Italian tricolore. So here we go, folks. We have got Will Asher. He'll be skiing up against Thomas de Gasperi in this pairing. Certainly two of the greatest slalom skiers you'll ever see in recent times. And at one time, both of those skiers used to ski for the same boat company as well. But times have changed a little bit since then. We'll see which prevails as Thomas de Gasperi gets ready to take to the water with a 12-meter start. Thomas de Gasperi electing to go with the white boat, the white Malibu Response TXI. So working our way towards the end of this competition. We're in the semi-final rounds right now. The first semi-final bracket. So Will Asher gets 6 buoys on 12, and so does Thomas de Gasperi right off the gut. 6 buoys there for him. Now both of them are heading towards the 11.25 meter run, and let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, welcome back here dockside. Almost ready for the semi-final of the Pro-Man division. We have here Freddie getting ready, and he's the top seed. He's going to go against Aaron Davis, who's also here on the dock getting ready. But we're going to ask first, Freddie, what are you choosing, first or boat?
I'll go first, please.
All right, he's going first, and let's walk here to Aaron that he was just getting focused a little more. Buddy, which boat are you choosing?
I'm going to choose the white boat.
All right, perfect. So we have Freddie first behind the black boat and Aaron second behind the white boat. Almighty British battle, and after this semifinal going in the water right now, we're also going to see if we're going to see a British full final. But we just have to wait and see. For now, back to you, Tony.
All right, excellent stuff there. And throughout the actual entirety of this competition, no male skier has decided to purposefully going off the dock second. And every single one of our competitors that had the boat choice, they all went with the white boat. So here we go now. This is Will Asher, 11.25 meter, second pass. Just trying to stay consistent here and not allow himself an iota of complacency on that particular run. That is the pass of 11.25 meters. So vote for your skier of the day. Could Ali Garcia have pipped it to the post so far as garnering enough votes on the skier of the day? Make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play. to vote for your skier of the day. Could it be Ali Garcia? Could it be Aaron Davies? Could it be Thomas de Gasperi or even Freddie Winter? Vote for your favorite skier of this weekend's proceedings. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Good few of our friends there in the cafe area of the Jolly Ski facility in San Gervasio. Getting set there on buoy number 1 and number 2. Thomas de Gasperi at 11.25 meters. And there you go, correct for the 6 buoy count. So Thomas de Gasperi matching Will Asher stride for stride in terms of getting around all 6 buoys on 11.25 meters. Nali Garcia just trying to rest up a little bit before she skis in the final, but a little concern for her hands right now. So with 2 back-to-back passes at 11.25 meters, we are moving it on up to the next line length shortening, 10.75 meters. Both competitors extremely capable of running this pass, but it's what you do in the competition that counts. Here we go, 10.75 meters, Will Asher. Good, solid effort here on the first couple of buoys. Almost dumped it there on buoy number 2. Having said that, just trying to stay on cue here and gets around all 6 buoys at 10.75 meters and really having to barrel a little bit harder than he's used to get around all 6 buoys at 10.75 meters. So looking at this once again, Will Asher certainly making a bit of a meal out of that 10.75 meter run. But he considered the other end, knowing that it's a pretty decent target for Thomas de Gasperi to attempt. Okay, bringing it on in for Thomas de Gasperi. One-handed gate shot. Going in full attack mode here, which you have to do at 10.75 meters. You can't really hold back one iota. There's 4, there's 5. And he will force this pairing onto the 10.25 meter line, Thomas de Gasperi. Thomas de Gasperi, who made it around number 3 to advance through to this section of the competition ahead of Matteo Luzzeri. So looking at Thomas de Gasperi once again and just absolutely slicing and dicing it from one side of the course to the next. Tremendous skiing from both of our competitors, from both Will and Thomas. And now it comes back to Will to see if he can put a score up. We're still under Pro Tour rules here at this section of the competition, the semi-final, which means that the second skier, in this case Thomas, has to outrightly ski better than what the first skier can produce. It's only the final in which the rules change to a conventional head-to-head format where runoffs come into play if there are ties. There's Will. He gets round one and number two, and unfortunately unable to get any piece of number three. We'll double check to see what the scoring is for Will Asher, but it is going to be 2. So Will Asher getting a 2 buoy count, but is that going to be enough for him to prevail? Certainly looked like it's taken a bit of a toll upon Will Asher, that turn on number one. We'll have a look at it once again. Brought the handle in and just tried to get on the gas. Cleanly got outside buoy number 2, did the S-turn, and then managed to get to the wakes in time for the next set of boat guides to score 2. So Will Asher, who's certainly had a good deal of fortune come his way with the previous round that he competed against Jonathan Travers. Will Asher scoring 2.5 in the round previous on 10.25 meters, and Jonathan Travers scoring 1.5. So let's see if for the sake of Italy, let's have a look and see if Thomas de Gasperi can prevail here. So 2 buoys in the possession of Will Asher right now on this pass of 10.75 meters. If Thomas de Gasperi can get a piece of 3, which he has done on a number of occasions, then he will advance through to the final. And that's exactly what he's done. So great skiing there from Thomas de Gasperi. Thomas de Gasperi now advances through to the final, and he will either meet Freddie Winter or Aaron Davies. So yeah, so he's pumped, no two ways about it. And that concludes the effort from Will Asher. Thomas de Gasperi through to the final to determine the winner of the 11th San Gervasio ProAm. Only 3 more pairings to go. The one remaining pairing in the men, and the final round in both the women and the men competition. So we're working our way towards the conclusion, folks. All right, moving on. Next pairing, our first skier off the dock, is Freddie Winter. He will go in on 12 meters. There's number 1. Good precision there into number 2 and number 3. This is the 12-meter start. Absolutely pummels that run as Freddie Winter from the London Borough of Wandsworth comes through with a 6 buoy count, and let's send it on over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back dockside. We're joined by Tigas, who just went through the round, so he's going to be in the final. So Tigas, how happy are you about the result?
Pretty good. Been skiing great. I mean, great for me. You know, me and Will, we've been battling it out forever since we're young. And last weekend he got me. This weekend I got him. So it's fun and getting ready for the finals.
All right, yeah, go get rested. I know you're pretty tired after such a long day, intense day also mentally. Thank you very much.
Ciao, mama.
All right, ciao, Traudy. And back to you, Tony.
All right, and good to hear that that Traudy is watching the progress here, and here is the men's head-to-head final. Thomas de Gasperi, our first competitor to qualify through to the final. But who will prevail between Freddie Winter and Aaron Davies? We'll find that out in just a few minutes as Aaron Davies coming to us out of the northern English city of Bolton in the United Kingdom. So working his way into the course here and now. This is Aaron Davies. 12-meter start. Not the easiest of starts that anyone attempts at any given time. Very few of our slalomers do actually go out of their way to practice a 12-meter start, but with competitions as intense as these, maybe a few might well be tempted to include that in their training regimen. So a 12-meter start there for Aaron Davies, and that matches the first pass score of Freddie Winter, and they will both come back into the course on 11.25 meters. There we see Ali Garcia getting limbered up. She will be a part of the women's slalom final. In the meantime, we're just waiting on our first skier to make his way back into the course. It will be Freddie Winter. So Freddie Winter, who won his previous pairing by the fact that he'd actually run 10.75 meters, defeating Rob Hazelwood by that measure to make it through to this section of the competition, the semi-final. There's one. There's number two. He's kicking it out, and he's staying ahead of the course here. There's four, there's five, and making number six looking like an absolute breeze. There we go. That is Freddie Winter, a 6 buoy count on 11. He'll transition to 10.75 meters very, very soon, provided that it becomes necessary for him to set up a score on that line length at the very least. We'll see how things continue to go. So we've just seen Freddie Winter get through the second pass. Like the way that ski rotates off buoy number 5, off buoy number 5, sets up the angle, and then it's just a case of just resting up against the line and off to the races. That is Freddie Winter. Let's see what Aaron Davies can do, and I believe he's riding exactly the same ski brand at the very least, but may also be riding on the same ski. This is Aaron Davies. There's number 1. Good hook up off number 2, and indeed number 3. The First 2/3 of the pass looking pretty peachy, and the last third of the course looking pretty smart as well. It just have to be said. So in a fantastic shape so far. That is Aaron Davis, really keeping the pressure on against Freddie Winter. All right, so we've just seen Aaron Davis get through pass number 2, and that second pass was 11.25 meters. He's just trying to try and get relaxed and to stay focused at the same time. Here we go. This is Freddie Winter. This is 10.75 meters. It is crunch time. Looking good, looking sharp out there. And Freddie Winter, although getting a little bit bogged down in a couple of places, is able to get that pass under his belt at 10.75 meters. He is on great form right now, and we'll see if he can continue that form right the way through towards the event's conclusion. So, we've got Freddie Winter. He's first skier off the dock. This is pass number 3 for him. He's just absolutely just battling his way through this run, and he's now setting himself up for maybe putting a better than average score on 10.25 meters to try and keep Aaron Davis at bay. So there, Freddie Winter through the exit gates and getting ready to rock. So too is Aaron Davis. So Aaron Davis, in the entirety of this competition, has not missed an attempt on 10.75 meters. Let's see if he can continue that streak. There's number 1, a little broken over off number 1. Round number 2, continuing to rock here. Oh no! And he collapses on number 3. Oh my word! And that is Aaron Davis, and that puts Freddie Winter through to the final round of the competition. The final will be contested between Thomas de Gasperi and Freddie Winter. And how many times have we seen that battle before? Good solid skiing there right up to this point for Aaron Davis, and getting the handle come away from his body a little bit, and tried to turn the ski, but all he succeeded in doing at that point was blowing the tail of the ski. So, and with the scores produced in this round, that means that this performance here from Aaron Davis guarantees him a 4th spot. Will Asher guaranteed 3rd, and obviously it's going to be a battle to determine who wins and who is a runner-up in the head-to-head men's competition between Thomas de Gasperi and Freddie Winter. To do more or less the same thing for our women's finalist, Jamie Bull will go up against Ali Garcia. And here comes Freddie Winter. This is his attempt at 10.25 meters. He's trying to get his money's worth here. There's one. There's number 2. Can he continue to roll on? There's number 3. And trying to make a play on number 4 and trying to get some more buoys out there. And I can see why, because he was looking and searching for those for that ultimate score produced in the competition, which will give him an additional 2 points on the Waterski Pro Tour rankings list. So that's probably was his motivation for going back out there at 10.25 meters, because currently, as it stands right now, Will Asher has the 2 additional points for having the best score in the entirety of the competition with his 5 buoys yesterday. So now we come down to the finals. We have got Jamie Bull up against Ali Garcia and Thomas de Gasperi versus Freddie Winter. All that to come in just a few moments. We're just looking at the tail end of the performance here at Freddie Winter at 10.25 meters. I don't know whether that ski got outside buoy number 4. I very much doubt it, but it probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, because the job of making it through to the final had already been done. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here dockside. We just got done with semifinals from the men. Freddie advanced to finals, so the whole big final for the men is going to be Freddie versus Thomas de Gasperi. But now let's focus on women's final, who's about to start. We have Jamie Bull versus Ali Nicholson. So we got Jamie here on my right and Ali there on my left, getting ready and getting focused. We're going to ask Jamie, what is she choosing, first or second or the boat?
I'm going to stick to going first.
All right, perfect. And Ali, she's sticking to go first. You have to choose the boat. Which boat would you like to ski behind?
I am going to stick with the black boat.
All right, perfect. Sticking with what they know. It's finals. We said it before for the junior ladies, but we're going to repeat it. In final, it doesn't matter if you go first and second. The second skier, if he ties, we keep on going until we have a clear winner. So the first or second doesn't matter, but they rather to stick with what they know to make them feel more comfortable. Can't wait to see this final in the water. Can't wait to see those girls battling, where it's going to come up soon. And in a second, I'm going to bring you also some thoughts from Freddie after his semifinal. And for now, back to you, Tony.
All right, and with that, let's update the brackets. In the men's head-to-head competition, Thomas de Gasperi will face off against Freddie Winter in the final. And so far as the women's finalists are concerned, it'll be Jamie Bull versus Ali Garcia in the women's slalom final. And everyone is getting ready and making sure that everything is in good shape. And with that, let's check in with Lorenzo once again.
All right, welcome back here. I did a little mistake a second ago. I said Ali Nicholson. I meant Ali Garcia. Sorry, Ali, for that. But I'm used to do those mistakes. But now we have Freddie here. So, Freddie, what do you think about your semifinal?
I'm happy. I mean, I feel a bit bad for Aaron. I think I've probably been a bit lucky in today for once. I had guys in front of me that were missing 10.75. So, I mean, I guess I'm a bit fortunate. Well done to Aaron. He skied amazing all weekend. That was a huge, coming of age tournament for him, I guess, in some ways. So well done to him. But I'm really happy to be in the final. I mean, it's me and Thomas. We did the same last year. 2 years ago. I wasn't here last year. So let's see what we can do.
Yeah, let's see. Can't wait to see also you guys' finals. Good luck in the final. We're going to catch up again later soon. Anyway, and for now, back to you, Tony.
All right, and just to confirm once again that Will Asher has ended up in third spot. He'll get third place points on the Waterski Pro Tour, plus an additional 2 points for having the best score of this competition under the assumption that that score is not superseded between now and the end of the tournament, with the final round being between Thomas de Gasperi on Freddie Winter. Aaron Davis, for his part, skiing a lifetime personal best. He should walk away from this competition with his head held up high. And so Aaron Davis in fourth, Will Asher in third, and Thomas de Gasperi versus Freddie Winter, your finalists in the men's competition. Now let's put our attention towards the women. Jamie Bull, who is the only skier to have gotten through 10.75 meters in this tournament, and thus will keep hold of those 2 additional points for the best score of the competition, and is looking to win the whole thing. And if she does, it will be 52 more points for her total on the Waterski Pro Tour rankings list. Ali Garcia, who has tasted some success here in San Gervasio in recent times, is now paired up against the world's best slalomer at this time, and that is Jamie Bull. We'll see how things transpire. I probably suspect that Jamie Bull would be taken to the water first, and Ali Garcia would have a boat selection. We had that little thing going on just a few minutes ago.
Take your time.
Just getting prepared. Thomas de Gasperi from Trento in Italy. 2-time world slalom champion, 2007, 2011. And has been consistently chasing another world championship title for quite a few seasons. But could he prevail in the world championships and is on his home turf in Italia over in Rocchetto? Coverage of those open water ski world championships will be provided by TWBC exclusively live. So just waiting for the signal from our officials to go forward with our finals. Jamie Bull versus Ali Garcia, and then Thomas de Gasperi versus Freddie Winter. All right, moving forward, and we've got Jamie Bull as our first competitor out in this women's slalom final in this 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Again, they're giving the signal to the boat. At the helm, Claudio Bernatti. So, Jamie Ball attempting her 5th tournament win on the bounce in Europe. It all started with Monaco and extended its way through to Morocco, then Portugal, then Botas in Spain, and then off right here before making the transatlantic crossing back towards her home base on the eastern seaboard of the United States. So there we go. That is Jamie Bull, the current and 2-time world women's slalom champion. And now the young challenger about to take her on in the final, who's already skied a personal best in this competition in the previous head-to-head bracket round. It's Ali Garcia. So Ali Garcia, who tasted victory in a pro event several seasons ago at the America's Cup in Mays in Kansas in the nighttime slalom final. To date, that, I believe, is her only professional win. Let's see if Ali Garcia can conjure up some magic here and maybe win professionally once again. Ali Garcia doing a grand job there with pass number 1. So with that, let's send it on over to Lorenzo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back Dockside. I'm joined here just now by Thomas and Freddie, who are our big finals today. So Freddie's top seed, Thomas is second, so Freddie gets to choose first. Freddie, what would you like? To go first, or would you like to choose the boat?
I mean, just to clarify before I say this, second doesn't have to beat first.
Exactly, second doesn't have to beat.
Okay, I will go second.
All right, and Thomas, what would you like to do?
I'll go first.
Okay, no.
I'll take the white boat.
All right, perfect. So we have Thomas first with the white boat and Freddie second behind the black boat. Good luck, guys. Ski well. Can't wait to see you. Back to you, Tony.
All right, so Freddie given the option to start first or second in a event to where the second skier doesn't have to beat the first in order to keep a tied situation going. He decides to go second out, forcing Thomas de Gasperi to leave the dock first. Jamie Bull. The conventional head-to-head rules are in place here for the final, to where if there is a tie, then we run off until there is a clear winner. Jamie Ball getting through 13 and 12. We'll see what transpires on 12 meters for Ali Garcia, who will be coming up next. All right, so Jamie Ball getting through the opening couple of passes, 13 and 12, 11.25 meters is going to be imminent. She's gone herself out the water to try and preserve her hands as much as possible. Don't forget, we still have the men's head-to-head final after the conclusion of the women. So let's see what occurs here and now. This is Ali Garcia, needing to run through 12 meters to maintain this pairing. That ski really, really working well for her. So 3 years ago in the first bracket of the head-to-head, which would have been the quarterfinals, Ali Garcia took Jamie Ball out of contention, and Ali Garcia continued to ski for at least one more round before succumbing, but it was certainly a famous victory of sorts there for Ali Garcia, who's looking to try and take the whole thing here at the 2025 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. So moving on and on to the next run, we've got Jamie Ball. It is 11.25 meters. Good solid pull out on the gate shot for number one. There's Jamie Ball on 11.25 meters. Ali Garcia in the meantime trying to keep her hands out of the water. There, Jamie Ball getting through 11.25 meters, 6 and in the mix there for her. So establishing a good target for Ali Garcia to attempt to overhaul. Good weight distribution on that ski, especially through the entrance gates into number one. And seems to have a level of control that's probably reminiscent to her stance on a pair of backcountry snow skis. She is actually a trail guide in the off season, doing those backcountry snow ski trails. It's certainly plenty of hard work involved with that. As we have a look and see, Ali Garcia attempt 11.25 meters. Right, here we go. This is Ali Garcia. Must run 12-meter line. Actually, 11.25 meters, I beg your pardon. She's already run 13 and 12. This is now 11.25 meters. Getting blown all over the show here, round number 4 and 5. But she still has the grit and determination to make that pass happen and gets it to go. 6 buoys on 11.25 meters for Ali Garcia. Wonderful, wonderful, determined skiing. Wasn't exactly a picture-perfect run by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a full, complete 6-buoy count nonetheless for Ali Garcia. So Ali Garcia, who in the previous bracket scored a new personal best of 3.5 on 10.75 meters. And by that extension, she has a season's best with that score. So Jamie Bull coming into the course. She's already won 4 titles so far, looking to try and put a 5th one in her back pocket and earn some pretty useful change. There's number 1 on 10.75 meters. Not making light work of this run. She gets round number 4. She makes an attempt on number 5. It looks like it's going to be a review. We're going to wait to see what that score is. And Ali Garcia in the water getting ready for her turn, but she needs to know the score in which to try and exceed. And good skiing there from Jamie Bull, who looked in very good shape to possibly run the pass, but unfortunately didn't quite get the kind of turn that she needed off buoy number 3 coming up, or indeed number 4 for that matter, rocking on. Looks like it is a 5 buoy count. 5 buoys counted there for Jamie Bull, managing to get the ski on the outside and then ski straight for the boat guides to collect the score on that particular run of 10.75 meters. We will see what occurs because Ali Garcia is still very much in this game. 11.25 meters she's just run. Now, she would effectively need to ski a personal best in order to prevail here in terms of victory. But here she comes. This is Ali Garcia. What can she do? Entrance, round buoy number 1. She's got to go for this. Round buoy number 2, keeping it going. Round number 3, keeps it going. Does she make it outside number 4? No. And ladies and gentlemen, your champion in the 2025 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm from Canada, Jamie Bull. All right, let's send it over to Lorenzo.
We're on. Okay, sorry guys, we were congratulating Ali on her good skiing, but now it's Jamie's turn. Jamie, congratulations, your 3rd win here at the San Gervasio ProAm. Tell us something about this win.
Yeah, I mean, obviously always stoked to be on the top step, so happy about that one. Ali crushed it last round, and I knew definitely that she was going to be going for it, so a bit safe at 4 just to make sure that didn't fall at 4. It was a bit choppy down there, so a bit safe, and then that made me slow and just want to make sure I had a full 5. So yeah, happy to be done with the tour. It's been a great 5 weeks. It's been a lot of fun. It's been it's been really good skiing for me and good times, and I'm happy that we've done it, and I'm happy that we get to go home now.
And what's going to be your next event? Are you going to California?
I'm not, so Worlds is going to be my next event.
Okay, well then I'll see you back again here in Europe at Worlds. Congratulations on your skiing. And you might also know that you tied for the women with the most wins in San Gervasio ProAm. You and Mano are tied with 3 wins now.
Awesome.
All right, perfect. Thank you again. Congratulations again, and back to you, Tony.
So wonderful stuff there from Jamie Bull. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk with Ali Garcia as well, her being runner-up with a 3 buoy count at 10.75 minutes. But your champion, Jamie Bull, winning by her victory in the last pairing of the head-to-head. Her score 5 on 10.75 meters, so 5 wins on the bounce there, and concluding her trip to Europe in style. And the next time we get to see Jamie Bull on a broadcast will be at the Open World Waterski Championships, which will take place in Riceto in Italy in a few weeks' time. Let's send it back to Lorenzo.
Hey, welcome back here, Dockside. We're joined by Ali Garcia, who just finished skiing and got second, unfortunately, but still an amazing skiing on her part. So tell us a little bit what was going through your mind after that 2-ball at 10.7.
Not a whole lot. I just figured I had nothing to lose. 30 minutes ago, 3 was my PB, so to tie it in a final I'm psyched. It was so fun to just participate. Obviously, I wanted to ski well. Every time you go out, you want to ski well. So I'm really I couldn't be happier.
All right, perfect. We'll love to see you with this big mile. Congratulations on the second place. And for now, back to you, Tony.
All right, then. So we've seen the final brackets. Now let's have a look at the Pro Tour standings for the women's slalom event. Jamie Ball on 274 points. That additional point value is composed of 50 points for the win and 2 additional points for the best score out of the tournament concerned. Ali Nicholson on 158, Neely Ross on 135. Ali Garcia taking a big jump in terms of rankings right now. Ali Garcia on 126, Vanessa Veek in 5th on 113. Manon Costard in 6th right now. She got some points from this competition. And 7th place, Brooke Baldwin. 8th place, Regina Jaquist. And you can check out the remaining points and the remaining rankings from our skiers by going to waterskiprotour.com. That is waterskiprotour.com. All right, then. So let's look at this again. So far as our highlights are concerned in this event, and yeah, why don't we do both of them? Let's go with Ali with Jamie first. 10.75 meters her attempt. She was first off the dock, which meant that she was first to attempt this. Getting a good hook up there off buoy number 1, and trying to throw down a target that would give Ali Garcia a hard time in attaining. She got round number 4, just rested up a little bit, and knew what Ali was capable of in this situation, and skied up for 5, and making sure that she does not fall from the start of that pass all the way through to that end, which was 5. So let's with that the runner-up score from Ali Garcia, we'll take a look at that in just a moment as we take a breeze through our flags here at the San Gervasio ProAm. Looking rather resplendent out there as we get ready for the men's head-to-head final, featuring Thomas de Gasperi versus Freddie Winter. So there, let's have a look at Ali Garcia once again. She has been on an absolute tear with this competition, and even mentioned that after the first few competitions, she was more inclined to take a return flight back to the United States. But she is certainly glad that she stayed, and managing to get the runner-up spot with a 3 buoy count on 10.75 meters, and yeah, she's got a new personal best to go along with it as well, with 3.5. So you can't beat that, can you? Right. We're going to go into the men's slalom final. It's going to be Thomas de Gasperi versus Freddie Winter. Italy versus Great Britain. We'll see how it all pales out. So, Natalie Olsen, you are the winner of the women's audience prize. Natalie Olsen, we'll get in touch with you in the upcoming days, and we'll arrange for a Connolly slalom ski to be sent to you. Natalie Olsen, congratulations to you. You've won yourself a Connolly slalom ski.
Charlie, too? Someone have my handle? It's in the boat. It's in the boat ready. It's in the boat ready. It's slippery here.
So, getting ready, the battle of the two-time world slalom champions. Thomas de Gasperi, world champion in 2007 and 2011. Freddie Winter, world champion in 2019 and 2023. 2017 and 2023, I beg your pardon. So let's see who prevails. So T-Gas will be skiing behind Nathan McGarry, while Freddie Winter will ski behind the other boat. Leading the tour so far is Freddie Winter. And there you see the point spread. There you see Freddie Winter on 175. Sannemeyer on 130. And there is also a brand leaderboard as well. That includes the points produced by Ali Nicholson and indeed Jamie Bull. And also points are produced by Will Asher as well with his third place finish. So Syndicate way out in front in that regard. So now, getting ready. We got Thomas de Gasperi taken to the course first. Freddie had the choice of whether he wanted a specific boat or the ability to know exactly what he needed to do to win, because in this instance, the Pro Tour rules don't apply. It's a straight conventional head-to-head setup to where if the skier is tied with the other one in the pairing, then it goes to a runoff. And we run off and run off until we get a clear winner. So first time the higher seed is going second in this men's slalom head-to-head confrontation. All right, so moving on from Thomas de Gasperi, we now have Freddie Winter in the men's head-to-head final. Our vote for Skier of the Day is still ongoing, so who do you believe is worthy of the accolade of Skier of the Day? Could it be Ali Garcia? Could it be Aaron Davies? Both of those competitors are slaloming lifetime personal bests. And could it be someone else that you have an affection for? Vote now for your 2U Nutritional Snacks sponsored Skier of the Day prize, courtesy of 2U Healthy Snacks. All right then, folks. We have on the water at this time Freddie Winter electing to go second off the dock. All right, through the exit gates on pass number 1. And fresh off a win over in Spain. And in Morocco, and those 2 title wins in Europe. And also, as far as I recollect, he's also winner of the Masters as well. So he's already had a pretty stellar season, Freddie Winter. A lot of other competitors in this San Gervasio ProAm for 2025 have had some pretty stellar performances. And if any of them are worthy of your vote, make sure you go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, and vote for your skier of the day.
I would even say post-COVID, and when I started drinking, gin wasn't a thing. Now it literally is half of the bar shelf, like flavored gin.
All right, here we go. Now we've got Thomas de Gasperi approaching the course, 10.75 meters. Actually, 11.25 meters, I beg your pardon. Both of them started on 12 on the purple loop. Oh, getting in a little bit of difficulty there around buoy number 2, but still managing to stay upright. Takes a lot to bring down Thomas de Gasperi, and almost came a little bit unstuck off buoy number 2, but still managing to ski. That is Thomas de Gasperi. All right, so looking a little off balance off buoy number 1 with the instant replay, and that kind of segued itself into his turn on number 2, but still managing to stay ahead of the course here and skiing away from the setting sun. The glare isn't so much of an issue quite yet. But great skiing there from Thomas de Gasperi. Now our second skier in this pairing is Freddie Winter, coming to us from the London Borough of Wandsworth in London. Let's have a look and see. 11.25 meters. Keeping a firm grip there on this pass, and looking in very, very good shape indeed. Just absolutely carving it up there. Skiing behind the black boat, the second boat. Don't see too much wrong with that on that pass for Freddie Winter, matching Thomas de Gasperi stride for stride. All right, continuing right along, we've got some great action to come from Thomas de Gasperi and Freddie Winter as we work our way towards the conclusion of this event, the San Gervasio 11th edition Pro-Am. It's brought to you by all of the sponsors that you see in front of me on this desk. So right now we've got Thomas de Gasperi getting ready to rock the house, as it were. All right, continuing on with this pairing, Thomas de Gasperi. Nathan McGarry at the helm. Let's see what Thomas can do. Our first person out on the water in this pairing. Forced Thomas's hand to be in that position by Freddie Winter, who elected to go and second off the dock. good snappy start here from Thomas de Gasperi off buoy number 1 and indeed number 2. Just keeping everything aligned and keeping everything directed away from the boat. So fatigue and physique are coming into play here for both of our competitors. Both are built like man mountains out there, but eventually, who succumbs to fatigue first? Let's have a look and see what Freddie Winter can do with the next pass. It's going to be 10.75 meters. He's already run 12 and 11. Oh no, and he's gone down, and Freddie Winter around buoy number 2 trying to get the hook up. But ladies and gentlemen, that therefore means that your San Gervasio ProAm champion, the 11th edition for 2025, goes to an Italian. Your champion is Thomas de Gasperi. Wow, what a turn of events there from Freddie Winter. We'll try to get an effective hook up on number 2 and just couldn't get it done. He's swimming into the shore. He'll get plenty more points by placing in second. He really ideally wanted the win on this last top of the Waterski Pro Tour in this part of the world. But Freddie Winter swimming into shore. And let's have a look at the instant replay. Let's see where things went sideways on him. He got the turn off buoy number 1, nothing we haven't already been accustomed to. Then buoy number 2, handle coming up high and just forcing the weight shift too far on the back, and almost did a complete standing backflip there. We're looking at this once again. So in this competition, Thomas de Gasperi, you came into this head-to-head format in the 3rd and last round in 5th as the number 5 seed. Has always had to battle from behind a little bit in this competition, but here comes Thomas de Gasperi, 10.25 meters, trying to make an attempt on the Italian record. There's 1. He gets round 1, doesn't even bother with number 2. He'll ski for the victory, for the victory trail back towards the dock. He is your winner. The 2025 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm slalom competition is Thomas de Gasperi, ahead of Freddie Winter and ahead of Will Asher. So, bravo, Tigas, indeed. So, Thomas de Gasperi, triumphant right there. Didn't need to ski anything more than what he'd already done on 10.75 meters. Freddie Winter will still keep his status on as the leader on the Waterski Pro Tour. But ladies and gentlemen, let's catch up once again with Lorenzo and Tigas.
All right, everybody, welcome back for the last time here from the dock. I'm joined by Tigas, who just won a mighty battle against Freddie Winter. So, Tigas, tell us a little bit about your feeling right now.
Feels great, overwhelmed. I haven't won in a pro event in 2023, the Malibu Open. So, yeah, no, I'm happy. It was a tough battle and lots of skiing, 24 hours, 48 hours, and dedicate this to Mama and all the people, Sci Nautico Trento, and all my friends.
All right, thank you very much, Tig. It was amazing seeing you win and yet another pro tournament. Incredible again. Thank you for being here. Can't wait to see you next year with the Blue Beep. And for now, actually, from the last time this tournament here from the dock, back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed, and let's have a look at the men's head-to-head bracket, and that shows you that Thomas de Gasperi with 6 at 10.75 meters ahead of Freddie Winters 1.5 at 10.75 meters. Therefore means that your winner is Thomas de Gasperi ahead of second placer Freddie Winter, ahead of Will Asher in third, and Aaron Davis in fourth. Pro Tour standings: 215 points for Freddie Winter. Currently, Adam Stadelmeyer in second place with 130. Only marginally behind by 1 point now is Thomas de Gasperi on 129. Rob Hazelwood on 97. Charlie Ross in fifth on 62. And you can view the entirety of the Pro Tour standings in men's slalom by going to waterskiprotour.com. That is waterskiprotour.com. All right, some great skiing. We've got the prize giving to take place very, very soon. In a moment, we should have the winner of the men's audience prize. So the winner is Arnaud Delacour. Arnaud Delacour. He has won the men's audience prize by correctly predicting the winner as being Thomas de Gasperi and the rest of the podium accurately, and it also prevailed so far as the tie-break score is concerned as well. So well done to him. All right, in just over 15 minutes' time, we've got the prize giving right here to put a button on this event. But this has been live coverage of the San Gervasio ProAm, the 11th edition of, and when we return, we'll have the prize given in about 15 minutes from now. Stick around, folks.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience. We're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new cars, crossovers, SUVs, designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
Told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are unbroken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feel lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of skiers. It's where first-time skiers can ski outside world champions, and class coaches work with all of skiers. If I told you there was a place life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories, that place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you, Iena.
My name is Thibaut Dale and I'm the broker of Dale and Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterhouse spots.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New Logic says, watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets
Inside, heads around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and that's
large.
He's here to put up in front. Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
We are Radar, and this crew is the backbone of the Radar Nation. They live on the water day in and day out, devoting their lives to bringing skiing to the masses. We have designers, innovators, free spirits, and badass boost slayers, all charging at 100% to grow the sport. There's no better group of individuals to be driving the ship that leads water skiing.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
The broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for everyone here that's participated in this event. All right, before we actually go into the award presentations for our pro events, we will deal with the amateur podiums sponsored by PKB. And the results are based upon the best improvement between this year and last. So let's go first of all with under 14 and presenting the prizes for the under 14s. It's going to be Roberto Sabiani from PKB. In second spot with his top score of 2 on 30 meters, Filippo Bazzotta. He had a +5 difference between his performance last season and this one. But the winner of the under-14s, with a score that bettered her previous performance last season by 6 buoys, with 3 at 52, 14.25 meters, Sofia Sole. Roberto Sabiani giving a life jacket and the acknowledgement and bragging right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for our under-14s. Now we're going to go into the over 35s, and in third spot with a score of 1 at 52k 12 meters. This is actually a tie for third. Also with a 4 at 4.5 on 30 meters. It's shared for third place in the over 35s between Ionas Visladas and Claudia Fink. Okay, and whilst that is being presented, let me tell you that in second place and improving upon last year's total by 1.5 buoys for a score of 3.5 at 52k 18.25 meters, Alex Bugatti. Okay, and now presenting to you your winner in the over 35s, and this once again sponsored by PKB. The prize being presented by Robert Sabiani, because in first place, improving upon last year by a plus total of 6 buoys, 5 buoys at 52k 12 meters. Who do you think it is? It's Fidele Luteri. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium finishers in the over 35s. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. All right, in the open competition, and the prizes in this instance will be presented by PKB himself, Patrizio Kiko Bazzata, because in third place with a +4 differential compared to last season, scoring 2 on 30 meters, Lars Kuhner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to second spot with a 4.5 buoy differential based upon last year's top score, with half a buoy on 12 meters, Nella Scholz. And, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your winner in the open competition, and scoring +8 in compared to her last year performance. 3 at 55k, 14.25 meters for Alice Good. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium finishers in the open competition in the amateur event. Well done to all of you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we go on to the pro divisions, including the Junior Challenge presented by Radar Skis, let me tell you that our women's audience prize winner is Natalie Olsen, and our men's audience prize was won by Arnaud Delacour. We're going to reach out to you in the next few days to make sure that you get your respective skis. And we thank you for your participation and indeed congratulations on your win. All right, so now let's move to the pro section. The Slalom Challenge podium presented by Radar Skis, and the awards in this instance will be presented by Matteo Luzzeri, because in second place, runner-up from France, Melitine Morel. And ladies and gentlemen, presented to you your winner in the Junior Challenge, presented by Radar Skis, with her highest score being 2 at 11.25 meters. Your winner in this season is Ina Sale. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you your podium finishers in the Junior Challenge, presented to you by Radar Skis. All right, ladies, thank you very much. Now we go into our pro women, and presenting the prize is my favorite mare and yours as well, Mr. James Scaburi from San Gervasio. I knew I'd get that wrong at some stage. All right, so in third spot, with 33 points from this event that goes towards the Waterski Pro Tour, third place secured by Ali Nicholson. Presenting the third place award, Mayor James Scaburi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he will also be presenting the award for our runner-up and securing 40 points for the Waterski Pro Tour. An absolutely stellar performance courtesy of Ali Garcia. So, ladies and gentlemen, in second place, Ali Garcia, and with a new personal best as well, with 3.5 at 39.5 off 10.75 meters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your winner in the pro women's competition. Her third win here in San Gervasio. Her best score was 1 at 10.25 meters, giving her 50 points on the Waterski Pro Tour, plus 2 more for having the best score. Your winner this year in the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm in the women's competition, Jamie Ball. Before you open up, I'm going to give you 2 microphones.
Oh, gosh. All right. A bit of a handful here, but crazy that it's been 5 weeks. It's been a bit of a long tour, and super happy to have gone 5 for 5 this year, which is definitely a bit of a, in my mind a bit today, and I'm super fortunate that I have a super awesome team behind me who's been making that happen all the way through the trips, the training going in before, in England, spending time there with all the people, making it feel like a bit of a second home to make this 5 weeks away a little bit easier. So huge thanks to everyone there, and then big thanks to you guys for putting on the event and everyone for following along for the whole time.
Ladies and gentlemen, your podium finishers, Ali Garcia, Ali Nicholson, and your winner, Jamie Bull. Uh-oh. Which one's going to pop first? Which one's going to pop first? Uh-oh, I think it's... Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Ali Garcia, Ali Nicholson, and your winner, Jamie Bull, here at the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm in the women's slalom event. All right, so now we move on to the pro men, and presenting the prize is Andrea Bonetta, the sports counselor for San Gervasio. And we now present our... before we actually present our top three, I'm going to present the winner of the skier of the day, because he ended up in 4th position. He got a personal best, and he got 40% of the vote. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Aaron Davies. Ladies and gentlemen, your skier of the day, sponsored by 2 new healthy snacks. That is Aaron Davies with 40% of the vote. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now down to the podium. In 3rd spot, with his high score of 5 at 10.25 meters, giving him an additional 2 points on top of the 33 that he earned on the Waterski Pro Tour. In 3rd spot from Great Britain, Will Asher. And ladies and gentlemen, presented to you in runner-up spot and with 40 additional points to his tally on the Waterski Pro Tour, he is the Waterski Pro Tour leader from Great Britain, Freddie Winter. Andrea Bonetta, for the sports counselor for San Gervasio, are presenting this prize as well. Mind you, don't slip up on the podium. It's full of champagne right now. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a favorite for a lot of you here, because by gaining 50 points towards his tally on the Waterski Pro Tour, the winner of this event, the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm Pro Men's Slalom Competition from Italia! For his 2nd win, Thomas De Gasperi. Right, now before you open that bottle, you've got to address the good people, both in English and Italian.
Oh, both? No, just Italian. Just English. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for coming out. It was a great event, and, you know, I know it takes a lot of work to, you know, to prepare, get sponsors, and get everything ready. I think everything worked out pretty good. And, yeah, I'm happy to be here with these 2 amazing athletes, and on to the next one. So thank you very much.
All All right, ladies and gentlemen, celebrate your men's slalom podium. Will Asher, Freddie Winter, and your winner, Thomas de Gasperi. Now, fire off the corks, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Will Asher, Freddie Winter, and your champion in 2025, the 11th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm Pro Men's Slalom event, Thomas de Gasperi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a conclusion the festivities here in San Gervasio in Italy. The next event that will be broadcast on TWBC in a few weeks' time will be the IWWF U21 World Waterski Championship from the Lakes of Casting Stone in Predator Bay in Alberta, Canada. So on behalf of the entire crew and everyone here in San Gervasio, it is ciao for now.